Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast, where we try to make sense of the modern dating hellscape. I'm your host, Brian Atlas. Thanks for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. We're coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California, every Sunday and Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific. A few quick announcements. This podcast is viewer-supported, heavy YouTube demonetization, so please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. So if you super chat 100, YouTube takes 30. If you donate 100, Streamlabs only takes 3. Streamlabs.com/whatever. Link for that is in the description. We do prioritize the messages that are made via Streamlabs. $10 and up will be displayed. $100 and up will be read/answered. If you want to interact nearly instantly with us and weigh in on the conversation, consider sending a TTS, text-to-speech message. $200 and up triggers TTS. TTS is via Streamlabs only. Please see the description for all triggers and full details. We have channel memberships. To become a member, hit the join button. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. We're also live on Twitch right now, guys. Pull up another tab. Go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. We got merch, shop.whatever.com, stuff you can wear to not be naked. Don't be a criminal. Get some merch. Follow us on Instagram at whatever. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM at whatever on Instagram if you can make it to Santa Barbara. Follow me on Instagram, BD_Atlas. Check out my nonprofit movement, Big Labia Matter, or BLM for short. It's really the pressing issue of our time. If you can't catch the full shows, we have three clips channels there. Link for those is in the description. We have a Discord, discord.gg/whatever. Link for that's also in the description. Also, just if you missed it on Sunday, we got that. Madison's blocking it at the moment, but we have gotten the 1 million subscriber plaque for our Clips channel. So wanted to just do another thank you to you guys for going over there and subbing to the Clips channel, getting it to 1 million subscribers. Really appreciate the support on that, guys. So thank you. Disclaimer: the views expressed by the guests do not necessarily reflect the views of the Whatever channel. With that said, and without further ado, we're going to have the guests introduce themselves. So please tell us your name, age, location, and occupation. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Alyssa. I'm from California. I'm 18 and I'm a student here at UCSB.
What are you studying?
I'm studying psychology right now.
Psych. And you're a freshman then?
Yeah.
Okay. What about you?
Hi, my name's Missy. I'm 36. I live in Kingston, Ontario, and I work in healthcare, but people have known me from working in sports in the past.
All right. So, Kingston, what?
It's like 2 hours east of
province?
Toronto.
What
yeah,
province?
Ontario.
Ontario,
So,
okay.
yeah,
Got
close
it.
to Toronto, yeah.
Okay.
Hi, my name's Diana. I'm turning 36 Thursday.
Ooh.
And, yep, whoop, whoop. I'm a healthcare entrepreneur and been doing that from St. Pete, Florida.
And you're a RN, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. What about you?
Hi, my name is Blassie. I'm from the south side of Chicago, Illinois, and I'm a NEET, not in employment, education, or training.
Age?
I'm 22 years old.
22. South side of Chicago, is that the...
Is that the bad side? Yes, that's
the
the bad side. Yeah, I'm born and bred there. Yeah.
Okay.
I've managed to nick a few gunshots.
You nicked a few gunshots?
Yeah, like they almost nicked me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Did you have you fired any gunshots?
Do you want me to do gun signs? I can, but I'd be a little bit scared about when I come back. All right. Look, let me show you this.
You probably shouldn't throw.
This is the.
You probably shouldn't throw.
No, I shouldn't. Are you sure?
Yeah, just for your own safety, probably. Well, whatever. Okay. You grew up there your whole life?
My whole life, but I'm on Twitter now, and I'm.
And you're on the mean streets of Twitter.
I'm in the even meaner streets of Twitter.
Moved from the south side of Chicago to the mean
Twitter,
streets
yeah.
of Twitter.
Yeah.
And-
sometimes get lumped into right-wing Twitter, although I don't feel that way. I don't feel any way at all. I just make jokes. Yeah, that's really what I've got to say. If you've got any other questions.
No, that's
Okay,
it. All
great.
right, what about you?
My name's Macy. I'm a student at UCSB, and I'm 19, so I live here.
Where are you from originally?
The Bay Area, like Sonoma County.
Okay, up north,
Yeah.
NorCal. What are you studying at UCSB?
I'm a film and media studies major, but I'm probably going to double in comms.
Do you know what you want to do with that? You want to be a director, get into Hollywood, or?
Well, if I double in comms, that's definitely more like the marketing side. I know some girls who like, what's it called, internship at like Universal to do like publicity for movies and whatnot. So probably more that aspect of it.
Okay, got it. What about you?
I'm Natalia. I'm originally from San Diego, but I'm a full-time student here at UCSB. And I'm 19 on Sunday.
19 on Sunday. And then what are you studying at UCSB?
I'm a sociology major.
Soch. Okay,
Yeah.
there you have it. What about you?
Hi, my name is Alex with a Y. I am 25. I have a destination wedding and elopement videography business.
All right, welcome, welcome. Actually, quick question for you on the wedding thing. How many weddings would you say you've filmed for or shot?
I've probably been a part of somewhere between 70 weddings. As far as my own, like this year I have like 22 weddings. So I second shoot sometimes for other videographers and
How
stuff.
long have you been doing that for?
Full time, this will be my third wedding season, like
So
coming into this.
3 years?
Yeah, 3 years.
Do you keep tabs on any of the people you shoot for? Like, have you ever shot a wedding and then you're like, yeah, they're going to get divorced? Have you ever had that experience?
No,
Never?
I've had a really, really great.
No bridezillas?
Truly, I feel like a lot of times family getting involved and having a say in a lot of stuff is usually where some bumps in the road come from. But
Okay.
my couples have been really great. I've been fortunate.
Because we've had, I don't know if you're familiar with Chase, who we've had on the show a couple
Yes,
times.
yeah.
I don't know, a dozen times or so. He does or used to do wedding photography, videography, and he told me he could tell, having gone and shot all these weddings, which of the marriages were gonna last, and he actually was able to predict some divorces.
I try not to be in that mentality.
Sure,
On their
that's
wedding
fair.
day, I don't really think about
Yeah.
that. I'm excited for my couples.
Sure.
So, but my friend did tell me about him. I tried to find his photo stuff, but I haven't. Yeah.
Mason,
Oh,
my
yes.
my Caucasian.
Yeah. Oh, super awkward. I love it. Traditional whiteness.
Yeah, you're my Caucasian.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
You're
exactly.
my Caucasian.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, my name is Mason Gregoire. I'm 28 years old. I am a mechanical engineer, but I'm currently switching over into Air Force Special Warfare. So I've been going through that process for a while.
Did you have the mustache last time? Or
I
is
don't
this new?
know. I mean, I've always
You got
had,
the
like, a
Top
beard or
Gun. You're
something,
doing the
but-
Top Gun mustache.
Yeah, it's a little classic Air Force.
It's like
Air
a
Force
ginger
style.
mustache, though.
Yeah, like my beard is also really red.
Wow.
So it's
Oh.
it's like a genetic abnormality that some
I
guys
have a couple of red hairs. It's like,
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
In
Yeah,
the
yeah.
beard.
I have half a soul.
There you go.
Yeah,
There
yeah.
you go. Okay, cool. So, and when are you shipping out?
I don't have ship dates yet because for special warfare you have to pass this initial fitness test. So currently I pass everything except the run. I haven't run in probably 6 years, so I'm getting back into shape. I'm about a minute off the time I need to hit for my mile-and-a-half run.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. But so you don't they just kind of tell you the day before and then you leave? Or
Well,
you,
no,
you
no,
don't
no.
have
So
any sense of when the...
Yeah, so they try to keep special warfare candidates in the same flights for basic training and then assessment and selection. So I know the next ship date for, I know the guys that I'm going through the training pipeline with.
Right.
It's June 25th. So I could be out of here June 25th.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sweet. And, okay, that's everybody. So going around the table once more, what's your current relationship status? So, are you single, talking stage, situationship, friends with benefits, relationship, married, polycule, sex cult, harem, whatever it may be. If you're single, how long have you been single, and what's the longest relationship you've ever been in? Starting with you, go ahead.
I'm single right now. I've been single for, I would say, a year and a half. I think the longest relationship I've been in was like 18 months, something like that.
18 months, okay.
Yeah.
So sometime, was that the one that ended 1.5 years ago?
Yeah, that one, right before I came to school year.
Okay, so that was like a high school relationship?
Yeah, sort of.
Like sophomore to senior year kind of, or
Yeah.
junior to senior?
It was more, I was a junior, or I was like
Okay.
sophomore, summer, something like that.
And you went to, did you go to prom? Was there prom?
No,
No
we didn't
prom?
make it to prom, no.
Oh, you broke up before
Yeah.
the senior prom. All right, rip. Okay. And so, but you've been single for, you're a freshman at
Yeah. I think
UCSB, you said?
I've been single since, I think it was October of my senior year. Yeah, since then.
Okay. Well, UCSB, #1 party school. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, are you in a sorority
I'm
at all?
not, no.
No, okay. No dating prospects at all? There's a
I
lot
mean,
of
I
handsome men at UCSB, right?
I really don't think anyone here is looking to date, especially first years. Like, no one's taking anyone serious.
Is that what you're looking to do?
Take
To-
someone serious?
Yeah.
I'm not, like, focused on that.
Okay.
If, like, the situation where, like, I really liked a guy were to came up, I would take him serious, but I don't think anyone
Sure.
else.
Any flings or anything short-term, anything short-term?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Like,
Oh, okay.
not really.
She's telling the truth. I feel like she's got Riz, so I mean, like,
She does have
She
Riz.
does have Riz.
yeah. Okay. All right. Are you guys housemates, roommates?
Yeah,
What's-
we're all
roommates.
Yeah.
in the dorms.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Like, so it's a triple?
No, well, actually, she's our suite mate, so we're in the same room and then we share a bathroom with Natalia.
Okay. So it's like 4 people total, 2 people in each room?
5 people. I have a roommate. They're in a triple. I'm in a
also
double.
Oh,
Yeah,
you
we
triple,
also-
double.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We have 2
I
more
see.
roommates.
Yeah.
I see. Good times. All right. And I'm trying to think of what else. Doesn't go down in the dorm room? Dorm room? Nothing?
Not
No,
my
no
dorm
dorm
room.
room romance? Okay.
No.
Got it. What about you?
So I have been single for 8 years, and my longest relationship was probably close to 2 years. Yeah.
Single for 8 years.
Yeah, a long time.
When you say you've been single for 8 years, have you been celibate for 8 years?
I have been with, so for in the last 6 years, I've been with 2 people. So yeah, largely celibate, not intentionally so, but I'm 2.5 years sober, so I struggled with addiction for a long time, so I was not really like a viable option for people to date. I kind of took myself out of the game because I knew I was like too much of a mess for a long time to do that. And then like through my early recovery, like I'd put on a lot of weight, I didn't have a lot of confidence, and so I started working out and working on that. But I find dating now is, oh my God, it's just gotten so much worse in 10 years. So I don't want to waste my time with like some guy, you know, I want the guy. I don't want to waste my time with someone, so.
Okay. And we'll definitely get into, you provided quite a bit of pre-show notes, so we'll get into as much of it as we can.
Congrats on the 2-year sobriety.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you.
absolutely.
Thank you very much.
What was it, alcohol? or-
Alcohol,
okay.
yeah. So, I mean, like a long time ago, I did drugs for a short time, like because it was what was available. But that affected me like really badly. And so, you know, alcohol is more socially acceptable. So I kind of fell into it just socially, and then, it just snowballed from there. So.
Okay, I see. So, and you are on a dating app.
I am on a dating
We will do later
On the
on.
apps.
We will do a review of your dating app
Oh my
profile.
God.
Thank you for providing that.
Why did I do that?
Appreciate it. It's a good one though. It's good. And actually, hold on. Nobody here has OnlyFans, correct?
No.
No.
No, and nobody here has ever done OnlyFans, correct?
No.
Any form of S work?
No.
No.
Look at that. Look at that.
Making
Oh,
improvements.
whatever podcast they only bring on. They
Only
bring
promote
on these degenerate
OnlyFans.
OnlyFans.
Yeah,
This is your comeback story.
exactly.
I don't know. I think maybe I was a degenerate for a time. Just
Well, we
because
can get into that.
Yeah, I probably
we'll get into that. In other ways, though.
In other ways, yeah.
ways.
Yeah, more acceptable ways,
yeah.
maybe. I don't know, but hopefully.
Yeah. What about you?
I've been single for 5 years. I just recently got into a relationship. My longest relationship was marriage for 14 years.
All right. But so there's a new relationship. You're currently in a relationship.
Mm-hmm.
How long has that been going on?
2 months.
2 months.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Are you guys boyfriend girlfriend, or is it kind of more casual?
Title. I think as you get older, you don't really mess with the titles as much. It's like.
Are you guys monogamous?
Yes.
You've had
we're
that over.
exclusive.
You've had an overt conversation about that.
Yes.
Okay.
We had those conversations early on,
Okay.
and he was very open about like. I think there's a difference between men that are a little bit older and like women sometimes on how they approach dating. So in my experience in 5 years, especially going through the pandemic where like, you know, dating apps completely exploded, it was like a man will find a woman and be like, okay, I want to just like focus. Some men. I'm not talking about F-boys, right? But and women are more of like laissez-faire, like let's just get to know people and not have expectations and stuff. But,
I'm so not like that.
yeah.
Wait, you're
That's
saying
a hot take.
You're saying women are more so.
Yeah, because we don't want to get hurt emotionally. So we try and like stay the distance and kind of have like options. That's what I've always been taught by my older mentor,
Who,
lady
is she
friends.
a woman or
Who?
your mentor? Is she a woman or a man?
Multiple
I shouldn't assume.
different women.
You've had multiple female mentors who have instructed you and advised you to entertain multiple options. Do I understand that correctly?
Yeah, when you're on the dating scene, until you actually get serious and you know if everything aligns, just casually getting to know.
So 2 months ago, were you doing that prior to meeting this current guy that you're now only?
I was on
you're
all
only
the
seeing
dating
him.
apps.
Well, you're
Yeah.
on all the dating apps. So how many options 3 months ago were you entertaining?
I only had a couple that I was, considering, and
What do you mean? When you say considering, what do you mean?
a couple of good men that
Were you
I
dating
would
them
have
all at the same time?
seen, getting to know them. Yeah.
But so okay, you would be like you'd be this guy on the 3rd date, this guy on the 4th date, this guy on the 7th date, like.
Until you become exclusive, yeah, that's like very common.
Sure. And so, how many people were you just dating at the same time?
Well, there's a difference between getting out there, putting yourself out there, and just meeting people.
Yeah.
And then there's a difference between consistently dating someone to get to know them. So maybe 2 or 3 guys.
That you were consistently seeing.
For a few weeks, yeah.
And do they all know about each other? And like they knew you were doing that? Or?
You have open conversation and you tell them
Yeah.
like, I just put myself out there, I'm meeting people, like you're
Yeah.
very upfront.
Okay.
So
Yeah, I feel like it's like
Those are conversations.
I'm dating, like I'm going
Yeah.
on dates with people,
It's
or
a
like
verb.
him and I are dating.
Yeah.
That's different.
it's a
Right.
verb. Yeah.
Yes.
So you were going on dates with
Right.
people.
And the
Yeah.
men were cool with it. Like they were just like, that's
Well-
good, you do you, and let
Well,
me know.
yeah.
And I feel like
mean,
early on you don't need to, like when you first meet someone, you don't need to.
until you have a
Well, you have to get to
conversation.
know
all
them.
of that, yeah.
You have
Yeah.
to get to know them. I don't
Okay,
think
well,
I'm very good
I'll
at
come
that.
in on this in just a second.
Yeah.
But so, what's the most amount of guys that you were seeing at one time?
I don't know because the pandemic was a cluster. So.
If you like,
So why don't you clarify the question? Like, how many men was I meeting,
Let's
just like back to
say-
back, trying to get to know, or consistently dating? Because that's a very different posture to have.
so how about this? At the peak of the cluster, fuck. How many total men did you go on a first date with in the period of a
Wow, you were
like
doing
a
good.
1 month?
And I mean, in the beginning, like
month
there's
span.
context. There's context there, right?
Yeah.
Like
What's the context?
I got married at 17. I was married for 14 years. I have 5 kids. So for me,
5 kids.
For me to get out on the dating scene, it's a very intentional thing.
That was Nick. Anyways, go ahead.
So for me to get out on the dating scene, it's like I'm very intentional. I'm trying to seek a partner to continue like raising kids with and things like that, right?
Wait, I'm a little confused though. You said you were intentional, but you also said earlier that you don't want the title because you don't want
No,
I don't
no,
wanna
no, no,
put
no,
words
no.
in your mouth. I'm trying to remember
Yeah.
precisely what you said.
Yeah.
You said something along the lines of you want to.
I'll tell you
Hold
exactly
back
what
a
I
little bit.
said if you'd like to
Yeah,
know what I
repeat it,
said.
sure.
Okay. So what I said was the gentleman and I that are in a relationship don't necessarily need the titles. We are exclusive. We'd had those conversations. We are monogamous.
There's something you said before that though, which was along the lines of
Like women,
women should be seeing multiple men.
that women are kind of like.
I didn't
trying
say
to
they
distance
should be. I
themselves.
said
Okay.
that's what typically is
Well,
happening.
I don't remember verbatim what you said
Right.
precisely, but there was something else that you said that kind of contradicts your statement of you wanting to date intentionally.
That
A
you kind
little
of
bit.
wanted to like explore your options, basically, because I would say those two.
I
are
think
There's
kind of
also
what
an
Brian's-
intention there with exploring
Well,
options. You're getting to
so
know
I think,
people.
I think what Brian's getting at is you express this interest in being intentional with getting to know this guy because, hey, I got 5 kids. I don't want to be screwing around when I have like children at home.
Mm-hmm.
I want to make sure that you're the guy that can like help me raise these kids. So there's that. And you seem very disciplined and decisive about those things. But then there's a very laissez-faire kind of attitude when
I
it
think
came
that's what you
to
said,
yeah.
your like, oh, I don't really want to like early on, I don't really want to define it. We don't really
That's not
tie
what I said,
ourselves down
though.
with
I
these
said we didn't
definitions.
have to use titles because we've already had conversations around being
Yeah.
monogamous and
Well,
exclusive.
so
But there was something about
like
the
a generally
laissez-faire.
accepted definition of like, hey, he's my boyfriend, hey, he's my girlfriend. Just in the context of this conversation is, hey, we're exclusive.
yeah, exactly.
So,
Yeah.
like, in the I guess area of this definition, we could say you're probably boyfriend and girlfriend.
Right.
I'm not saying like you guys call each other that. I'm just saying
Right.
in the context
To
of this
refer
conversation.
to.
Well,
Yeah.
as soon as you decide to be like monogamous and exclusive, I would say that title or not, that's essentially what you're getting
Yeah,
at.
yeah.
I don't know. All I know is when I one time was talking to this guy and he was like, if you're even just talking to me, even before the first date, I only want you talking to me, not to any other guy. And that's kind of been my experience with men, that they want you to focus on one person at a time. So as much as women want to do that, and I totally understand, you're like, just getting out there, you want to explore your options. In my experience, the men are like, I don't want you if you're talking to a bunch of other guys.
We'll get
So,
into that.
Yeah.
We'll
We'll get into that later.
Goes
So,
both ways,
yeah.
just going back to my question though, at the apex of the cluster, fuck, whatever.
In
so,
the
like,
pandemic.
how many first dates in like with different men in the period of 1 month time?
I would probably say like 30. Sometimes I'd go on
Okay.
coffee dates, sometimes dinner dates, sometimes lunch dates. Just depends.
So like almost one date per day. If it was there more?
No,
Did
probably
you ever
not.
go on 2 dates in one day?
Well, yeah, that's what I said. Sometimes it's a coffee
Oh.
date, sometimes it's a dinner date, and it also depends on
Okay.
like whether or not I have my kids, right? Like that's what I'm saying. It's a different posture whenever you're a
Right.
single parent because you only have this amount of time without kids, or you have to pay
Yeah.
for childcare, so you go
Okay.
and you get to know people.
I
Wait,
feel like
so-
that makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah.
Like you're just like trying to get it
Yeah.
figured out.
Okay. So did you ever go on 3 dates in one day?
No.
So the max was like 2 dates one
Yeah.
day. So you would do like, did you ever cut a date short because you had another date coming up?
No.
Okay.
I'm a lot more disciplined than that with my time.
Okay. But you did go essentially in a 1 month period, you went on 30 dates.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's not even talk about my 5-year singlehood life.
Was it more?
It's so sad.
More or
Just like
less?
there were a lot of first dates. Like I'm very open about this conversation because like you can get to know someone and chat with them on the online dating world and they're charismatic, they're witty, all these different things, and then you meet with them in person and the vibe is off and they're super like shut down. They're actually like introverts. They can't even hold a conversation, or their pictures are like 10 years old and they're 30 pounds heavier and they look like they've been through the ringer, and I'm just like, I've been authentic. So that's where it that cycle comes in where you're just like meeting people and weeding them out. You're like, yeah, that's a no.
You were on the dating apps, you said, correct?
Yes.
And you said you were authentic on the dating apps?
Yes.
Okay. Would you, I know you're currently in a thing, but do you still have them on your phone?
No.
Oh, you deleted them? Okay. I was going to say, I know we mentioned it before the show. I was going to say, we could look at your dating apps and see if that checks out. Well, I'm looking. So, how did you find the time in a 1 month period to go on 30 dates? You have 5 kids. I imagine that would keep you fairly preoccupied.
Well, it just depends on how you do your, schedule. But yeah, I have child care for my kids, or they're gone with their dad, or in the summertime they were, gone for a week at a time, and I was home, I had them for a week at a time. I'm an entrepreneur. I have a lot of control over my work hours and work schedule.
Right.
So everybody goes to lunch during a work day.
Yeah.
Sometimes I go on a date for my lunch.
You do a 30-minute date or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
A lot of coffee dates for sure.
Can I ask a question? Did the men usually pay for the dates?
No, I've gone Dutch a lot. I've bought my own food. Some men will make it a point to be like, no, I insist. And my cultural background is a lot more like conservative Eastern European. Men will actually even take offense, if you try and pay for it and stuff. Right. So I was just very aware, but I was dating a lot in the Pacific Northwest at the time, and there's a lot of super liberal, men won't. They're afraid to even open doors for women because they feel like someone's gonna I can open my own door. So.
I'm an independent woman.
Yeah.
Ryan loves roast beef. Poon donated $200. My sprinkler goes like this.
Okay. It's true.
Comes back like this.
It is unfortunate, the BLM, my nonprofit, Big Labia Matter. It's I'm doing it for the movement, doing it for the culture. Anyways, okay, so I'm trying to recall.
I was going to ask, did your husband pay for the first date?
My ex.
Or not your husband. Sorry, not your husband. Sorry. The guy you're dating right now.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, he did.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Dating around 30 guys in a month, how did you get rid of them if you just weren't feeling the date?
Oh, true.
Did you ghost
Seems
them?
straightforward, though.
No, I don't ghost. I typically don't. I give good feedback.
You give feedback?
Especially if they have a very inauthentic dating app profile. Yeah. I will let them know.
Oh, yeah. I think that's fair. If someone's, I could be called on that, too.
So you would frequently encounter these men who are inauthentic?
In the beginning.
And you would tell them to, hey, this is inauthentic of you.
Yeah.
Well, what are your views on women wearing makeup?
I think if it's that's a really huge thing, actually. It's scary to see some women that are they look like they're in their 60s or 70s, and then they put makeup on and the shape and whatnot, and then they look like they're in their 30s. I feel like if I were a man, I would feel super betrayed. And I think makeup is, great for enhancing natural beauty, but you shouldn't look like a completely different person when you take it off.
Sure.
So that's my opinion.
Although I would argue, you say enhancing natural beauty, that's sort of like the marketing spin of what I could just describe that as being inauthentic. That's not what you actually look like. And I would argue, if makeup didn't make you look better than you actually look without makeup, you wouldn't wear it.
I will call myself on it. I wear makeup. I use filters on my photos. It's completely inauthentic, and I know that. But I feel like it's hard to live in a society that puts so much pressure on you to look a certain way. And if I felt like I could show up as my natural self, no makeup, whatever, and be appreciated, even at my age as I'm getting older, I would do it in a heartbeat and save myself the money and the trouble. I just feel like, unfortunately, you have a lot of people who, if you show up as you are, that's not going to be good enough. And you shouldn't care what other people think, but when you're dating, you certainly care. Of course you care. You want to be confident. You want to feel good. So it's a lie. It's a lie, but it's sometimes you feel like you don't have a choice.
I think it's it's a very similar conversation to men with beards. Have you ever seen those side by side? It's really deceptive to see a guy that has a big beard, and then if they get rid of it, they're
look totally different.
Completely different.
Well, as somebody who has a beard,
Exactly.
So I do have to give a bit of pushback on this. They're not comparable. Now, you can certainly you can make the argument that a man, for example, and to be good faith and charitable, a man who has a weak chin, for example, he can grow a beard and hide his weak chin. However, it's very different. For one, makeup's just, it's not natural, right? Also, I would argue most makeup typically tends to be applied on the top half of the face, typically. That's where the primary, I mean, there's lipstick and shit, but mostly it's the top half of the face. I would argue that when it comes to beauty and physical attraction, someone's top half of their face is going to contribute much more to how somebody is going to be attracted to you than the bottom half of your face.
So you said if a man has a weak chin. What about if a woman has weak eyebrows or bags under her eyes that are just genetic?
Yeah, like my eyebrows are balding, so I fill them in.
You know, or people that are oncology patients that they don't have.
Yeah.
Here, let
any,
me ask you a question.
Right?
Let's talk about hair.
Yeah.
So I do think it's different because one, makeup is not, it's fake. Like it's not like
It's not
hair.
natural.
Hair is within the realm of grooming, whereas makeup is something totally different. But let me ask you a question: if a man was balding, for example, and he was wearing a hat,
Oh, I've called plenty of those out too.
you think that's disingenuous?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't think
Because
Well, if that's disingenuous, then you have to concede that women wearing makeup is disingenuous.
too much makeup. Yes, I agree.
Any makeup
I don't.
would be
I
disingenuous.
disagree. I mean, then clothing too. Like we're talking about everything we put externally on our body at this point.
I think. I
So
mean,
we should just walk around naked like Adam and Eve, and then we know the whole package.
Well, I think we can admit it is disingenuous, but at the same time, we live in a culture and society that really does not accept us as we are. And so at the same time, you can call a woman out and blame the woman for, oh, she's trying to look different than she actually looks. You know, we have to call out a culture that puts the pressure on the woman to look a different way. So, like, go ahead and blame me for wearing makeup and, you know, wearing a push-up bra or whatever else I'm doing. But at the same time, like, blame the society that makes me feel like I have to have these things. Like, I take responsibility and they
women
do
have
too.
agency, and you can. I mean, yes, there is certainly pressure on women. I'd actually be prepared to argue there's actually a greater pressure on men when it comes to this. But
in a sense, yes, I would agree with that. But at the same time, I mean, like, yes, I have agency. But if I show up in my natural self, 9 times out of 10, the men are not going to pick it. And it's unfortunate. They can preach all they want about authenticity, but what they actually do in practice is completely opposite.
well, sure.
to it.
So,
I
for
agree.
example, hold on. Let me give you an example then. Let's say I worked at McDonald's,
Yeah.
but it was expedient for me to lie on my dating profile and say I was a doctor and attorney. Women tend to find these professions very attractive. And I would argue most women who are perhaps in their late 20s, early 30s, probably wouldn't date a guy who works at McDonald's, even if he's otherwise a great guy or even attractive. They wouldn't maybe take him seriously as a long-term prospect. Now, it would get me the girl to lie and say that I'm an attorney, I'm a lawyer, I'm a doctor, when I'm not. That doesn't mean it's right to do. So your argument that, well,
Well, I'm not saying
if I
it's
did
right.
show,
I'm
hold
not
on,
saying
but
it's
you,
right.
your argument though was, well, if I did show up without makeup, the men would find me less attractive. If I was on the dating apps and I didn't use filters and I didn't wear makeup, less men would swipe on me. I'd get less dates.
Well, it's not
Well,
about the
I can make
number
that
of
same
dates.
argument about the deceptive
Or
practices
you
that
could
men
make
use.
the same argument with a guy who's balding.
Yeah, but
Like,
but here's the thing.
Yeah,
Like, for me,
like
if
in order for this bald man to get more likes or more
Yes.
matches,
Yes.
hey, let's throw a cap
wear
on.
a
yes,
hat.
I totally
Yeah,
agree.
so
And-
but all
but
of a
if he
sudden,
takes his hat
all-
off, I'm going to be understanding and compassionate, and that's the difference.
Would you
I
prefer?
think
Would you prefer
Well-
to date a guy with a full head of hair?
I really wouldn't care. I want
Really?
a good man, genuinely.
Okay.
I really want a good
Most
man.
women would
I'll
prefer
tell
to
you,
date a man.
10
So
years
okay,
ago,
so
10 years ago,
that's,
yes,
I mean,
I would have
so,
cared.
Yes, that is
Exactly.
anecdotal.
I'm different now.
So I mean, that's awesome for you. Awesome
Yeah.
that you are at a place in your life where you're not going to judge a man for being
Yeah.
bald. That's great. I think more women should be like you. But
Thank you.
statistically, just like on
Yes,
average, population
yes.
average,
Women will care.
It's they will demonize men for putting a hat on if they're bald,
Yeah.
like covering up those things that they are insecure about
Yeah.
when they're doing the exact same thing,
Yes,
just with different.
But this is what I'm saying.
So instead of like,
I'd like to say something to that.
oh, that's fine.
When
Yeah,
you're-
yeah.
I don't wanna
So I
interrupt
mean,
you, though.
instead of trying to demonize men and accost them for, oh, you're hiding your the things that you're insecure about, maybe you should sit back, be like, what if I were in his shoes? I am in his shoes, actually, because I'm covering stuff up.
And that's how I personally feel at this age, in this place in my life. I totally get it. Listen, I've got things that make me not as authentic on my dating profile, whatever, but I also call myself out on it. I frequently will post things that don't have a filter and say this is a filter every time someone compliments it. But listen, like, I understand men have the same pressure, but what I'm saying is, a lot of times on this podcast, you guys want to like come at the women for the things that they do and put on that are fake and whatever, but and the thing is, like, men are doing it to us and we are doing it to them. And so what I'm saying is a 50-50 thing. If we could all just cut the bullshit and be our real authentic selves. But I don't know that that's going to happen.
I don't think that's going to happen. And that's why, the greatest compromise and the best service that you can do to the public, like, dating scene is, if you're insecure about hairline or about skin or whatever, post a couple of, like, your best self when you feel your best, but then post a couple of authentic ones too. No filter, no makeup. How do I look when I go camping? Or how do I look like first thing in the morning? Or a gentleman that wants to wear like baseball caps because he hates his balding hair, but at least sneak one in there where you're like, hey,
so
my hair's not perfect.
I give a different prescription. Like, just don't care about social media. What if...
Easier said than done.
It's not.
I know.
Social media. It's my. I can tell you all the comments that I have received about my physical appearance that have led me to want to change this or that have been said to me in real life, at school, at work, at church, at all the places I've been. That's where I've received the most.
Okay, I understand
comments.
that's your experience. Yet again, anecdotal.
Social media is a big problem, but
since the inception of social media, all of these negative. Mental or disorders have skyrocketed. Anxiety, like how people perceive me. All of a sudden I care about that way more. Not saying that it wasn't a factor, because we're social animals. We care about what people think of us.
Yes.
But when you start putting yourself out there on social media, on dating apps, on the internet, all of a sudden that care becomes amplified. And yes. I understand it's easier said than done, but if you really wanted to fix that problem, that's how you would fix it.
Well, I'll say for one thing quickly is that I never had an insecurity about how I looked until I started using filters. And now when I see myself in the phone camera, a year ago, I was posting pictures just as I am, no makeup, whatever, and then I started using a filter just for fun. I never had used them, never used Snapchat, and now it's like I see my face without a filter, and it's like, holy crap, what the hell is that?
It's like instant Botox.
Yes.
As you get old, I know you ladies probably don't feel it as much, but
when you
10
get older,
years down the line,
things change. And I swore, I was that girl. I'm like, oh, I'll take care of myself. It'll be great. I'll never look like that.
On your dating app, do you have any photos with filters?
I have like 3 with filters, and I think 2 without filters.
Any without makeup?
The one, but it has a filter on it. Yeah. But okay, there's also on my social media videos of me recently crying after a hair bleach fail. No makeup, no filter.
What?
Just yeah. So,
I mean, look, when it comes to this whole inauthentic thing, I would argue, though, on dating apps, for example, absolutely there are men who are going to post photos that are maybe not representative of what they look, photos from when they're younger, maybe even filters. I will say, somebody myself who was on dating apps, I can't speak from the girl's perspective. I'm sure there's guys who post filtered photos. I would suspect that the incidence rate of men posting deceptive photos is far less.
Yes.
It's
than
so
women.
much more common than you think, though. Being on my side, like literally seeing a man with multiple filtered pictures.
What was your age range on the dating apps? Because I do know, like, older guys, like that demographic is probably a bit more likely to use filters, whereas like a 25-year-old guy.
My age group. Well, I mean, I'm not going to date a 25-year-old, right?
Right,
like,
but you're
I'm
probably
35.
dating like 35 to 45.
Right.
Yeah, those
but
guys.
Even
I do know will use
even
filters.
like one filtered photo to me is just like it's
pretty cringe.
Yeah, it's super cringy. It's like red flag number 1. Like
Did you have any filtered photos though?
No.
Okay.
No.
A lot
Good
of women
for
though,
you.
like I guarantee
I get
you,
that feedback.
I could pull up a dating app right now. We could look at the women.
And there are a lot of women that are not even on there for dating. They're just there to promote their OnlyFans
Yeah.
or their
Oh, you know what, but
socials
there's
or
men.
things like that.
We can come
so.
back to the makeup thing. I do
Yeah.
want to continue going around
Yeah.
on the relationship status. We haven't finished that up. What about you? Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm 22. When I was 19, I dated a Jewish dermatologist for 2.5 years on and off, and he was insane. And now in Santa Barbara, I flew in private. I think I've got a crush on my pilot. Is the thing.
What's your current relationship status?
Well, I think me and my pilot might have a thing going on.
Does he know?
Yeah, is this a unilateral?
Yeah, he knows it. Hopefully he'll watch this. He'll watch this.
Did you talk to him like beyond the flight?
Yeah, I mean, do you know your pilots? Yeah,
So what's your
I
current
don't have
relationship
pilots.
status?
it's complicated.
Okay, I know you're just answer the question though.
That is the answer to the question. It's
So okay,
complicated.
you're claiming you took a private flight to Santa Barbara.
From Los Angeles to Santa Barbara. That's correct.
So it was like a private jet. You
Why?
didn't fly
It's a little
commercial?
Cessna.
Why didn't you fly commercial?
'Cause I would prefer to fly private.
Why?
Wait, hold on. You said you were neat? What, did you make a bunch in crypto or something?
No, I'm scared of crypto. I was asked to promote a certain coin, but I didn't do it.
What?
Okay.
So, okay. You said you're
I'm not in crypto.
you're not going to school, you don't have a
No.
job.
That's correct.
How do you afford to fly? How much was the private jet flight?
All right. Am I asking you how much your flights cost, you know?
Well, you're the one who talked about
yeah.
flying
We're just,
private.
like,
because
asking
Point of it.
questions.
It's the truth. I flew in private.
Okay, I believe you. How much
Yeah,
is
how
that?
much
I
does
mean,
it cost?
because you guys don't
you-
put up the cost for the flight, do you?
No, we don't.
Or
Do
the
you want-
accommodations either. I'm
Yeah,
staying in a
you're right.
nice place. I'm not going to disclose why I'm in a nice place.
Did
but
somebody
you know,
pay
there
for
was
your-
a there
did
was
somebody
a there was
pay
a
for it?
Motel
Pay
6
for it.
across the
Okay,
street.
stop. So, did somebody else pay for the flight?
No.
You paid for it.
Yes.
Okay.
Do you have a trust
It
fund?
just seems a bit dubious.
No, I don't have a trust fund. I grew up, like I said, first generation immigrant. My parents immigrated here from Mexico. So.
Well, that's why I'm asking, because you're not in school, you're not employed.
Right, but you don't ask these sort of questions. You're not supposed to ask.
She
these
did
sort
date a
of questions.
rheumatologist.
Dermatologist.
Dermatologist.
2.5 years.
I mean, like,
he was
these
okay. If you
questions
want me to
have been
say what
asked
he was, he was a
before.
Jewish doctor. He was from Coney Island. He didn't grow up with money, but he did. He listen, I'm sorry, Barry, but I'm gonna blast you out here. He went to the Dartmouth School of Medicine.
Oh.
Okay.
We just
Okay,
want to know how you made money because you don't have a job.
Yeah,
but-
exactly. Like, where is the money coming from?
Don't you realize that's somewhat curious?
That is somewhat curious.
That would lead
Suspicious.
that would
But
lead a
prompted
lot of
us.
people to ask
But
questions.
of course I did. But I'll tell you this. I'm a writer. I have a Substack. All right, it's substack.com /Blassie.
Yeah. Answer the question.
What was the question?
Oh my God.
We're getting lost in all this.
How
sauce here.
did you afford the flight here? Sorry, the hair on my face.
If I walked into a studio and sat down and said, "Hey, I don't have a job. I'm not making money in any way." Oh, you didn't say that, but by all appearances,
Yeah.
you're not making money in any way.
Sure.
But I flew on a private jet to
Yeah,
get here.
I know
I did.
exactly
I
how
mean,
that
do
happens.
you guys know
this
your pilots?
super
I
nice
don't
little
know.
place.
So you're sleeping with the pilot, essentially.
I'm not. I never said I was sleeping with the
Well,
pilot.
you're sleeping
That's
with
not
the
something
person
you
who paid
asked.
for your flight here and the nice accommodations. I mean, I don't know how else you would get it if you're not working and you don't have money from your family or.
Like it
It's
just
gotta be from
feels
a
like you're
man.
jerking our chain here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Totally a troll. I'm sorry, calling
Yeah.
it.
Because I was asking you your relationship status, and you're doing this like performative thing
Yes.
of, well, me and the private jet pilot, you know, there's Okay, you're
I
not
mean,
dating. You're not
I mean,
dating
I
the
could,
guy.
I could text him. He's saved in my phone
So
as.
you met him a
as-
couple hours ago.
No, I've met him a few months ago.
Oh, that changes things.
Does it?
All right, I'll be honest. He's my boyfriend. I like him very much. He happens to be a pilot.
So I don't know if I can believe anything you're saying. It just sounds.
Okay.
So wait, when I asked your relationship status, what?
It was complicated. So now you have a boyfriend, right?
That's true.
Those two things are.
They're
not-
contradictory.
Which one-
I mean,
which one's
are you
true?
asking the questions?
Which one's true? That it's complicated or that you have a boyfriend?
I've got a boyfriend.
Okay. Is he a friend boy or is he a boyfriend?
He's a boyfriend. You can ask him.
How long you've been dating him?
Not that long. It's a new thing.
Okay.
So like maybe like a couple weeks.
What's your
now.
longest relationship?
My longest relationship, like I said, my first boyfriend was when I was 19. It was 2.5 years on and off or so. He was a Jewish dermatologist. I'll say what kind of doctor he was. He was a Jewish dermatologist from Coney Island. He went to Dartmouth Medical School. So I'm sorry. I'm gonna put all the business out there.
What about you?
Okay. I'm 19. I have just been single my whole life. I've been in like talking stages, but never like an official relationship.
What's the longest, I guess, talking stage you've had?
Probably like 4 months.
4 months. So
Yeah.
4 months is like the longest consecutive period of time that you've seen a guy.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't consider him your boyfriend.
Yeah, like it wasn't labeled. It was just like talking, and then it's like a situation.
Okay. How long ago was that?
That was like a year ago. It's when I was in high school.
Okay.
Were you guys exclusive?
No, not really. It was like we would talk about being exclusive, but we never like were officially like. Well, I was, but yeah.
And so,
Is that why it ended?
Yeah.
any prospects here in college?
No, like going back to what like Alyssa was saying, I feel like a lot of guys first years, like you'll be talking to someone and a lot of people don't want to take it seriously, or they just kind of they're looking for like hookups, not like official relationships. But.
Okay. Question for you two, actually. Have you ever friend zoned a guy?
Yeah.
Did he want a relationship with you?
Yeah.
So there are men who do want relationships.
No.
You're just not attracted to
Into
them.
those
Well,
ones.
Here
Yeah.
at
Sure.
UCSB.
Yes.
I mean, I guess I have, but like, I don't know how. I don't know how serious they really were. At the end of the day, like, we can't give them the benefit of the doubt that they were gonna take me serious. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah.
You're not obligated to date a guy just because he's nice. You know.
That's true. What if?
Sure,
I just
but the
wasn't-
complaint-
It's your own.
No,
your own personal.
The complaint was like, oh, no guys want to actually take a relationship
Yeah,
seriously.
but if you don't
Women
if
want.
you don't,
Oh, go ahead.
But I'm gonna friend zone the guys who probably are more serious than the rest.
right, because women, if they don't want to, women either want to don't see a guy as a human being, or they want to ruin their lives over a guy. And is that so wrong? Is that our fault?
I don't think that's accurate.
I would not agree.
Yeah, I would disagree.
I
You
still
guys
think
wouldn't
if
agree? You
wanna
guys,
do
you
all
know-
that, ruin your life over a man or ruin his. I don't know what you even said, but that's, I'm sorry.
Women are dogs.
Totally inaccurate.
That's what I'm saying.
That's not true.
inaccurate.
I'm just saying,
You heard it here first, folks.
Please
know,
do
either-
not judge all women based
either you would ruin your life over a man, or you don't even see him as a person.
or you would
Has
have
there-
a
has
healthy,
there even been
functioning relationship. Imagine that.
Well, maybe you're not Latina. I'm Latina, and so that's how I feel.
Latina.
That's a
too. I
terrible way to
disagree.
put it.
All-
Are you both Latino?
Yeah,
All
seriously.
Mexicans are dysfunctional in
Yeah.
relationships.
Yeah.
Don't you
They
know
just wanna
this?
ruin their own
Come
lives
on.
and-
He's being sarcastic about
This
it.
isn't this isn't true.
Sarcasm,
I'm just
folks.
saying.
Just because you live a life of dysfunction does not mean that all women
I don't live
or
a life of
Latinas do.
dysfunction. I live a
Can you-
life of great function.
Yeah, wait, yeah. Also, like, this whole trope of like, well, I'm a fiery Latina. Like that's.
I'm not
there's-
saying that. Listen,
There's plenty of Latina women who are like.
Married.
Name
in
five.
healthy-
Name five of them.
In healthy relationships.
Really?
She just said her mother. Yeah.
Do-
two
do you-
moms,
do you know
two
'em?
moms right there.
Do you know him?
I want to ask the two other Latina. Wait, are you Latina? Okay.
Yeah.
What do you guys have to say about? Are you gonna let her slander?
I think
The Latin
crazy.
culture.
it's like one of those like stereotypes that
Yeah.
some
Oh,
people
100%.
like to feed into, and other people like don't, and I really don't think it's accurate, and I specifically don't like to feed into
Someone
it.
says,
What do you
are her
think?
parents
I think some
illegal?
guys,
They may
like-
be deported next year,
My-
Trump
Okay.
2024.
What do you think?
I think
What a
that
dog you are.
some
What a
guys
dog.
fetishize it, and like you might be one of those people who feed into that like fetish.
Yeah.
Of like I'm spicy,
I don't know what
I'm
it's like on the
fiery,
south
and
side of Chicago.
It's probably a
but
white
here,
guy.
None
It's
of you
rough.
guys know what it's like in the south side of Chicago.
I do. I have plenty of friends out there.
Really? What part?
Well, some of them live in Niles, and some of them legitimately
not
grew up
Chicago
in the south
proper.
side of Chicago.
That's not Niles is not Chicago proper.
Okay, not
Can
Niles
you tilt your
because
mic down a little bit?
they've moved
Like
out
this?
of there.
A
But
little less.
Like
Yeah,
this?
Yeah, there you go. Good job.
Great.
Proud of you. All right.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
What about you? Your relationship status?
I've been single my whole life.
What's the longest period of time that you've seen anybody?
It was definitely one-sided, like just between me. He definitely didn't like me, but I kept like basically like
Wait,
kind
he
of
didn't like you?
no, definitely
But you
not.
liked him?
Yeah.
It was like a one.
See, it's
Okay.
it's like that quote saying like he's not talking to you, he's responding. That was my whole life, whole senior year.
Okay. And so you were in this whatever it was. For,
Like it was like a situationship for like 2 weeks, and then I was like coming to college, and I'm like, he didn't take me serious all year. You know what?
Wait, 2 weeks?
Yeah, 2 weeks. It was literally 2 weeks.
Well, how long were you talking to him though?
For 2 weeks.
Oh, 2 weeks.
you've only crushed on a
serious
guy.
2
You've
weeks.
only crushed on a guy for like 2 weeks. Like there was no one
No,
in
I
high
had a
school
crush on
that
him
you.
all senior year, but he didn't like me back just till like the end of
But-
senior year, and I was like kind of like,
At that point,
But
I
you've
got bored of
never-
it. Honestly, I did get bored of it, and I ghosted him.
But you're beautiful. You've never
Thank
had a
you.
guy
You're
that was
gorgeous.
like really interested in you that you like entertained and talked to and kind of got to know.
I've been on like one date, but after that I was kind of like, yeah, I don't see anything. So
would you say you're kind of picky or?
yeah, definitely.
In what way? Like, what are your standards?
I like a cool guy, like
Cool.
Well, that's
like
that's
the bad
cool.
boy
Cool
guy.
Like
An
this, if that's a person.
like this.
Like she's going off vibes, and there's nothing wrong with
yeah,
that.
a surfer skater guy. It's definitely my type.
That's cool.
Surfer
Yeah.
skater boy.
And I'm
A
from
surfer
San
skater
Diego,
boy would
so
not
it's hard to
provide for you.
find. No.
She's in
No.
college. You're like 18.
I go to UCSB.
Tony Hawk,
Hello.
there you go.
I don't
Yeah.
like, I think with girls who are in college, I don't think they're super preoccupied with like the
Yeah.
guy's
Yeah.
income. And
Yes.
You're just dating.
Well, everybody's
fellow
just
broke
getting
college
started at that
students.
time.
Yeah, everyone's
It's not as important.
Okay, so surfer. Do they have to be tall?
Yeah, I'm pretty.
How tall are you?
I'm 5'6".
So like bare minimum height. What are we talking?
like 5'9".
Oh, that's
That's not
reasonable.
unreasonable.
That's like the average male height.
That's not
fair.
unreasonable.
that's good.
I'll just say when you get older, that may change because
Do they shrink?
no, it's just great question.
They do actually.
No, but you're
coming from a
that's the
nurse.
thing.
They do.
You think that you're gonna settle when you're younger? Holy God, you'll settle a lot more when you're older. And I'm telling you,
I
like,
disagree.
Yeah.
no, you will because the options.
I don't think
that
she's
you think-
unreasonable. Like 5'9".
Yeah.
No, no, no,
5'9"
no. It's not
good.
unreasonable. Sorry, that
5'9" 's
trapped.
pretty
But
reasonable.
it's not unreasonable. It's just I don't know. I
Why
don't
should
think
we
it's
tell
that
women to
important.
settle? We shouldn't tell women to settle.
No, but
telling them to.
realistically, everyone's going to settle for something.
Why is
no one's
that?
perfect.
Because no one's perfect. You'll never find the person who. ticks
That's
all
not
your
true.
boxes.
You might just find them.
I don't think there's a settle. I think it's compromise.
Yeah, no,
like,
that's what I
what are
mean.
your negotiables? What are your non-negotiables?
I think
right?
women don't even know what they
Yes.
want going in. I think women they'll find something and then they'll see that this is what they like and it'll totally transcend any of the previous expectations.
I think that's a blanket statatement that doesn't apply to all women.
and that's why
because I know
relationships
exactly what I
don't
want.
work when
Yeah.
people go into it just saying, well, I like this person, I'm attracted to this person. You don't think about your goals or your values or your boundaries or any of those things. And so you have nothing to base a proper relationship on. It's just like, oh, this is fun. And then it fizzles out because it doesn't always stay fun forever.
You speak French?
No, why do I have
okay.
a slightly French accent?
Well, you said you're isn't Toronto? You're in the
I'm in
province
Kingston.
of
I mean, I
Toronto?
could sing a French song, Je suis un pizza, but that's about it.
Okay. Let's go back to you. Your relationship status?
I am in a relationship. I have been in a relationship for about a year and a half.
You guys engaged?
No.
Just boyfriend girlfriend?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Longest relationship?
This one.
Okay. All right. Mason, what about you? Give us the whole details. The whole details.
All the details.
All the details.
Yes. Okay. So I am single. My longest relationship has been a year. yeah, I'm not really looking for anybody right now, because if I were to find somebody and then get into the Air Force Special Warfare, I'll be like, I'll see you in like 2 years.
Yeah.
And that's not conducive to a relationship.
Yeah.
Whole details, though. Whole details.
Whole detail. Oh, yeah. Okay, sorry, Brian. I apologize. I am also a virgin, waiting till marriage.
That's awesome.
I'm a really devout Christian, so that's really important to me. And Brian is my gatekeeper to make sure that I find somebody who is also a virgin.
Oh my God, he's your chastity belt.
He is
that a
my
deal
chastity
breaker?
belt.
Is that a
That's
deal breaker
nuts.
for you? They have to be a virgin?
They,
Or like,
Well, it depends who you ask. I think Mason's
how are
a
you
bit
going to
more
find
forgiving.
out?
yeah.
What do you mean?
Is that like his
he's
first date question?
Asking, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah. My lawyer would say that they have to be a virgin.
I will respond on his behalf as his counsel. As his counsel.
Wait,
Just-
that's kind of hot.
What's hot?
like you taking care of his chastity belt, like you holding the
it's
key.
hot.
Yeah, I would say it is. Would
Like, it
anybody
turns-
agree?
like, it
would
turns
somebody
you-
would a
it
brave
turns
soul
you
agree
on?
with me? Have you guys seen Challengers, the movie Challengers with
I have
with,
I have no
with
idea.
Zendaya and Mike Face?
Oh,
No.
No.
Okay.
so
Yeah.
what if...
Direct any questions
so
towards
if
me,
she
not my client.
was
Yes.
not always a Christian, became a Christian, and is now celibate, is that still no?
Counsel? No.
Well, she has to be Christian.
Right. Okay.
She has to be Christian.
And is like recommitted.
Are you Protestant? What are you?
Yeah, I'm Protestant.
Orthodox?
No, I'm not
Catholic?
Orthodox.
Okay. All right. So, under certain circumstances, my client would consider dating a woman who's not a virgin, although that would not be our first negotiating position. He would prefer to date a woman who's a virgin. It's not 100% a deal breaker, but there will have to be additional compensation and consideration
Compensation.
if her chastity is not intact. His chastity is. He is waiting until marriage. Is that correct? You're waiting until marriage before
Correct.
you have carnal knowledge of a woman. Is that correct?
Why don't you guys
is
just
correct.
get at it? You two.
This is a professional relationship. He is my counsel.
Yeah.
We would never ruin
That would-
this.
Yeah.
With
But
whatever
it's like
you're
he's-
insinuating.
but like
We're
he's
also
a-
both heterosexuals.
right.
Sure, but
Straight as an arrow.
this can all be, you're taking care of him. That's a nice thing.
I have a question. Are
Okay.
you asking her on the first date? Because if you are, how would you find out if there is like compensation? You
What
know
is
I mean?
compensation?
Like,
Yeah, what are we in like
expect her to
freaking
do?
Tanzania where there's a bride price?
I got
Like,
this. Hold on.
Let's say she's like
please.
the perfect
Yes.
girl. Like, how are you even gonna find
She's
that out?
perfect
if
in
you're,
every way.
Like,
Wait,
dropping
find
her-
what out?
That she's like the perfect girl. Like, you know what I mean?
A good match.
Like she's a
That
good
her
match.
hymen is intact.
How would you find out if she's a good match if you're like dropping her after finding out she's not a virgin? You know?
Well, look, there's other factors that are involved. Obviously, look at this physical specimen here. If she's a physical specimen, that would be helpful. Obviously, her Christian values and ethics and morals, very important. Her willingness to be cooperative and submissive, because in the Christian faith, you have Christ, husband, wife, children.
Yes. Yeah.
That's the sort of biblical order. And then what else? What else do we have?
Oh, let's keep going.
What
down
does
that
her
rabbit hole,
BMI
'cause
have to
grew
be?
up-
I want to know.
I grew
I grew
up.
up
Oh no, you might be a bit.
Okay, wait,
no
Mason.
offense.
What's that?
I have a question for Mason.
Hold on.
Grid 1 Motorsports donated $200. I have a plane. Does
You
that
should date
make
this
me
guy.
cool? My wife is awesome and neither of us settled. Do not buy into this woman prattle. There is a reason they are single. Ladies, how may the patriarchy help you today?
Yo, Grid 1. Good to see
What
you.
kind of plane do you have?
Yeah, don't.
I'll tell you if that makes you cool or not.
Okay.
I mean, I like
Yeah,
the
you're yelling a bit.
patriarchy.
Inside voice, please.
I like the patriarchy.
Wait, let's get back to this. Yo, Grid 1, thank you for the message. She is curious what kind of plane you have.
Sure.
So, are you interested in Grid 1?
Not really. Not at all.
He had his
Rip.
wife.
He's a
Didn't he
wife.
say
He's
that?
not interested.
He's got a
either.
wife.
Yeah.
He's just showing off his plane.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
I had a question for Mason.
Wait, hold on. You had a question first, I think, and then we'll get to you. What was your question again?
Oh, are you asking on the first date?
Asking what?
Like if she's a virgin.
Wait, can I ask you, what if her
Yeah,
hymen
sure.
was broken in a bicycle, on a bicycle?
Wait, hold on. You got to scoot the microphone that way. Just once I place it, just leave it where it is. Scoot
Like
it that
there?
way. No, scoot it
Towards you.
towards you. Yep. And then scoot it to your left. There you go. Okay.
I
And
don't
don't
think
touch
that-
it. Don't move it anymore. Okay.
How
Hold on.
about it?
So yeah, he would ask.
How
up
about
front.
if her hymen was broken riding a bicycle?
That
Yeah,
would
women-
not
Or a
count.
horse?
Yes, if
still a
they're
virgin.
using
Yes.
if they're using tampons or if they're
Yeah.
horse riders, some women don't even without those things don't necessarily have a hymen. You could just hope that they're honest individuals and they
Yes.
just tell you the
Yeah.
truth. I know
It's
that's
the
a
act.
difficult concept for you to grasp.
Why is that a difficult
honesty.
concept for me to grasp?
Well, you seem to
Well-
be a bit like playing a game. I mean,
Yes.
There's
let's-
been evidence to the
Yeah, I
contrary.
would say so. I think we all.
And
see
which
it.
is it?
Well, your omission when I asked you your relationship status, you weren't just upfront and you just didn't.
Well,
just
can
say,
I ask you something? Out of all the women that have been on the show, how many have you bagged? You know, because this is my first time that I've been to Santa Barbara. This is one of the most beautiful places I've ever been in my entire
I don't
life.
see how this is relevant.
I'm gonna make it relevant. This is one of the most beautiful places I've ever been to in my entire life. It's seriously gorgeous, and you are in a den taking women to places where it looks like they've gotten caught like shoplifting. And how many
What are you talking about?
No, I kind of get that.
This looks like a place where you go after you get caught shoplifting at CVS,
And how
the
would you
take you
know
in the
that
back,
and the
exactly?
security takes you, and but this
What?
is such a wonderful place. Come on, don't act like you don't know what I mean. And this is the place that you have them in, and you're negging them. And so what's the deal? Why aren't you bagging these women? Why aren't you taking them to bed? That's my question.
I don't
Well, this
think
is
you
a total-
understand what's
this-
happening
this is-
here.
Wait, I don't?
No, she doesn't.
Well, it's a total non sequitur.
Yes.
Well, maybe because you're Canadian, you may not
my
understand.
Canadianness. I don't understand anything because I'm sorry, guys. It's my Canadian.
Sorry, you know,
She's
she says
sorry,
it with
guys.
accent.
Sorry.
Sorry. A
I'm not-
boot?
I'm
Like,
not-
you know, the whole thing, like, it's like it's a different culture.
All I'm gonna say is I think you're trolling this whole show and like derailing the conversation.
I'm not trolling this whole
intentionally.
show. I'm asking
I don't
honest
believe
questions
that
that I
this
have.
is who you really are.
Yeah,
I'm
so,
sorry.
So I'm not going to address your non sequitur because we're in the midst of a conversation
Yes.
about Mason. Perhaps later on in the
I
show,
was being
I'll
deposed.
engage with you there. But
Yes, that's
Yeah.
right.
Yes.
yeah. So to answer your question, yeah, he would probably. Yeah, we'd ask.
Are you
Will you go on the date?
Will you be accompanying every day?
So okay, it's a bit.
You don't
If-
have a good
Stop.
answer to the
Stop.
question.
Stop interrupting. It's a bit. If girls are interested in Mason, they're DMing him. Mason, do you get a lot of DMs from girls?
I get DMs
Okay.
from females.
I would
he gets
imagine.
he gets a lot of DMs from ladies, and so through the DMs, he can negotiate however he wants. As his acquaintance, his friend, he's certainly welcome to ask me for advice on anything, and I think I have a pretty good eye for who could potentially be a good match or not. But this is mostly just a bit for the show. But I mean, I certainly advise Mason that, given that he's a virgin, it would make sense to me that he can find a girl who's a virgin. He's an attractive
Yes.
guy. He's got good ethics and morals and values, all that. So I don't suspect he'll have any trouble if that's what he desires. I don't think he'll have any trouble finding a virgin, but I don't think it's clear to me that that's 100% a deal breaker for you. Like if you meet a fantastic woman who's had a previous 1, 2, 3 partners, it doesn't
What's the
sound
limit
like-
on the body count?
Limit? I would definitely want it below 5. Statistically, 5 or above, you like only a 20% chance of successful marriage.
You've had virgins contact you, correct?
Yeah, I definitely have.
Oh, I'm sure.
How old are you?
28.
Okay.
I have a little question
Waiting
though,
till marriage.
because you were saying about like the dating apps. Now, I imagine that looking the way you do, you probably have a lot of women who just come to you. But you say like, the dating apps, we should all get off the dating apps and social media. And I do agree. I'd love to be off the dating apps. But how would you advise meeting people when like outside of the dating apps? Because
I found it kind of interesting as, I don't know. Oh, sorry.
Grid 1
We'll get back.
Motorsports donated $200.
Oh.
Have a few. The coolest is a long easy, not a Cessna. Unemployed mullet girl is completely bad faith and useless. She should plant a tree for the oxygen she wastes daily. Frank Castle. This is Sparta.
If you can tell me how to plant a tree, then I'd be glad to do it. What does he say? Have a few. The coolest is the long, easy, not a Cessna. All right. First of all, a Cessna is great if you have a little plane to yourself that you can fly around the
You don't have the plane to yourself. You have someone else.
Okay, do you have one? I'm sorry. You're talking like you're toting a Boeing 47.
No. I don't
747.
need a
You know what I
plane.
mean?
You
know about planes.
Unfortunately,
Yeah.
not all of us are materialistic, and I'm just letting you
And
know
maybe
that
that's why you're single.
because I don't chase materialism. It doesn't even make a lick of sense.
Maybe
heard
if
it
you
here
did,
first,
maybe
folks.
if you were,
Maybe
you know,
you should cool your jets and try and learn from
Yeah,
other
and I'm
women that
sorry
have gone
about
ahead of you.
Cool your jets.
cool my jets.
Yeah, cool your
I'm
jets.
already cooling my
All
jets.
puns and
I'm in a
numbers, no.
Cessna 40.
Volume
I flew here.
You're
private,
screaming,
for
and
Christ's
how
sake.
much did you have to drink today? Because you're screaming and you're trolling and you're being ridiculous. No offense, I'm sorry. I'm a pretty
sorry.
nice person.
Yeah, of course you're sorry
Yes.
because you're Canadian. But listen,
No, because I'm a kind
listen.
person.
Have
I
you
don't
ever
wanna
read
insult
Have you ever
you.
read the book Why Men Love Bitches? Have you ever read it?
No, because I
No,
have
you
a
haven't
brain.
read it.
I
Fake
don't
news.
need.
There you go.
Fake news.
No. You haven't read it because it's
La,
true.
la, la,
We got
you
our guy in the back going. No, I'm serious. Why Men Love Bitches. You got to read it. Well, actually, you'd be better off reading like Freudian psychoanalysis
how old
or
are
Jungian.
you?
That's how old are you?
22.
I'm going to be 37 in July, so you should shut your mouth a little bit because I
Why
know a
is
bit
that?
more than you. Why is that? Because I
Well,
was
do
born
you
in
have a husband?
1987. No, I don't.
Okay.
It's by
And
choice.
then that's
It's by choice. I'm waiting
Is it
for
really
the
by
right
choice?
person.
Is
Yes.
it really by choice?
Yes.
No, it's because you're too argumentative and you're pretending
She's
to be.
argumentative?
No,
You are
and
the
because
Okay,
no,
so please trolling.
because you're pretending
I'm trying to
to
get
like
the
not
conversation
care.
back on track because we all came here to have a discussion about relationships, and you're fucking derailing everything. And I
All
would
right,
like
well,
you to
don't say
shut
the
your
F word.
mouth.
That's not very nice.
I can do whatever the hell I damn well please.
Oh
I'm
my
telling you
gosh,
right
and
now.
she said the H and the D
Oh
word.
my God.
Goodness
I'm sorry,
gracious.
Like, I'm about ready
Is
to,
she
like,
even from
smash this
Canada?
person. Am I even from Canada? Someone, please. My family friends who are watching, please vouch for me. Canadian, sue me. God.
All right.
Jeez, I'm sorry. I just can't handle the ridiculousness. We're here to have a conversation. Please stop screaming. Please let everybody have a conversation without all the insanity.
We're all having a conversation.
No, you're
hon.
having
No,
a
you're having
world
a
of your
monologue.
own.
That's very
Yes,
different.
yes.
All right. Well,
Yes.
is it so bad if I have a monologue?
Yes, it is,
Yes,
because
this
you're
is
in my
not
ear
your
having a
show.
monologue.
This is
Yes.
not your
All right.
show.
Well, you can move. You could scoot
No,
a
I can't.
little
I
bit.
was assigned here,
We
so
all
I don't
paid
have
a
control.
lot of
That's
money
not.
to
That
be
wasn't
here
my
to
lower
doing.
your tone and your
It wasn't
volume.
my doing.
That's literally your doing. Nobody
No,
controls
it wasn't
your
my
volume,
doing to
except
have
for
you sat where the place you are.
Anyway, so
I'm sorry that you
we were
guys don't have
talking about
husbands. I'm
virgins.
sorry that I might have one in a year. I'm sorry about
I
that.
can guarantee you
You
whatever
don't have to be
marriage
sorry. I'm sorry for your
relationship you get
husband,
into-
for your
Pilot
future
that
husband.
you paid to take
Yeah,
you
I'm
here.
sorry.
I
no.
did.
Honey,
wait, yeah,
whatever
sorry,
you
you
get
didn't
into
pay
is
him.
not
I
going to
forgot.
work out because
Yes.
you're a lunatic. You're a raging lunatic.
I may be a lunatic. Some people like that. You got to read the book. Why
yeah,
Men
the
Love
bad
Bitches.
people like that.
Yeah.
God Almighty, save me! I'm sorry. God.
You're sorry. All right, we get it.
You don't have to be disrespectful.
Yeah, you are so disrespectful.
No, because you start.
No,
you
you
first.
Leave the floor to everybody else for
Yes,
a little bit.
please.
Like, can you
Just
just like
stop.
You
watch the
first.
time
It
for
started
5
with them
minutes?
not letting me put on my sunglasses. I mean, I'm blasty for Christ's sake. That's what I do.
You
I have
should
my
have read the
sunglasses.
fine print
Blasty-
before you
I
came
put
out.
the.
Blasty
I'm not reading
means
anything. I'm
nothing.
having people read it for me.
Okay.
Oh my good God.
And see, David Treziak.
You know what? You are
some
why-
Polish man just donated $10. He's having a great time. Come on, people. We're having a great time having this.
No,
you're
you're
having a
having
great
a
time
world
by
of your own.
yourself.
And I'm
And
telling
why
you,
aren't you?
you
Because you're
are
in my
what-
ear having the monologue.
You are what is making women look bad.
Hey, we're not. Stop.
I've never met one girl
Stop,
who
stop,
didn't.
We're not gonna.
Yeah.
Please, God, take control so we don't have to keep doing
Well,
this.
I'm just. I mean, you're big girls. I'm
was-
just letting you.
I just
guys-
cannot
I've never
deal with
met
that.
one girl who
Like
didn't
this.
take pics.
Can I ask a
Hey,
question?
That's
We're not
the
gonna
MC's
read
job.
Yes, please,
All right, well,
God.
somebody read it. I'd love to see
Hold
what
on,
he
I'm gonna
says.
play one thing.
Woo! I didn't
All
think
right,
I'd get in a
cat
fight
fight.
while I was here.
I'm gonna read a couple chats. We have Dylan Lolly. Ladies, would you prefer to be college educated and work, or be a housewife? Please explain your answer. Gustavo spoke English last pod. I feel betrayed. So we're gonna start with you. Would you prefer to be college educated and work, or be a housewife? And explain your answer, please.
I definitely want to go like finish college and get an education and get a job. But if I were to meet a guy who could like support me and my family that I would potentially have, and he told me that it was like okay to like just be a housewife, then I would be okay with quitting my job. But I don't want to have to depend on him and not be able to just leave him if I needed to. So that's why I want to continue like with my education.
Let's assume he was like a good, you know, it wasn't going to devolve into some like abusive situation. Like he's just going to be a good husband, but you know, he's well off and he's like, babe, you don't need to work. I want you to just take care of the kids, take care of the household. You do that, I'll take care of everything else.
Well, I would carry out with my education. I'm not going to not like finish it.
Sure.
So.
But you'd finish that by the time you're what, 21?
Yeah. No, I actually want to go like get a master's, get a
master's.
PhD.
Let me ask you a question. What if you met a guy in your junior year?
Mm-hmm.
He was maybe a couple years older than you, and he's already working, already successful, and you could tell like, okay, this guy's going to be able to provide for me. Maybe I don't have to work. And he's like, hey, I want to take care of you. Let's start a family. Let's do it now. Don't go get your master's in what did you say you were studying?
Psychology.
Psychology. Yeah, forget that. Just get your graduate or your bachelor's degree.
That would honestly make me question his character.
Exactly.
To like not support my goals and my ambitions, because I want to do that. Like I want to be able to have an education and a career. Like I don't see why he would want me to depend on him.
Well, in furtherance, do you want to get married one day?
Yeah.
Have kids?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know how many kids you want?
2.
What if he wants 7? 7 sons.
7 sons.
7 sons.
I don't think I can control the gender.
Well, you just keep going until you have 7.
Yeah.
So
I don't think we would get along well then. I don't think it would be a good match.
She doesn't align with that person, obviously.
I don't think it would work out.
So he could say, you never have to work another day in your life. I will take care of everything. But you would still want to... when you say your career, what would your career be?
I want to be a psychologist eventually.
Do clinical psychology, like see
clinical.
patients?
Yeah.
So just to be clear, and would you want to work full time?
I'm not sure yet.
And so would you be treating people who is there like a specialty you want to pursue?
I don't know.
Just like talk therapy?
Probably.
Counseling?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you think would be a better use of your time? Talking to total strangers for money that you just hear them complain all day, and then you hear perhaps their trauma, which could have some impact on you, hearing people tell you their terrible stories day in, day out, having to put all your empathy and nurturing into total strangers in exchange for money, or you don't have to work a day in your life, you don't have to deal with any stress, at least that's related from work. You take care of the household, you take care of your husband, you take care of your children. Do you still prefer having the career over if your husband's successful enough to provide you with you not having to ever work a day in your life? Which do you prefer?
The only thing that I'd be scared of is that one day I wouldn't want to be with him anymore, and now I can't leave him because I have no way of providing for myself.
Well, if you were married, let's say you were married to him and there was no, for example, there was no prenuptial, well, even if there was a prenuptial agreement, you would still be entitled to the money that was earned during the relationship, certain entitlements when it perhaps even came to alimony, child support, etc. So even if that did happen, you wouldn't be totally out on the streets, and I assume you'd have a family support system. Even if it did happen, let's assume it didn't though. Are you concerned that you would leave him despite him being, for example, let's say there's no abuse in the relationship.
Yeah.
Maybe you fall out of love, but he's a wonderful father, wonderful husband, treats you well, supportive, provider, no alcohol, no drug abuse, no gambling, nothing. Great guy, but maybe you get bored, you fall out of love. Would that be the scenario that you're worried about?
Hypothetically, are you also saying that he's never going to get into any kind of accident, become a paraplegic or quadriplegic, and actually need for her to go and support the whole family, including the kids?
That's true, because if he's a bowling ball, then I don't know if I want him anymore. A bowling pin.
Yikes. Okay.
No, but that's the reality, because this is, this actually hits close to home with me. I have a nonprofit for domestic violence survivors fleeing with children, and many women.
Do you think that's a majority of women's experiences?
Or just a majority of people that go through this organization you're talking about?
So let me allow me to explain what happens.
Wait, actually, hold on. I did ask,
Sure.
before you do,
Yeah.
I did ask you a question. So assuming all those things are true that I listed out,
Yeah.
would you still want to
I-
pursue your career over your family ambitions?
I want to have like at least like the education. I don't have
Yeah,
to
get your
have
bachelor's.
started like my career.
Well,
but-
okay, what if your husband, and he listens to you, but he says, well, would you look to your potential husband to help you finance your career? Or your because is it
Education.
pretty
Education.
expensive to get a master's degree?
Yeah.
Okay.
What
What are your plans for that currently? How are you going to finance your master's degree?
I'm not sure yet. Maybe student loans.
How are you
yeah.
financing your current education?
My parents.
Your parents are paying for it.
Yeah.
Okay. Master's degree, are they going to pay for it too, or what are you thinking?
We haven't discussed it yet, but they know that that's like the route I want to take.
Mhm.
Possibly student loans because I do have siblings that want to go to college as well.
How many siblings do you have?
I have 2.
Okay. And are they in college yet, or are you the oldest?
I am the oldest.
Okay, so they're not in college yet, but they will be soon.
Yeah.
And I assume they're also going to want to go to university, get an education. Okay. So let's say you had to take out student loans to do this,
Okay, yeah.
but your fiance, let's say he's proposed to you, says, well, I think we should save that money and put it towards our future family.
So the question is like, would I be okay with that? Like just stopping school after my bachelor's and
Yeah.
just starting a family?
Yes.
I would be okay with that, yeah.
Okay. Cool. Did you had something, right?
Yeah, I think
Oh, hold on. Oh, there's 2
Grid
coming
One
through back to back,
Motorsports
and then
donated
we need to
$200.
get back to- okay, we got a lot.
Planning ahead for a divorce is ultimate cringe. Women submit to their husbands, who leads the family. The lack of faith in your ability to choose a good man or keep a good man is terrible. Be better.
All right, sounds like a
Damn.
basement dweller.
No, I think
don't
that he's
think it's-
actually
I don't
correct
think it's
because.
planning for a divorce. I think it's being realistic.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, you don't know what's going on through someone's
But
head.
the
Like,
but the point is, if you have like the right goals for a family,
Dylan Lolly donated $200. Stop it, Brixan. They get no education.
That's-
fully dependent or fully
I'm
independent.
going to pull up the original one. You're right. So the original one was, thank you, Dylan, was, would you prefer to be college educated and work or be a housewife? And then explain your answer. So I guess it's like, I'm assuming you mean, hey, drop out of college.
Either or.
Either or.
Yeah.
Either or. Okay.
I'm not dropping.
But does this scenario, does it mean that, so they can't, wait, or be a housewife? Okay,
Okay,
well,
so it's college educated and work or be a housewife. So
a stay-at-home.
so there's
The
no
preference.
hey,
Yeah.
maybe after I get my education and we have a family, maybe I'll work, or like we're not blending the two. It's either you work and have a college education or you're a housewife. There's
you're
no
married
like
with it,
in
yeah.
between.
yeah.
So like gun to your head, you got to make a decision.
Yeah.
Which one are you picking?
So
it
it's,
depends.
you're college educated, but you never end up having a family, basically.
basically, I think that's.
So
the
I
question.
think that's what it is. You get to do your
College
career,
educated, work.
be college educated, never get to have a family, or you never get college educated, never have a career, but you are have kids,
Well,
family.
but in a relationship, they say like that's
Well, no,
what
okay,
it
so
alludes to.
I don't think it's necessarily you can't have a family.
Right.
It's like you can have a family.
one do you prefer?
But like if you're working, if both of you are
Right.
working, then hey, we're gonna have to pay for childcare. We're gonna have to let the state raise our children. Things like that.
Dylan, do you want to just clarify really quick, Dylan? So is it they get to pursue a career, be college educated, but never have a family, or never have a career, never be college educated, but have a family, kids, husband? Is that what you're getting at? We'll come back to that really quick. We'll go around the table on that. One last thing on the virginity thing. I think you guys over here had a question. Did you have a question for this? Did you?
Yes.
Yeah, my question was, have you had those conversations? How did they go? Like on the first date, you ask your girl if she's a virgin.
It's like I don't know. Yes, I
that
do. I
out of
do ask.
pocket?
I
Is
do
it-
ask the question. It usually comes in the form of like, have you been with any guys before, or have you dated guys before? And if she says yes, I've dated,
Or faith conversation, maybe. What are your
yeah,
beliefs
generally,
on?
exactly. Yeah. So
Yeah.
I'm doing a lot of digging, and then naturally that is just going to come up.
Surfaces.
Yeah.
So
sure.
because I can understand where they're coming from. Are they somebody who puts themselves out there in that way? I can usually gauge that just by talking with somebody who, like, also who their friends are, like how they live their life.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Wait, is anybody just? Is anyone else here a virgin?
I was when I got married.
God, no.
Yeah.
But is anybody else a virgin? Show of hands.
I mean, I'm largely celibate, but certainly not a virgin.
No. You're a virgin?
No.
I was just kidding.
Yeah. Unsurprising.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why is that not surprising, huh?
Okay. Anyway.
No, I mean, you said it, so
So we're
why
going
not?
around
I had a
the
question
table on
for
this
you,
question?
Mason, with your
Okay,
virginity.
yeah.
At like what phase in your life of like your religion did you say I'm gonna be a virgin till marriage?
So
Because you went through your
Yeah.
20s and like 20s,
exactly.
you like, you know, you drink, you do this, or
Yeah.
I don't know if you do. But
So I think this all just kind of goes back to how I was raised. I give my parents, they are my heroes. My dad is the greatest man I have ever known, and my mom is the greatest woman I've ever known. They gave me incredible examples. When they were growing up in their 20s, they definitely weren't like me. They were partiers, they were crazy, sleeping around, but I mean, the Lord does incredible things, and they totally changed their lives around. The Lord changed them completely. So give so much credit to them. So I think they, I guess, pulled maturity out of me from a very young age. So when I was in high school, I'm already thinking through these things. They're helping me think through these things. What's important to you? Let's turn to God's word. What does it say? So what do we think about God's word? If it is commandment, not just because, hey, do this because I say so, but do this. I know it doesn't feel in the moment like it's great, but it's for your ultimate good. It was kind of instilling that into me at an early age. So when I got to my 20s, I was already somewhat a mature man. Of course, I'm going to mess around. And, well, I guess depends what you mean by mess around. But I'm going to mess up, make mistakes. But I'm usually
Are you going
miles
third
ahead of people.
base?
That's really cool though. That's amazing.
yeah,
Thank you.
props to you.
I'm gonna read it. Actually, for these 100 ones, what's your name again?
Alyssa.
Alyssa. I'm gonna have you read the 100 ones.
This one right
Yeah.
here. Oh, sorry. It says, my disability insurance is so far beyond what I need. Any disability and my salary doesn't change. Wife and kids set me a vegetable.
Aw.
All right, Matt. Thank you for the super chat, man. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. And then we will get back to Dylan's comment here. He did add a clarifying thing. We have just Gerald, and then Alyssa. Let me have you read this one.
This one up here.
Yeah.
You don't need to go into it now. What was so bad in the marriage that it couldn't be worked on? What was going on that justified breaking the family and giving your kids probable abandonment issues?
Do you want to give a quick response
Oh,
to that?
absolutely. As a domestic violence survivor who left with 5 kids, the youngest one being 2 years old, I realized pretty quickly when my 8-year-old said, while we were doing homeschooling, living abroad, he looked down at his paper after his dad had finished, having a very loud altercation with me and said, I'm so glad I wasn't born a girl. So at some point you have to leave for your kids, even though you want to stay for your kids. And I don't think anyone that gets married actually gets married with the intention of getting a divorce, but I do think those are conversations that need to be had on the forefront so that everyone understands what you're getting into, what kind of ramifications happen with these kids, and then as they stay in even a confusingly hostile marriage, how much trauma bonding happens and how that impacts them in their adult lives, and how much you have to go backwards and rewire and unlearn certain things, such as yelling at your spouse or following your spouse around the house to yell at them, which is called domestic terrorism, things like that. So breaking up a family is a lot, that's a much more loaded topic than just what we're making it out to be, a convenience.
So to go back to Dylan Lawley's scenario here, it was, would you rather be get college educated or be a housewife, and he provided some clarification. He says they do not get to have a family. They do have their dream career. So it's, you get your dream career or be a housewife to a loving man. So we'll start here again if you want to re-answer it.
In that scenario, I'd rather be a housewife. I don't want to not have a family.
Well, like my grandma always told me, because she did that, and she told me to go out and build a life for myself and then find someone. But I can tell you, as a single 36-year-old woman, my time is running out to have a family, and that's something you can't get back. I can't get my 20s back. I wish more young women understood. So you can have a career whenever the heck you want. There's 80-year-olds that I've seen in college. You can build whatever you want. You can build it even better if you've got somebody by your side who's a partner to you. And I fully regret not doing that. And I know there's still a little time, but I would 100% choose the housewife. Plus, I love to bake and cook and knit and sew. So, like, I'm down. Gardening, all that. Love it.
What about you?
Well, as a woman that's done both, you know, my intention when I first got married was just housewife. I got pushed from every single corner to finish my education, to have a career, and did thrive. And, you know, I finished my associate degree in nursing while having our first child, returned back after a week. Had my bachelor, you know, finished while I was getting induced with our second child, helped my ex-husband finish his education while having our third child, all while working. Had a fourth and fifth child in Washington State while having a full-blown critical care career, starting up our first, you know, medical facility. So, you know, I don't think, you know, if I were to choose and there were a man that actually would have, which was the intention, yes, I don't think any woman that has like that traditional biological clock ticking desire to like be the mother maybe that you never got to see or have the household that you didn't
just
get.
Answer the question from your frame of view right now.
I'm grateful that I have a career, but I would have chosen with a good man to be a housewife and a homemaker because that's a whole career in itself.
But that's past tense. Let's talk currently right now. If you were presented right now with the option of your dream career or being a housewife to a loving husband.
1,000% housewife.
Okay.
I love being at home with the kids.
I would like to just chill. I think that if I had a bunch of kids, I think I would probably drown them. And so
that's not okay.
Oh, that's not. That's what I'm. That's my answer.
I mean, that's a pretty.
Graphic.
Yeah.
And so
Yeah, you're just trolling it.
Yeah,
And,
I think this is
You would-
unproductive.
but I would
drown
like to
your
just
children.
chill, and I would like not to have a career, and I would like to just hang out.
You know, I'm
And
just
I
going to
think
say
that's
I'm not
plausible.
religious, but I will pray for you because I think something is going on with you that is
I
like, very
pray
bizarre.
a lot. I actually went to the mission yesterday in Santa Barbara, and I knelt and I prayed, and it was great, although they were
Well,
closed.
God needs to touch your soul. I'll tell you that. You're saying you're going to
All
drown
right,
your
man.
children. That's
We should move on.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's pretty dark.
it is dark.
Yeah.
Are you gonna actually like answer the question in good faith though?
I answered the question in good faith. It was I would rather. I think I would just hang out.
There's
That's
no
not
hanging
the
out. You're either a
option.
mom and a
Housewife
housewife or
or
a
a
career
Dream
woman.
career.
There's one or
and
the
what
other.
would your dream career be?
Hanging out.
Well, that's not a career option, so I'm sorry to tell you that.
You're sorry, but it's true. It is.
Okay.
Can I ask a question, like, on the question?
Sure.
So you're not allowed to pick one or the other. If you choose a career, would you still be able to, like, have a family, like, just with it? No. I mean, like, just like with a husband or a boyfriend. Does that consist like the family, or is it with kids?
I think the context is kids, like housewife.
Yeah, so
Okay.
the housewife,
Just to
there'd be
Building a family.
kids, family, husband, or dream career.
Yeah.
No
With-
kids, no family, no husband.
Oh, no husband. See, that was my
husband.
clarification. Okay, then I'd probably go with the housewife then, I guess. But
Okay. What about you?
100% educated and with my career.
You'd pick the career. Dream career.
100%.
So
To
you
be
go,
single though, for like
go
the rest
without
of
a
your life?
husband.
I'd
without
go
a-
single.
I think you can still like.
Yeah, because
I
yeah,
think
that's my
true.
question.
You can date,
Could
but I
sleep
don't
around
think
or
you
date
can-
or whatever.
Just in the
If you're-
commitment.
I'm fine without kids. I personally think like if you didn't go to school, that's cool. You know, dope on you. But I think it's so cool to like be educated and like it's a flex. Like if I'm going to UC Santa Barbara, like one of the top 10 like best public schools in the nation, I'm gonna flex it. And I'm gonna be like, I did this. I got to where I'm at. You have a family. Dope on you. Super cool. But you know what?
But
I paid for it.
if I can say something to that, I'll say that like, okay, so I was really sick in my 20s, and I'll tell you what was never there with me was my job and my education. It was my family that got me through. And when your parents
Oh,
are
I could still
gone-
have parents. They're
no,
asking
but when
about
your
a husband.
parents are gone, what will you have? And when you're well,
College
yeah, I'm sorry,
friends.
but they're
There's
not.
no
I
wrong
consider
answer.
them
There's
family.
no wrong answer. That's what you choose, and that's what
Yeah.
speaks
It is what
to
you
you.
choose.
and
I'm
it's-
just saying that there may come a day, like you're so young right now, and I'm just saying there may come a day when you are older, when you realize like this is wonderful, and I'm so proud of myself for accomplishing this and for doing this, but you're still going home to the same four walls alone every day
Yep.
after your friends
Wait,
leave.
can have a
to be
boyfriend, right?
clear, you would pick your dream career over husband, family, kids.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And just what do you have a sense of kind of what career you want to pursue?
I want to do kind of like, this is so like vague, but like in the realm of like law enforcement.
So do you want to be a law enforcement officer?
You want to
Not
be a
I
cop?
want to get. I want to be.
Prosecutor?
I want to be higher in the field, but like
What do you mean higher in the field?
I would. You
like
could say
detective or
detective
FBI.
level.
Well, don't you have to start as a police officer?
Yeah.
Yeah, you definitely have to start a police
Go up the
officer and
ranks.
just
Yeah.
raise
To
my
get
way
up.
there.
but her goal, her career
Okay.
goal.
That's cool. That's a
Would
good
Are you
goal.
comfortable with shooting someone?
Yeah.
That's cool.
That was a
Well, if it's them or
cold-blooded.
you.
Yeah, she's
Yeah.
like, sign me up.
Let's go.
Exactly.
Sign me
Fucking
up.
ready,
Get
locked
me a
and
Glock.
loaded.
Okay, so one question: what if?
She didn't answer, Alexa.
Well, no, we'll get to
He's
that.
still
One
not
question
answering
for you.
hers.
So, let's say you met a very well-off man.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, there's never going to be concerns over finances. Let's just say he makes like $1 million a year. That's pretty good. Would that sort of lifestyle that he'd provide you, you never have to work a day in your life, you're the stay-at-home wife, take care of the kids, have the husband, would that be a more appealing trade-off? Or still, even with that sort of lifestyle that a man who's making 7 figures a year, would you still not take it then?
No, because I can make a lot of money. I can't probably not that much in like law enforcement, but I can make some money myself. And like my mom,
Can I ask you a question?
she's a housewife.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
If
I was about to ask
if I could
that.
snap my fingers right now and give you $5 million, 10, yeah, we'll just say, hold on, wait. Yeah, 5 million right now, untaxed. But you're not allowed to ever pursue a career. Would you take it?
No.
So just to be clear, you're going to work.
But there's a reasoning behind it. Like, tell us a little bit about your background, right? Like your mom, your dad, that dynamic. Maybe how many siblings?
Yeah, my mom's a housewife, and I'm the first one here at college, and I'm living my life, and I love it. And
Well, college is a different.
yeah, no,
experience.
college
Yeah,
is
it's
fun, and
totally
I've done
different.
internships in law enforcement, and I even loved it even more. And I like have connections at our home police station, and like if I'm ready to do that, I have my foot in the door, and I just think it's so dope to like be educated. Like
So to be clear, if I could give you $5 million right now,
I wouldn't take it.
You wouldn't take it. You'd rather work. How you want to work until you're 60?
I'll
Yeah,
work
like,
until I'm 60.
So
I'm telling you that-
you could retire at your what, almost 19?
You could
You're turning 19
travel,
soon.
see the world.
You could retire, never have to work a day in your life. You could pursue any hobbies you want. You wouldn't. I think being a police officer is a commendable job, but I mean, there's certain
Sure.
negative. You have to deal with annoying people. It's stressful. Sometimes you can be in violent situations. You can be in life-threatening situations. It can be a very stressful job.
Yeah, police officer is probably.
One of
I
them.
can't think of
Very
a
stressful.
harder job than police officer.
Try being a critical care nurse.
Well,
Well,
okay,
there's
I'm
different
well,
things.
It's
I don't
probably
know.
stressful, but-
I'm not saying critical care nurse is not stressful. I'm
you're not
saying
putting
police
yourself in-
officers.
Yeah,
police
you are.
officers.
You have
Well-
psych patients that are like
I
off.
mean,
So
yeah,
okay, but
Yeah.
It
Police
depends on
officers-
how much
No,
you
it's
want
not
to
the
shoot
same. Not at
people
all.
and you
No, no,
want
no,
and
no,
you
no.
want to sedate
police
people.
officers
It just
literally deal
depends.
with the bottom of society every single day. They are
Yeah.
in their car sitting there. Every interaction they have is probably with somebody that's like
could have weapons
Yeah,
on them, whatever. And I know
bottom of society.
Psych patients are
It's
dangerous,
like
but they're
the
usually
most
not-
stressful job in the world.
Psych patients are very easily sedated. You give them a
Well,
shot
like, it's
in their
usually in the
butt.
context of being
It's
on
Haldol.
When
Who
you-
else is a
hold on.
nurse here?
But-
It's Haldol.
Yeah.
It's,
Wait,
it's
but
a little
is-
bit of
is-
Haldol,
hold on,
a little
stop,
bit of
stop,
Benadryl, a little
Yeah,
bit of
hold on,
Ativan.
Stop.
Yeah.
All right, so just to be clear, are you saying that your job is like as stressful as a police officer?
It's comparable.
Comparable.
Yeah.
Well, so you're saying that in the psych, what was it? The psych unit?
No, in
What's it called?
the ER or in the critical care unit, you're dealing with lower level society, homeless people, drug
Sure.
addicts. They have
But
shanks, they have needles, dirty
How do
needles.
I mean, perhaps they made contact with police officers first.
Yeah.
Maybe,
So-
or they
well,
walked
and
in.
The police officer is like, in their eyes, the enemy. They're the ones who have to grab them, be like, hey, we are taking you. You guys, like, okay, they're going to be there, but hey, we're going to help you.
No,
So-
no, that's not how it
No,
goes
okay.
down.
And your job is-
People are
Your jo-
hallucinating.
Yeah.
People are
Yeah, I know.
violent.
I understand.
I've
but,
had
like,
police
there's-
officers that sit outside of the room while they let us handle the patient.
But the thing is, that's not the only type of patient you deal with as a critical care nurse. So you're talking about like
the vast majority.
Have you ever? I'm sure it happens, but it's probably far more rare. In the critical care unit, how frequently are you having to like dispatch the people that are freaking out? Like, has anyone ever have to like shoot and kill a patient?
Shoot and kill a patient.
grab
What the
them
fuck
by
do you
their
think a
arms and,
hospital
you
is?
know,
Do you think they have
yeah,
like
we
guns?
we
we
They have
don't.
like they have chemical restraints. They have physical
I'm making
restraints.
an argument here to point out
So-
that as a nurse, there's
We don't have
perhaps
to
you might
shoot.
have-
We do have to restrain people with leather
But
restraints.
it's usually with a group of other nurses.
Have you ever had to
staff.
shoot
Police officers have to encounter people who are armed and have intention to kill them.
Yeah, and it's
The nurses
usually
don't
when
have
they're
the option.
one-on-one
No.
or like
Yeah.
two, maybe
Nurses
two
don't have
together.
weapons, and the
They don't have
majority
the-
of nurses are female. So for
okay,
us
do
to
you
have
think-
men in
But
the
it's-
industry is
Do you
really
think, okay,
huge.
who's more likely to encounter like some lethal force scenario, a
Yeah.
nurse or a police officer?
A police officer, obviously, because
Okay.
they're out in the
Yeah.
streets.
The
I'm
nurse
saying
part
it's
is more
comparable.
stressful
You guys
job.
are turning it into
It's-
like this,
No,
like,
it's
you know,
yours
war.
is dangerous. It is
Let's
It's
not-
dangerous.
still dangerous. Let's
And
not
it's-
minimize
No,
it.
no,
No.
Hold on,
Let's not
hold on.
minimize the risks that police
That's-
officers
Absolutely,
take.
and I
But
wasn't
the way-
minimizing.
The way this
It's not
conversation went
comparable.
down
It's
is
not comparable.
we were talking about police officers right
dangerous
here.
it is.
I said, yeah, that police officer, I can't think of a harder,
Can you close that, Nick?
more stressful job. And then a comment was made by you, try being a critical care
Yes,
nurse.
which
Yeah.
is
And I was like,
essentially
okay,
says-
yeah, I'm not saying it's not a stressful job. I'm
Dangerous,
just,
not just stressful.
But you said like try being a
both,
critical care
both.
nurse.
It's like,
as
why
if-
are we
as
having
if
this
it's
argument though?
As
That's the
or
thing.
more dangerous
Like,
I
than
made
a
a comment.
I know,
You guys
I know.
went
So-
ham on it, but
No,
that's fine.
Listen,
No,
I
no,
respect
no.
That's
your
like what
job.
he's
and
saying.
Nobody's been in my shoes and had to deal with like people
I
in
can tell
Portland
you
where
right
illicit
now-
drugs are literally
No, I can
legal.
look. I can
and
look
people
at. I
walk
can
in
look at
legally.
statistics for police officers. Self-deletion. Police officers have the highest rate. There are all of the negative side effects of having a job. Police officers will tend to have the most negative effects.
Yes,
So
and-
I can look at statistics, not anecdotal evidence.
You
Not
can look at
hey,
statistics
in
for
my
everything.
my experience as a critical care nurse, it's really difficult. And I'm not saying it's not.
Have
I'm
you
just
ever
saying,
looked at statistics for
Can I
critical
say-
care
can I
nurses?
just say
Oh
something?
my gosh!
no,
I'm
no,
just
no, no.
saying
Okay.
police officers lead it.
Don't call it anecdotal when there's
It is
actually
anecdotal.
Okay, look,
it's
we're not-
research.
we're not
too.
we are not
We're not
denying
saying that it's not hard. It's not a. I'm not saying it's. Oh, it's an easy job.
just not the
I'm
same
just
as
saying,
being a police
officer
officer.
is harder.
I
It is
didn't
more
claim
stressful. It
I,
is more
I did
dangerous.
not claim that it's the same.
said
I
it's
said it was
But it's the way that
comparable.
you
It is
said it.
comparable because it is. Unless you've been a nurse and you've worked in the
No, but
ER
can
or in the
I-
critical
can I
care
please say
unit.
something to that? I have been in a
Because you're trying to
psych-
shut me down, so we're having a disagreement and a
Listen,
dialogue. That's what
I-
happens in a disagreement.
I can
Two
say
people have
something
different
What are you
as someone who's
disagreeing
been
on?
there.
I'm disagreeing on the fact that you're minimizing and saying it's a stressful job. Yeah, sure, but it's not necessarally dangerous.
It is dangerous.
I
We're
didn't
saying
say
that,
it's
but
not
it's just not as
dangerous.
dangerous being a police
Okay.
officer. I've been in a psych ward. I've
This-
been an alcoholic. I've been in homeless shelters. I've been in recovery. I've seen the mental crises, and I'm telling
Hold
you
on.
right now, it is
Let me
not
just-
the same.
Let me define
Yeah.
comparable or comparable of equivalent quality worthy of comparison. So it's not clear to me that being a critical care nurse is of equivalent risk or danger as being a police officer.
And that
I didn't
doesn't
say
mean
equivalent.
It's not
I used the word
dangerous.
comparable, comparable.
Comparable, yes, but I
that's-
just
Yeah.
gave you the
definition.
definition.
That's the same. You're saying it's like essentially an equivalent, and
It's absolutely not.
and it's not, and it's not, and it's not saying that your job isn't dangerous.
Right.
It's not saying that you don't take risks in your job, but you are at less risk than a police officer who usually you are in a hospital setting most of the time, or in a clinical setting with many nurses, many doctors around, people who can help you and come to your aid and your rescue. I know I work in a healthcare situation. I totally understand that, but I'm saying that I've seen the violent patients. I've heard the codes called, but I'm telling you it happens less frequently, and also not to the degree that police officers get. And I'll tell you, I used to hate police officers when I was a far left person, but I'm telling you their job is one of the most dangerous jobs, and it's not to minimize you, but it's not
I
the
didn't
same.
even. It's not even about me. It's about in general.
But you
So
said that
an
clinical
ER nurse
care
or a critical
nurse-
care nurse that works in the South Side of Chicago, for example, versus a
Not
police
as-
officer that works in Beverly Hills
Well,
or somewhere.
that's not a
Okay.
fair
Like,
comparison.
do you
Yeah.
get
What
what I'm
about-
saying? There's like
now-
different
hold on.
statistics. Like we're talking about
Okay.
different variables, right?
How about we
like,
compare?
It can be comparable.
Let's compare a critical care nurse in the South Side of Chicago to a police officer in the South
Yeah,
Side of
that's-
Chicago.
Right.
Well, I've
And
seen
I'm
them,
not
they don't do
negating
much.
that.
I-
I made a simple comment that it's
Okay, but
comparable.
yes, we realize
So.
nursing, it's stressful, it's difficult. You're dealing with, like, you can be dealing with violent patients. We totally get it. It's not comparable
It's not.
to a police officer. It's just
I filed a couple police reports in the South Side of Chicago.
Oh my
I'll
God,
tell you
that's-
one
We believe
thing.
that.
Nothing was done. I'm telling you, they're not doing
That's-
too much
thank you
down
for
Well, I'd
there.
love to
being
read
honest.
those
I am just
reports.
saying, as somebody who's filed at least 3 of them.
nobody cares.
And this
Nobody
has
cares.
nothing
No,
to do
nobody,
with what
nobody
we're
cares.
talking
So then,
about.
Nobody
so then,
cares.
so then,
Oh
how
my
do you?
God,
How are you going to
who
say that you
the
know
hell
what a police officer in the South Side of Chicago goes through, or what they're doing?
I don't think you're having the same conversation as
Yeah,
any of
this is
us at
totally
any
irrelevant.
point in this entire evening. Nothing
It's a
you
total
have said
non
has.
sequitur.
I don't think so.
It's a total non
You are
sequitur.
having
Hold
a
on, stop.
conversation to yourself.
I'm gonna
I
move
think
it
it's
on.
got plenty
Stop.
to do with what
Okay,
we're
let's
saying.
move on.
We're gonna. Did you answer the question? Or no? Really quick, coming back to you. No, I know, but
Nably donated $200. Nick, we Latinos on the chat had a vote. Please set up the mic number 4 to drunk Latina mode. If that doesn't work, have Gus shove the pointy side of his German hat down her vocal cords. Afuera.
thank you, Doc Vanablis. Hold on. So coming back to you really quick. So I don't know if you really answered. No, you did.
She
So
did.
if I snap my fingers, give you $5 million, you'd still
Get a
work
career.
50 years.
Yeah.
50. Like you wouldn't. Have you been to Hawaii?
I haven't been to Hawaii.
Oh,
She
God.
lived in
I
San
could live
Diego. What do you
without-
need to go to Hawaii for? San Diego. San Diego's like beautiful.
I'm just saying.
Like I said, I did an internship. The police officers that I've like done ride-alongs with, or like the detective that was supervising me, he wasn't in the office 24/7.
Okay, but
He
so
was
if
living his
I
life.
gave you $5 million
I wouldn't
today,
take it.
And so over the course of your career, you might not even, over 40, 50-year career, you might not even make that much over the course of the career. And if you
If
get
I
$5
could eat and I
million-
have a house, I'm chilling.
Yeah, but the thing is, that
Right, but-
especially in this area, you will not be able to afford it on your own. And this is another reason why I think people should pair up, because fiscally, it's freaking
Can you afford it right
impossible.
now? Do you have a house and food?
No,
You don't
God,
have a
not
house
by
or food?
myself. I have an apartment, and I barely
You're
make
living.
it.
That's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy though that you wouldn't take
I wouldn't
$5
take it.
million.
I
think there's a lot of like
gladly-
family dynamics and maybe like history. Like I'm not gonna like say, but for me, for example, seeing my mom, I'm also first generation.
Let's call up your mom right now. Yo, mom, this dude on this podcast just
She'd be
offered
like,
me
you're
$5 million.
stupid. Take the fucking money.
Yeah.
Yes,
Offer me
exactly.
$5 million, or I could just go ahead and
to be a housewife?
But
you an
see,
idiot?
But
You-
as strong-willed, like first generation, first college educated, like immigrants, it's super important to have that autonomy because we saw our parents
You
struggle.
don't think $5 million?
No,
It could change your life. It could change your
I didn't say
family's
that,
life.
but I'm saying she's still young. Like she's still figuring
I
out
can
life,
fix her.
right?
I'll fix her.
But you
Okay.
feel like you have a deeper sense of purpose
Yeah.
choosing that.
Anyways,
Yeah.
moving on.
I understand, yeah.
What's your answer to the question?
My answer would be housewife.
Housewife.
I got my college education. I have my own
Did you show
business,
this one?
and I could have 1,000% still be doing what I'm doing and having a successful business without going to college.
Yeah.
But that being said, there are plenty of career paths that you need to do that.
Okay.
Mine,
Sure.
in particular, I didn't. But yeah, I think that being a housewife would be great. That would 1,000% be my
All right.
option.
Mason, would you be a housewife? Or? Yeah.
If I were a woman, I would definitely be a housewife.
There you go. We're gonna. Yeah, guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub. If you have one, twitch.tv/whatever in the chat. And guys, get us to 70,000 followers if you can, guys. We're so close. We're so close. I'm gonna read a couple chats here. We have. Actually, Alyssa, can I have you read these?
Yeah. Can the blonde please explain domestic terrorism? Does she know who Timothy, how do you say that?
McVeigh.
McVeigh is?
Quick answer if you can. Go ahead.
Domestic terrorism is when you are arguing with someone and it's a hostile environment. One person, it's usually intimate partner, tries to leave the room or leave the conversation. The other person is very hostile and following them around to argue and escalate the conversation. I do not know Timothy McVeigh, no.
Okay. And then we have USMC text. And hey, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Alyssa, if you can read it.
Teacher Appreciation Week, Nurse Appreciation Week, female domesticated jobs. Always say they are in the hardest and reach for the most sympathy. Where's Mechanic Appreciation Week? Sympathy, leverage, control.
Yes.
That's fair.
Okay. And then we have Woke Go Broke. Thank you, man. Go ahead, Alyssa.
Combat war zone infantry or ER nurse, please explain. Also, can the blonde, oh wait, is that the same one?
No, you can read it.
Is the blonde, can the blonde in the red dress please tell me who Timothy McVeigh is?
I don't think, you don't know who Timothy
It's orange, but I don't know who Timothy McVeigh is. I'll probably
I feel like he
Um,
probably killed his entire family.
Yes, something I
Okay.
can't remember, but I know his
So,
name.
combat war zone infantry or ER nurse? Which is more stressful?
Combat war zone, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
100%.
Woke Go Broke.
Yeah.
That is the question. Hold on, let me see where we're at here in our notes. We went around on that. We got everybody's relationship status. Oh, I wanted to ask, I heard something recently about how women who are on birth control, it can impact the type of men they're attracted to. Like women who are on birth control will be more
Absolutely.
attracted to men who display a bit more feminine characteristics, whereas women who are not on birth control tend to prioritize more masculine characteristics in a partner. So just going around the table, like, is anybody here on birth control, starting with you?
No, I'm not.
Ever been?
No.
I was on birth control for a very long time, like I think close to 10 years. I've been off it for about 2 years. I think my mental health improved a lot after I got off it.
Yeah, I would agree. I've been on birth control, and not being on birth control is definitely a very different lifestyle. Better.
I've never been on birth control. If somebody asks, I do lie and I say yes.
Oh, great.
Wait, what?
You lied to the man to say that you're on it?
Yes, I have.
So that he could get you pregnant?
Right.
Wow.
But I thought you said you wanted to. if
Yeah,
were
you
to
said
have
you wanted
kids.
to drown your kids, right? So
You know, I have oscillating feelings towards these things. Sometimes I'm hot, sometimes I'm cold. It depends on what.
What about you?
I was on it for a little bit, and I never been someone who was like a depressed person. But after I got on it, I went through like a spiral
Messed
of it.
you up a bit?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's definitely so that I stopped.
What about
Never
you?
been on it. I was on it in high school, early college, but I haven't been on it in years.
All right, rock and roll. We got everybody's answers here. We are going to go around the table. Stifler's asking a question here. Ask the ladies to rate their looks on a scale of 1 to 10, starting with you. Go ahead.
I would go with 6.
I would say like maybe a 5.
Yeah, 6.
There's no right answer. There's no right answer to this question. Either people are going to say you're going too low or you're going too high. I mean, there's just, like the same thing with body count. There's just no right answer to that question. It's either it's just
I think
it
there
just
is.
isn't. So that's all I'll say.
Yeah, I'll also just say 6.
I'll say 7. Yeah, I was gonna say 7.
7.5.
Oh, he only wanted the ladies to answer, but we'll answer. I give myself like five.
Brian, would you rate us?
Yeah.
I want you to rate us. I know they ask you sometimes. I'm curious.
I'll only rate you on each individually if you are okay with me rating you. If you don't want me to rate you, I won't do it. But if you're like, go for it, Brian, I don't care.
Yeah, go for it, Brian.
I think so. It'll hurt my feelings, but it's okay.
So I'll just ask if you want to if you want a rating.
Okay.
Well,
Are you sure?
Yes or
Don't
no?
do it if you don't want it.
You need
Don't do it
consent.
if you don't want it. You can say no.
Yeah, it's fine.
Oh, yeah, sure, fine.
Yes.
Sure, have at it.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord.
I'm cool.
Yep.
Okay. And just before I go, just remind me what you gave yourself, what your own
Okay.
rating was.
Okay.
Oh, before or after?
Before,
Let's get a sincere answer from you.
Yeah, that's true.
And then we'll remind
Don't
you
gauge
after.
it
Yeah.
based
All right.
on
You
what
already
I
you already
said.
gave your answers. I just forgot all of them.
Okay,
So.
Right.
we'll
Good.
tell you.
It's authentic.
Okay. I think let's see. Starting with you. Hold on, let me.
Oh God.
It didn't have to take that long.
No, you got to make an assessment here.
Yeah.
Oh, I
is
shouldn't
this
have
just
asked
like
this question,
face, I guess?
It was looks.
I want to say
They said
like a
looks.
solid 7.5.
Yeah, I was
Solid
going to say like an
7.5. You.
8. It's okay. It's okay.
You're pretty.
You're
I used to be.
You know,
I used to
when
be.
you're more
Like,
confident, people like you more.
It's okay.
I
Don't
would.
hurt my feelings.
I think you asked this. So.
Yeah, just be honest.
Yeah. Okay. I'll
Yeah.
give you a 4.5.
Okay, thank you.
5.
Yeah.
4.5,
Good
5.
Lord.
Thank you. Well, hey, I rated myself the same thing, so
Yeah.
it doesn't hurt my feelings. It's fine.
I'm trying to be also. There's the age.
Yes,
thing.
of course. Weight, all of that.
Yeah.
But don't be so hard on yourself.
I'm not.
Well,
I'm being
like,
honest.
Like 5.5, 6.
I disagree with what I disagree with what
Do
you
not
say.
rate her the same.
Yeah, I disagree.
4.5.
Whatever you said, I disagree.
And you're welcome to it.
6.
I didn't need a rating.
I think she's
You
like a
didn't-
9.
I thought you said yes.
Yeah, I'm chilling. Like I'm.
Oh,
Chilling.
now you don't want it?
No, I said I'm chilling. Like I'm chilling as in.
Oh, you
I'm
don't.
Chilling.
Oh, okay. My bad. My bad. I thought you said
Like
yes.
I'm
As in she doesn't
chilling.
want your opinion,
Oh,
she's
did-
chilling.
Okay.
You said yes. Though,
I was
right?
fine, you're
Okay,
chill.
you're fine with it. And then 5.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Pretty-
Let's go.
But
5,
guess what? We're
4.5.
10s to all the men that like
I would absolutely
Yeah.
say that many people disagree with
Well,
the Blassie rating.
I think
That's
that
all
there's,
I'll have to say.
Listen,
all
there's
she's got to
people
say.
who disagree.
Yeah.
I know there's people who will disagree with me rating myself that. They may think I'm lower, they may think I'm higher, but I'm honest enough to say that
was that
I
not shown?
used to be
Can you go
a
find
lot
it
different.
in the
Listen, hon, don't be so hard on yourself.
I'm not.
Because if
It's
you
honesty.
if you display a lot of confidence in yourself and how you
Oh,
look,
I'm
then no, because you said you're like a 4 or something
you can
like
be,
that.
but
no. But I'm saying like
being
if you
confident doesn't mean you rate yourself something way above what you actually are. Being confident
that's
means
being
owning who
delusional.
you are.
Like,
no.
so-
Own who you are.
I
If you
think-
say things, then people will start to believe them. I'm just saying.
I
People will
love
start.
myself as a
that's
5.
Well,
I
no,
love
no.
myself
Okay,
as
so
a 5.
you should be able to give yourself an honest assessment of
Yes.
how I look like. Okay,
Yes.
are there things I can do to change that?
Yes.
So
And I know
for
there
me,
are.
like when I was in high school, junior high, I wasn't a very good looking dude. So I started getting into the gym, and I really invested myself into that because I saw guys who didn't go to the gym and then they turned 30, and
Yes.
it's like, I don't want to look like that.
Well,
and then I look at guys who consistently in the gym, like natural guys who,
Yes.
I'm not going for the crazy. I'm not going to shoot up and
Yeah, right,
become a bodybuilder. If you do that, I guess more power to you. But I wouldn't suggest it.
If I can share it, so for me, I was always very, very thin. I definitely, people would have rated me higher. I've had people say, what happened to you? Well, alcoholism happened to me. However, since I've gotten sober, I lost like 50 pounds last year. It's
Yeah, that's
something
awesome.
I'm currently working on. So you know what? Maybe I'll be a 5 right now. Maybe a few months from now, I'll be a 6, a 7. You know, who knows?
Exactly.
The-
So, I
Cheers,
mean,
I'll drink
there's
to that,
always-
you know?
But the thing
There-
is, you can be honest about who you are and where you're at.
And you should be.
And you should love yourself where you are. Because the problem is, and I agree with the men here and Red Pill Logic when they say women are rating themselves themselves way above what they actually are and shooting for people who are like way beyond what they can normally get, and it's causing them to not be realistic in relationships.
I think that's a blanket statement I don't agree with either. It's not women. I think some women,
not all
yes,
women, no,
might,
but in general terms, when you're going off the dating apps and social media, etc., there is a tendency in women to have an overinflated sense of self when they are in their prime. And I'll tell you, for me, social media gave me access to men that I would not normally ever be able to get, and my body in my 20s and all of that, and I had nothing to really offer them. I had an overinflated sense of self, and I see it all the time in young women. And then what happens, you hit my age and reality hits, and then you've really got to like be honest with yourself about where you're at.
Yeah, I think there's like this natural like system that falls into place. And when I was in college, one of my classes, we did this exercise. Basically, you got a number and you had to put it on your forehead, and you had to walk around and like try to get the highest number that you could. And it was so interesting because you didn't know what you were necessarily, but you had to go based off what other people did. And by the end of it, all of us were naturally paired to like a number just below or just above us, because you're like, okay, I walk up to a 10 and I'm like, can we pair? And they're like, no.
What is that based? What was it based on? Like your looks?
Just looks?
No, it was the number, just the number.
It was like the objective metric of, hey, I want a high number with me.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So I'm just saying that naturally,
that's
generally
actually,
speaking, naturally you will pair off with someone that's
I think, naturally speaking, it's
equitable in looks and all the other departments.
I think that's just kind of naturally what humans do.
It's biology.
Whether we want to acknowledge it or not, we judge ourselves based on how other people see us.
Oh, of course we do.
So one, that puts emphasis on who we surround ourselves with. So I'm going to surround myself with men who are really intent upon making me a better man. They're going to be there to tell me, hey Mason, you're letting go of yourself. Get it together. Get into the gym. Do your thing. Or hey, I'm slacking off at work. Hey Mason, what are you doing? You want to provide for a family? You're not going to be able to do that if you're doing this. It's like, those are the guys I want to surround myself with. So I surround myself with high value people.
And that's wonderful, but I think the reality is most people are not doing that.
Yeah. Well, it's because they
do
live
not have their values set. They are not surrounding themselves with good influences.
They live in this world where they think, I deserve everything because I am incredible.
Yes, exactly.
Yes, you have value, but you need to live in reality.
I do think you can increase the value, can increase your ranking
or
whatever.
If I can say, maybe I look the way I look and I'm not the hottest thing in the world anymore or ever was, but I would say, see, this is the one thing I do disagree with the podcaster Red Pill about, is that women, maybe their beauty is not what it was as they get older. However, what I have grown and my personality and my ability to love and give and be kind and caring and nurturing and generous, that has only grown with age, and my wisdom that I've attained from it. So I think looks-wise value, sure, it's where it's at, but there's more inherent value that can grow in you as you age. But I think the reality is most people are just not.
I don't think we would disagree with that statement.
Yeah, no, but
we want we as men, we put a higher value on somebody who is younger because there are multiple factors.
Oh, I know. They're able to give you a family.
So it's family, but it's also there's a lot less baggage that will probably just by number of years. Okay, someone who is 20 years old is probably going to have less baggage than someone who is 35, 40.
Of course.
Generally speaking, you can make that assumption.
Yeah.
They'll also have a lot less wisdom and a lot less conflict resolution
That's
skills.
not necessarily true.
Well, I think,
I think life experience begs to differ.
But I will say the majority of people who have baggage do not do the work on themselves to actually get to a point where they have...
that comes into play with how you see yourself.
Yes.
I think this activity, rating yourself on 1 to 10, is a really good microcosm to figure out how you are evaluating yourself.
If you're being realistic or if you're being delusional.
Am I going to keep myself accountable? So it's asking yourself the question. So in a relationship, what are the things I need to work on?
Yeah.
Because my partner is identifying these things. Hey, you're really combative. You're subverting leadership. You are undercutting me at every corner. It's those things. When you can step back and objectively measure yourself and say, okay, I'm a 6.
Yeah.
But then you can also step back and say, hey, there are these things in this relationship that I'm not very good at. I need to work on.
Yeah.
And hey, I want my partner to help me tackle that.
Well,
And someone who can't objectively say, I'm a 6, is probably not going to be able to take that bigger leap and say, I have this personality characteristic that is undesirable.
Well, what I'll say for me, like being in recovery, the one thing that I'm so grateful for is that you do a lot of work on yourself about your character flaws and all the things that led you there. So working on those things, like when I was in my 20s, my mid 20s, and I was flying here and there with this guy, that guy, whatever I was doing, like an idiot. I didn't value myself very much in a sense, but I did overvalue myself, and I really looked at what I could get from relationships, whereas now in my 30s, I focus so much more on what I have to give someone than what I can actually get out of it. So I feel like it is possible, like you were saying, to do the work on yourself, to turn your baggage into wisdom and learned experience. But I think a lot of people are not doing that.
Yeah.
I think every man wants a beautiful mid to call his own.
What?
Okay. Whatever.
Okay.
Anyway,
No,
I think there's a combination of like the bystander effect where people are not really like actively, proactively giving feedback to people in their circle and being like, hey, your sets have been shit this week. Okay, I'm just letting you know we go to the gym at the same time and you're slacking or you're super gassed. What are you doing with your nutrition? But there's also a difference between like being entitled versus being empowered, and people are getting that confused, and they're just going through the route of like, I'm going to be entitled because I look a certain way, because I get a certain number of likes, because I have hacked the algorithm or whatever, you know, the case
I would
is.
You generally see that not with men. You see that with women more often than not.
Yes.
And I'm not saying that's good, bad.
I think it's backlash from like insecurity.
Yeah.
Women are much less secure than men in general in looks department, because men know, there's a saying in Romanian, he can be a little bit cuter than the devil. And that's like the rough translation, which basically translates to women care more about, like, it's the psychology behind it. This financial stability, also the emotional stability. Is he a safe person? Does he want to provide and like create the house where I can be safe and be in my feminine energy and things like that? Women put a lot more on that, whereas men are, I mean, biologically wired to look at looks. Are her hips of childbearing proportions? You know, does
like
she look healthy? Is her skin clear?
Isn't it accurate that women are much more picky when it comes to looks than men? I think that's a statistical
100%.
That must be a modern thing, a modern dating thing.
I also co-sign.
Exactly.
No, it's not a modern thing, because for like for centuries, for eons and eons, like men have chased that sexual urge. That's their natural biological instinct. So yeah, I don't think that's like a modern take on it.
They're saying the opposite. They're saying that women are more.
No, women are more picky, but that's why I'm saying.
I'm saying they're more picky when it comes to looks.
Yes, and men are not, because men are pursuing the sex, and they just
I think men have a specific hormone pumping through their body that makes them not care nearly as much.
Exactly. Sorry, I was shouting there.
Also, speaking, I think it came up earlier on in the conversation. Speaking of, you know, you're mentioning how women have these like insane standards that they have to, you know, beauty standards, etc.
Yeah.
And I was actually, you know, little devil's advocate here. I can actually make a very compelling argument that the corresponding male beauty standards are actually, you know, if we're talking about the, there's a specific word for it that's evading me right now, but the male beauty standards are actually far more difficult to attain and achieve than the
I would agree
female
with
beauty
that,
standards.
because for a lot of
Anybody
female...
disagree?
Disagree.
I want to hear your
I
compelling
disagree.
argument.
Honestly, I disagree.
Okay.
Because a man is, you don't have to be that hot.
Well,
you
let me
just
ask-
have to have, you have to have charisma. You have to have, you know.
Well,
a certain
yes,
amount of
men
things,
can
but-
make up for their deficiencies in perhaps certain ways that women can't. But when it comes strictly to physical appearance, if we are talking about physical attraction, most women rate. I think the study or the statistics on this are most women rate like 80% of men as unattractive. And like this is evidence.
But why though?
Yeah, so
that's
what?
That's why I said I disagree, because I feel like the comparable like apples to apples, whereas, you know, for
Bumble
women
thing.
it's the looks, but for men I feel like the heightened, you know, expectation in society is like they've got to make at least 6 figures, and they've got to have a house, and they've got to do this, and they need to pay all of our bills, and my money's my money and his money is our money. And like,
Right.
I think that's maybe where I would agree more with like the unrealistic expectations and standards in today's society, but not
I think-
necessarily in looks.
I think for
Well,
like women though, we can easily go to like a salon or whatever and get our nails done, our makeup done, our hair done. We can change a lot about ourselves. We have all these options, but like men can't grow taller. Men can't, you know,
A
not be
haircut
bald.
makes a
and-
big difference.
Yeah, have you ever
yeah.
seen a
All
man
it
that's
takes is a
tattooed
haircut. I
like
agree.
hair on his bald head?
Well,
like they're doing stuff too.
There are
barber
things they
shops
can
that
do,
that.
but I would say it is probably harder for men to attain those standards. However, I will say a lot of men just kind of don't put in, like I put in a lot of effort, you know. Maybe some men don't like the effort I put in, but I put in a lot of effort to like look presentable. A lot of men just kind of show up, and I feel
that's
like
not
they.
true, though.
I don't
That's not
agree with
totally
that.
true.
I don't agree.
I don't know if maybe it's in Canada because I'm looking through the apps
But-
and on the street, and I'm just like, I feel like I'm doing a lot.
Okay,
and they're
but
doing very
my
little.
counter to that would be, well, what are all the things that men need to do in order to be attractive to women? Like, he has to work on, he could have to work on himself for years. Whereas you say, oh, well, I got to spend an extra 30 minutes in front of the fucking mirror.
No,
I think if a guy's funny, it goes a long way.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, like I totally
Yeah,
agree.
personality.
Like I say this, but
Yeah, well,
but
in a sense.
for me, like what I would like in a guy, I just want him to maybe take care of himself in the sense that he's like well groomed. I don't care so much about his height. I don't care so much about his weight. Like I'm not picky. I want a man who's relatively average, even in his income. I just prefer
Okay.
someone above average attitude.
Above average.
That's
I mean.
fair.
That's all I'm looking for. Someone with
Okay,
a great
that's fine.
attitude. And so I'm saying
That's
like there
totally
are
fine.
women out there who prefer that. It's not like we're like, you've got to do X, Y, Z, but a lot of women
Right,
do
but I'm
feel
not
that
really
way.
interested in speaking about outliers.
Yeah,
That
I
doesn't
know it is an
interest me.
outlier. That's true. It is true. But I'm just saying
I'd
it's-
rather speak in generalities because I could talk. We could have a conversation about, well, what's the dating meta of, like, you know, if you have dwarfism,
Yeah.
we could talk about it. I just don't think it's really productive to have well, what if you're a dwarf?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I guess I just don't, because I feel like a lot of people who consume this content, and it is very like intriguing and insightful, but I feel like sometimes it's so, maybe it's real, but it's very negative, and I don't want people to feel like there's not people.
How's it negative?
Because it may be truthful, but I just feel like when you consume content that just constantly tells you that like women are all after your money essentially, and men can never do
don't say
enough to
that.
please a woman.
Don't
no,
say
but
that.
but it's when you're saying that like, you know, there's men have to do way more to impress a woman and all these things. It's
That's
just, it's
factually
not-
true.
Generally,
It's factually
yes.
true.
But I'm saying the reason I said it is because it's not always true. And I know you hate the outliers, but I just want people to know there is hope out there.
Okay, if I can concede that it's not always true,
Yeah.
can you concede
That is generally
it's
true.
mostly
100%.
generally
yes,
true?
100%. So I guess I
Okay.
just wasted your time.
I
with that
forgot what the
conversation.
question
Yeah, I was
even
just about to
Okay.
ask, what was your
the original
statement?
thought.
One time
Where
I
did you guys concede?
one time I watched dwarf porn and I felt really bad afterwards.
Thank you for sharing. That was
Thank you.
beautiful.
Just saying.
So what
it
was the
didn't feel
original
good.
thought?
Well, my position was that even speaking strictly when it comes to physical appearance, I actually think there are far more stringent beauty. Beauty's not the perfect word, but beauty. Let's just
Physical
Attraction
physical
beauty.
standards.
There's far more stringent beauty standards on men than the reverse. For example, here's one example, and we can actually show you a couple things, but I would argue that when it comes to body fat percentage, which is just one metric that people typically use for finding somebody attractive, I would say that the acceptable body fat percentage range in terms of body types that men will find attractive versus the reverse, it's much more wider in women. So women
But
can
why?
Women can fall within a much greater diversity when it comes to their body fat. Like a man can like a woman with a low body fat percentage, you know, thin, athletic, boom, 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 all the way to like thick.
Actually, most men don't like women with low body fat because they feel like it looks too masculine even.
Well, okay.
And then
when I say healthy
We're
range,
just saying the range.
healthy range,
Yeah.
healthy range here.
I think I mean, just anatomically, like if you learned anything about like anatomy and physiology, women naturally inherently hover around a 20 to 30% body fat range. That's just naturally where we are, especially as we age. men, only super athletes are like 6% body fat. So the average is somewhere closer to like 10 to 16%. But it displaces and it places differently on men than on women, because women are childbearing. We have like fat cells that are there for storage for like, whenever you're breastfeeding and you're having a baby and your body's preparing for that. So it's just a different composition is what it is.
But
Not just numbers.
Sorry, but I think the reason that like men have maybe a wider range of what they will go for is because men are looking for something that women are looking for something different. The men are usually looking for a sex partner, even subconsciously. They're being driven by their natural biological urges, which is driven by attraction and sex. So they're
Which
going
is
to
why.
have a
Why do they
wider-
want sex biologically?
Because they were born that way.
No, because they want to procreate.
Yes, exactly.
That's
what
the
I'm saying. It's
natural
their
biological
natural urge.
wiring.
But that's why I'm saying that like men will have a wider range of what they will find physically acceptable, because they have an urge to procreate, so they're going to take maybe what they
Women
can
also
get.
have an urge to procreate.
Oh yeah, they do. But I'm saying that it's women are less driven by sex and attraction, so they're more so looking for like generally a relationship or that kind of thing. So I just think that's why women are looking for something a little bit different. Like they're more specific about what they want, whereas men are like.
It's not that, I don't actually think that that's even true. I think what ends up happening. Are you familiar? I'm assuming that since you've seen the show, you're familiar with the term hypergamy.
Yes.
So here's what I think ends up happening. It's not that there's a lack of men that are not willing to commit to women. Here's what I think the major thing is that,
say.
and this relates to your position on promiscuity, how you think that, well, actually promiscuity, like the promiscuity in women is actually kind of men are, to blame, basically.
No, that's not at all what I said.
Okay, well, we can get into that later. But, but when it comes to hypergamy, so what ends up happening is there are plenty of men that are willing to be in relationships with women. However, they're mostly entirely invisible to women. They're overlooked because women are hyper-focusing on the most attractive men. The most attractive men, the most desirable men get all the attention.
Yeah.
All the attention, and these men have there's no reason for them to commit.
Very minimal substance.
There's no reason for them to commit. They can get all the women, but the women want those men for commitment, but they're not going to commit.
Yes, I totally agree with you on that. I understand that. It's the truth.
On the flip side is true as well.
It is true because I had men when I was.
The flip side is also true.
What's true?
Men will also seek out like the Instagram fitness model body type and whatnot.
Yes,
a lot
do.
of them. I'm not throwing blanket statements, but that's we're talking generalities. Generally speaking, men have told me, "Oh, I don't like plastic surgery. Fake tits are great when they're covered, but not when they're uncovered." And I'm like, "Okay, then why are you so attracted to so many women that have triple Ds?"
I don't think the argument that Brian's trying to make is men don't find super attractive women super attractive.
No, but that they flock. They flock, just like he's saying women
what he's
flock to
saying
good,
is
hyper-attractive men.
What he's saying is that most women will only seek relationship from a higher tier of man. So like attractiveness, wealth. So like athlete, celebrity, actor, something like
Why
that.
shouldn't women be in charge of who gets to procreate? Why shouldn't women be in charge of who gets to
make an
have,
argument here. I understand you want to butt in, but just let me finish what I'm trying to say.
Well, that's the whole point of the thing. Everybody gets to talk, right?
Okay, go ahead.
Just let me finish. So, but men, conversely, we will recognize that super attractive women are super attractive, but we are going to be willing to find relationships with people who are on our level or sometimes below.
I would agree with that.
We're much more, we have a higher proclivity to do so.
I think with time and with age, that changes for women. I think like this whole thing, when you're younger, I totally agree. There's like this whole and it goes back to life experience. Like your life experience is a little, younger men or boys, they're pumped with testosterone. They really don't care. Like they just, they see a cute girl, like they want to talk to her or whatever, right? But as you get older, like I actually, as I was gaining, I felt really naive, and I actually had a question for you because I wondered if you feel at all sometimes when you go out on the dating scene, more naive than maybe like other people that have just had like free reign in dating to just like go explore, self-discovery, like experience, learn through fails, walking in walls, things like that. Like I found myself pretty naive with like, oh, these men look attractive, and then you know the natural inclination is, well, I want the Abercrombie and Fitch looking guy, right? But then you start realizing that literally I started actually not engaging with the men that look like gym rats or that they're obsessive with like, you know, the gym, because they're not going to give the quality of relationship and emotional connection that someone that doesn't dedicate all of their time to physical aspects. But that comes with time and like life experience.
So I to answer that question, I think I came to that realization without having to go through the hard experience. I think I'm a rare bird when it comes to that. I think you can come to that realization. I'm going to give credit where credit's due. With my parents, they taught me from their own experience.
Sounds like they were really transparent with you, which is also something that's not super common. With
they were transparent
nowadays.
with the lessons they learned and kind of where those came from. But my dad, I don't really know what went on between the ages of like 18 to 30.
Because he doesn't want you to know.
Well, yeah. Well,
he doesn't want to give you any bad ideas. Like you turned out
so
good.
it's bad ideas.
Why?
Yeah, exactly. But all I know, it was not very good. But all of the lessons that they taught me by their own own marriage, I saw how they interacted with each other. I thought it was incredible. That's kind of where I learned all of that stuff from. So I don't really think it's necessary to go through the experience. I think the experience will generally bring baggage, and baggage means more problems in relationships.
I didn't ask if it was necessary. I asked, do you sometimes feel more naive on the dating scene, especially do you ever feel like, man, I was really duped? Like,
it's happened, of course, because like first
you really give someone the benefit of the doubt, and then you're like, that was.
But
I should have caught that.
I think you're probably less likely to do that if you have the right values to begin with. Like you are less likely to fall for those scenarios.
Wait, this is such a non sequitur. Like, I appreciate the question, but you've totally derailed the conversation that was actually at hand. How did we go from...
you love to talk about non sequiturs.
What I did want to say about the original conversation is this. I will agree that when I was younger, I did overlook good men because I was chasing something that seemed better, and not just in terms of appearance, but in terms of what they could offer me. I'm not talking finance. I've never asked for people to spend their money on me, but they could give like a better access to a better life in a sense. And so I certainly overlooked good men to pursue something that probably was way above what I could qualify for. Those men were dating down. I think they had looser standards than I had. I had higher standards, and I was certainly trying to date above what I was probably qualified for. And I'm sure I have missed many good men, or at least a few good men along the way. So it certainly does happen, and it's a regret that I have. And I do wish people would stop putting materialism and attraction is the number one thing to chase after, because there's plenty of good people around us. We just don't see them because we don't value them or what they bring to the table. So I agree with what you're saying.
I know guys in particular. There's a guy that goes to my church. I'm not going to name him, but he's not very talkative. He's very introverted. He's an incredibly smart man. He has a very good job. He's kind of to himself. He's a manly dude, but no girl will talk to him because he's not super charismatic. He's not super he doesn't make it takes longer to get to know him. He's an incredible guy, but it takes investment to get to that point where you realize, oh geez, this guy has some serious depth. He is a high quality dude. He's easy to talk to, but it's you have to get to that stage instead of clouding your judgment with, oh, he makes me feel really good right now. Eventually the feelings are going to go away. They'll dissolve. And I think that's something that's a problem with most dating relationships. But it is most of those guys, those super high quality guys, might not have all of those flashy attributes, but
and as you get older,
can you pull up the photo?
Care about
Nick,
those
please
as
pull up
much.
the photo.
I think that happens naturally as a woman gets older.
Yeah.
Because It could be experience, but it also.
Hold on, I'm sorry. We're going to redirect. Can you put us? Amount of work required to look good. Women, nothing. Just don't eat like a fucking hippo every single day. Men, years of hard work at the gym, many times a week, and a strict diet with enough proteins and little fats and sugars. Okay, first off, I like to try to be charitable. I do think that this isn't a perfect comparison. Like, the woman, granted, the woman on the left, I would argue, like, the vast majority of men would find her body type attractive. Whereas, I mean, maybe a more fair comparison, the woman should have been a bit more fit. But, like,
You can't be fit if you don't eat, though. That's more of like anorexic looking, which would align with like not.
Are you think?
That's
Do you think
body
that's
I
true?
use.
very
Right?
thin?
Huh?
You think that's true?
What do you mean? What's true?
Like, do you that photo?
What are you disagreeing with?
Do you think that it's easier for women to have a
Thin,
more attractive physique than it is for
100%.
men?
100%.
What?
For a woman to have, let's just talk body. Let's remove face
Yeah,
from this.
yeah.
Yes, absolutely. For a woman to have a body which is deemed attractive by the vast majority of men,
Okay.
Can I ask him what
you
age
need
range?
not ever even exercise or step foot in the gym. It helps, but it's never necessary. Now, a man who has absolutely no muscular development,
How do you know this? Have you been in a woman's body?
Oh, jeez, God.
Yeah,
Lord help
before he
us
was
all.
born, as he was conceived.
I haven't.
See, he has been in a woman's body.
I don't know if that's a great argument.
Yeah, in
but,
a different context, but
I mean, this is just like it's a dumb comment, so I'm gonna
But
make it dumb.
yeah,
give a dumb
that's
answer.
fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
But yeah, like, I mean, okay, we can just look at it from the perspective of, like, who are they casting in superhero roles? Like, if we're talking about beauty standards, we'd look to media. Okay, the women in media versus the men in media. So if we look at superhero roles, if we look at Wonder Woman and Scarlett Johansson, I don't know who the fuck she plays, but I don't really watch that kind of
Yeah.
shit. But you look at their body types and
And
compare
they're
it to
hot.
their male, hold on, but you compare it to the male leading actor, celebrity. These males are like, they have to treat the gym like
It's
a
insane
full-time
what they
job.
do.
Some of them are on, a lot of them take steroids
Yes.
to achieve the beauty standard.
yeah. However, what I will
Whereas
say
women
to that,
need not take steroids.
But the women do too. Like, you're talking about Wonder Woman, you're talking about Black Widow, Scarlett
pull-
Johansson.
Nick,
They're
can you pull
all
up
working
photos?
out.
they do have
Can you
like
pull
an
up photos
entire
now?
You
Yeah.
have to like
Like,
literally hit
diets.
protein goals as a woman too,
But this
and
goes back to
metabolically your
comparison
hormones
here
really
of,
get
like,
in the way.
This goes back to your thing with the nurse versus the cop.
it's
I'm
not
not saying
the
it's
same.
easy.
Yeah.
No,
It's
but you're
necessarily
saying,
easy.
but you
I'm
did
saying-
say that. You said that it's
easier.
easier for
Easier.
women,
It's
but it's
easier.
not
Yes.
because metabolically it's not.
What?
We are prone to adding more fat to our bodies through our hormones to
bear
bear
Well,
children.
This is why I wanted to
Men
ask.
have more testosterone naturally in their metabolism, which burns fat.
This is why I wanted to
Naturally.
Yeah,
ask.
it's still
Dylan,
harder
what,
to achieve the idealized.
Because you
beauty
put up a picture of like six packs and whatever, but then you put a woman that has like basically no muscular definition.
Right.
But if I go to the
Okay,
gym
fine.
and
I'll
I want
be more
muscular
charitable.
definition,
We'll be
Yeah, if
more,
you put on-
we are
I have
going
to hit
be-
protein goals and go to the gym
we
just
will
as much, if not more.
We will be more charitable with the photos then.
that
I will grant
More
you.
reasonable.
I will grant you that the comparison from the meme, although it is trying to sort of
Yeah, allude
articulate
to
a point,
it.
I actually think it's true. The photos used are not the most ideal, but we do have some other photos that we can pull up. So Nick, go into the Dropbox folder, go into the beauty standards folder. We're gonna do. Let's see. We'll do some of the superheroes. So pull up. Why don't you pull up? There's.
Pull up Wonder
Pull up
Woman.
one
She's
from-
got massive
do-
thighs. She has to work out for those.
Wonder Woman has.
Yeah, she has
What's her name?
she's
the actress?
oh,
Gal Gadot.
Gal Gadot has
Yeah.
massive
No,
thighs.
I'm not saying like when I say massive, I'm not saying like fat or
Nick,
what. I'm
just
saying
pull up-
she has muscle.
Nick, don't even
that you have to
drag
work
it
on.
over. We're just going to look at all of them. So click the first one, and we're going to view it in the photo viewer. Does that make sense?
Oh, okay.
We'll just, and then I think you can use the mouse buttons to like sort through them.
You mean like this, basically?
Yeah. Okay. We're just going to go through all of them. And can you just double check that you're able to mouse through them? Or not mouse, arrow
Oh, okay.
on the keyboard.
Let me check.
We'll get it. Okay, and then, but then get the men ready to go right after, and then we'll do thin men, thin woman comparison.
Okay.
Okay, so let me know when you have that. While you do that, I don't have any chat, so we're good on that. Front, hold on, what did I have here? We had the photo. You have them both?
Oh, I just have the women. You want me to
Just have it ready. Oh, actually,
I don't know if I can.
okay, that's fine. We'll just go through women, then we'll go through men. Go ahead. Okay, so can you go F11? All right, this is Gal Gadot, the woman with the...
She's pretty thin.
She's thin there, but that's
Yeah,
not what
but
she
I would
looks like in
argue-
Wonder Woman. She's actually fit in Wonder Woman because it was a very athletic role. They go
Okay.
through waxes and wanes too.
I mean, this is the exact actress we're talking
So
about.
pull her
If
up
you-
as Wonder Woman and see what her body looks
All right,
like
Nick,
then.
go to Google, image search,
Yeah.
Wonder Woman, Gal Gadot.
You can do like the same
I don't think
thing
it's
for, like,
necessary, but we'll do it. Just
Joaquin
I would
Phoenix.
say with her
I mean, for an
having that-
athletic role, just like men, women prepare
But
for that.
she's
and they go
not
to the
a-
gym
Okay,
and
ripped
we'll
as
get there.
Superman.
Hold on, we'll get there.
What did you want me to look at? Wonder Woman?
Wonder Woman, Gal Gadot.
Yeah.
Image
thought the
search.
question was like we're comparing how much effort it takes, not how they look.
Yeah.
Right?
Both.
That's
Yeah.
what we're
But,
talking
but
about.
their looks, but you
Yes.
can
They
tell
both-
by like how much
Okay.
effort is in there.
Honestly,
by
she's probably about the same.
Scroll down, Nick. Let's see, because she's mentioning the leg muscular development.
there's legs.
Yeah, you talked about like Black Widow. You talked and like
No, I think she's probably about the same.
Yeah, I don't think that
Scarlett
other photo
Johansson.
was really
Yeah, from my
It doesn't look
from
I'm
my
trying to
gym
find-
expertise, I feel like she's probably about in the same shape.
that one.
Not saying that she
she's
did.
not. She doesn't look as thin as she did in that other photo. I'm sorry, I disagree.
It's pretty similar.
I think
I mean,
it's very similar.
scroll back up, Nick.
Like,
Can you do full body? Wait,
Oh, there was one.
that was somebody else, I think. I don't
Oh,
know.
okay.
Yeah, they probably got lookalikes.
Okay, that's not her in that full body one. Sure. Yeah, I mean,
That looks pretty.
she
average.
Well,
looks like
so-
she's done yoga a couple times. That's it. She's not like fitness
It's-
model.
that's not-
now.
Look at her arm down there on Prompt Hunt right there.
Where?
Look at that muscle she actually has on her shoulder.
Bro, you just can't take
And
the
the
L.
other one,
But
like-
You just
that's
will
not
refuse
like,
to take
that's
the L on
not
this.
what the
I
other-
refuse
Where?
because I
Which
know
arm?
how I
Which
have
arm?
had
Which one
5
did you-
babies come through
which
my
one?
body,
Which
and I know
arm?
how much effort it takes to actually get your hormones in balance, work
Wow.
out, and have muscle mass.
That's irrelevant to the conversation.
No,
but
it's
okay.
so relevant because I'm a woman,
No.
and you're saying that
Because
it's so
if-
much
no, but
easier
it's
for
not a
us
fair
to achieve
comparison.
a
It's
certain
not a fair
body.
He didn't say
comparison.
though that it's
Let's
easy. He
compare
said that
a-
it's
He said it's easier.
childless-
easier.
Let's compare a childless woman to a childless man.
Well,
That would
is
be the
she on
fair
birth
I could've
control? Is
had
she not
that.
on birth control? Does she have an athletic
You always want to
genetic-
make the argument to the outlier.
I thought
Pull it back-
discussion
pull up the-
was
put-
like
put the
part
tab.
of the part of the
Pull up the tab.
meaning for this.
We're gonna go through all of these. Okay. Next. All right, that's still
That's pretty-
Gal Gadot. Next. This is Scarlett Johansson. Next.
Yeah, that's
Gal
all
Gadot again.
basic.
Next. I think this is Brie Larson. Next. Okay, Brie Larson, who plays what is she?
Is
Captain
that-
Marvel, and that's
Captain
not how she
Marvel.
looks. I mean, like
Bro,
I'm
A
just
lot
gonna
of it-
this is her
also
though.
airbrushed
Holy
and
fuck. Yes, it's
retouched.
probably her.
yeah.
Like a lot of those photos
Be
are
good
also
faith.
retouched.
Holy shit, next.
So
Honestly, yeah, like
it's
I am
impossible
There's
to
Gal
tell
Gadot.
what
for
it
these
really
for
looks
these
like.
roles, these women probably don't have to go through nearly as much effort
Gal Gadot.
as the
I
men
have
Make it
read
bigger.
the
Play in these
diets
same
of
movies
those
do.
men.
You can
It's
Are we talking about
insane.
Hollywood or are we talking about in general? Because I thought
Control
this was a
mouse
general
wheel
statement.
up.
Like
In
we're
gen-
talking generally.
Doesn't
Well,
matter.
so the question
Okay,
was
it's
like,
fine. Hold on, let's get through these.
Okay.
Next. Scarlett Johansson. Scarlett Johansson. Scarlett Johansson. Scarlett Johansson. These body types we've shown you are achievable
Yes.
by the vast majority of women. There's perhaps some physical training, but it's mostly can be achieved through dieting.
I mean,
This physique
I'll
can be
tell
achieved
you,
through dieting.
I
I would
did
disagree with
hardly
that.
anything at the gym
Why
last
would you
year, and I
disagree?
lost 50
Why do you
pounds.
Because I am very active. I work out a lot, and if I could snap my fingers and look like that, I would. But I'm above average in the activity level of most people my age, probably, and I still don't look like that. And I
Do you like?
I
go-
would say I eat pretty well.
Well,
But-
hold on.
You'd have to be in a
okay.
caloric deficit in
even
order to
even
be.
if
Yeah.
you're active,
Eating is involved.
being
yes.
active doesn't contribute nearly
It's all
as
diet.
much
And you
to your body composition
Yes.
as diet does.
I would agree. I would agree
Yeah,
with
yeah.
that. Yeah,
Well,
you have
so-
to. I'm
like,
just saying I am.
train the right
I'm
way
saying,
too.
yeah, being active, that's a great thing.
Yeah.
I am the last person that will say being active you shouldn't be active. But if you want to change your body composition, how much fat you have, your weight, It's like
It's all
90% diet.
Yes, I lost 50 pounds last year, and I'm telling you, I literally did not have to do hardly anything at the gym to do it. I just changed.
Well, you did cut out alcohol, and alcohol is really high.
I
empty
cut out
calories.
alcohol for a year.
How much were you
before I
drinking?
started. 3 liters of
Hold
wine
on.
a day, or a liter and a half of gin a day.
Can you get
and
it quick?
Can I just say I cut out alcohol for a year and did not lose 1 pound
what?
in that
No,
time.
the men.
It wasn't
Get the
until my
men.
second year that I started working out and losing weight.
I just think Brian's saying that it would be easy to achieve that
Okay.
physique.
He's not saying it's
Now,
easy. It's
hold on. We're doing a
easier.
comparison of actors who have leading roles in superhero movies, which
Yeah.
we can argue that this is conceivably, if we're talking about beauty standards.
And in this case, I do agree with you.
Can I say one thing? I know you're not going to like it.
Let me
but-
just get through this,
Okay,
then you
sorry.
can say
okay,
it.
you tell me when.
Okay, so this is what's this guy's name?
Chris Evans.
Chris Evans.
Something.
Okay, this is Liam Hemsworth, Chris Pratt. A little more achievable on Chris Pratt.
That's
This
insane.
okay,
That's insane.
Wolverine. This body type, I'm pretty sure he uses steroids.
Yeah.
First of all, naturally unachievable for 99% of men.
Naturally, that body right there, it would take probably 10 years of work, of like dedicated work. I've probably spent the last 6 years consistently training. I run 20 miles a week. I lift a lot of weight. I'm in the gym
You're a fit guy.
constantly. And I have nothing near that.
No, you're pretty good, bro.
Like, I mean,
Well,
yeah.
the
You guys are like in
it's
love
like
with
the
each other or
vascularity.
something.
He's probably on the cut, like
Yeah.
dehydrated.
Well, so he's like
Yeah,
extremely.
exactly.
It's probably touched up a little bit, but whatever.
Right, but this is what they
it's-
show.
Well, this is what you
These
get.
are
And I don't think girls expect that at
This
all.
is a-
Right,
this is
but
what
the
I wanna say.
female,
When
the
actually
female.
it's-
What if you
female
guys
equivalent.
kissed?
Next.
Yeah.
Okay, Jason
no?
Momoa. Okay, next.
Michael B. Jordan.
And a lot of
Next.
these Hollywood guys also have like there's that new like plastic surgery for the six-pack
Next.
situation and things like implants.
Where's
Yeah,
Camille?
there are
The
certain
Rock is
Next.
notorious
Yeah,
for
The
that.
Rock.
I know.
Yeah,
He
Where's
is
Camille
not that
Montiani?
Next. Next.
Yeah.
Next. And then unachievable. All these physiques are absolutely unachievable by the average man. Whereas those body types, you can go to the beach and see some chick looking just like the A-list movie stars that you see in the movies.
Yes, I had that body 10 years ago. So, yes, it was super easy. I did nothing to achieve it. I'll agree with you. But what I will say, and I know you're not going to like this because I'm pretty sure people have said this on here before, is that I don't think the vast majority of women, that may be what the media portrays, but when I've spoken to women in real life over and over, they generally prefer like dad bod types. They're not
Fake
going
news.
for these
Fake.
super.
No.
I
Hell
disagree.
no.
You think
No.
that most women are going
Hell
for
no.
that like
For me,
ripped-
fitness is like literally on the top of the list
Yeah,
because
but
if
you
you're
can-
not driven on your own to be fit, to be healthy, to eat healthy, then why? I'm not going to sit around and police you as a grown person. And statistically
you can
speaking,
be-
a waist circumference of over 35 inches, I believe it is.
Yeah.
I can't remember. Is like 50% higher cardiovascular
Look,
event
the
risk.
So are you going to
aspirational-
measure your future
Okay, stop.
person's waist?
The aspirational body type for men
Yes.
and women, if we're comparing the aspirational body type, so this would be kind of like, it doesn't have to be like the ultimate 10 out of 10 fucking maxed out to the, just like pretty close to the ideal.
Like
Yeah.
you're
Or the
80% of
ideal.
the way there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is very achievable for most women. Whereas for men, you're going to need some combination of like full-time dedication to the gym, like elite level genetics or steroid intervention
Yes, I agree with you.
to achieve that level of muscularity.
Yeah, and it's not fair. I agree with you.
Right. But this whole trope of, oh, my beauty standards, it's so hard as a woman because
But it can be hard for both
beauty
people.
standards.
This is the thing.
Yes.
It's hard for both people. I fully recognize that men have it bad. I love men. I appreciate what they bring to the table, and I realize right now, especially in society, they're getting shit on all the time, and they have these unrealistic standards. I totally understand that, but that doesn't say that, oh, women do not also have pressures on themselves also. I'm saying that it's both, and we can't sit here and have this war of like, oh, who's more oppressed, who's got more issues that are harder to achieve and whatever. And it's like, we all have shit we're dealing with, so we can all be a little bit more compassionate,
cool.
understanding to each other.
Right,
No, but
but
what,
this is
where are we getting at
the
this?
issue
What's the goal?
So the issue is when men present, hey, there is, whether it's good, bad, whatever, we're presenting a inequality or something that women hold us to a higher standard than they would themselves. The immediate response is usually, well, I have it hard too.
Yeah, see, but I didn't say any of that.
Well,
so.
it's not. I'm not saying you came immediately back with, I have it hard too.
No, he is bringing up stuff that I said pre-show to make it seem like I'm somehow challenging this argument. I'm not. I feel for men.
Well,
I
it's
care for
usually
them.
so. When men bring something like this up, it's usually met with a belittling comment.
I would agree in general circumstances. Yes.
Okay. So. But that's
Like, oh,
pretty
you
much
have no
all of the
idea.
conversations we've had here where there's been a disagreement, where we try to put something forward where men struggle with this at a disproportionate amount.
Yeah.
It's usually met with a belittling comment.
Yes.
And I think if we're going to try to sit back and assess, just like we talked about before with your appearance, we should sit back, assess, put ourselves in the other person's shoes, and realize, hey, shoot, men really do have this particular thing very difficult. Maybe I need to change how I look at them. Most women are unable to do that.
Yes, and I fully agree with you. I have had that self-assessment, and actually, this may sound crazy, but I feel like this show has helped me in preparation. Like for months, I've been listening to this podcast. I've seen things from a different side, a different point of view. I think most women are not listening to men when they bring it forward.
Just make an argument. Just make an argument.
What? What am I supposed to argue with when I agree with what you're saying?
I'm not trying to be rude, but you're kind of just prattling.
I agree with you. I can't. What do you want me to do?
There's all this like extra like feel good. Just make an argument.
I don't have an argument against that.
But you're just kind of, no offense, you're just kind of like speaking to speak.
No.
Like make a coherent point.
Okay, everyone else can speak.
Am I
I'm not
wrong?
allowed to agree with you
No,
guys.
it's just like you have to add on like so much.
No, okay, then I'll stop talking.
Like
That's fine.
Can I say something about like just the like to the point of like men taking this many years and women like oscillating?
MK donated $200. Can we turn off the mic for number 2? She's been talking more than every other girl combined. Also, wake up my queen in the shades. She's the most beautiful one on the panel.
Do you want to get married?
Is that the
There
pilot?
you go. That might be the pilot. Everyone is welcome to speak, so everyone can speak.
Actions speak so much louder than
Yo, thank you,
words.
MK.
Cool.
Thank you. Yeah, so, I mean, look, I appreciate the back and forth, but it's just like not really hearing an argument. It's just like,
But
well,
what-
I agree with you, but, you know, they're.
You're not.
It's like a kumbaya session. Like, oh yeah.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm not an argumentative bitch.
I will-
I'm
What's
not
the next
gonna.
topic?
I'm not
I
gonna
wanna
fight
move
against
on.
men.
I'm going to move it on. I will point out we got one more thing to get through. We're going to go through a comparison: thin women versus thin men. We'll do women first, then we'll do men.
We love our scrawny men.
There you go.
Scrawny men.
All right, so I'm just gonna. I want to just go through this, make sure everything's kosher here. So I think it's all fine. We'll just go through. There's like 14, so we'll just blast through. Okay, we got a skinny woman, skinny woman, skinny woman, skinny woman, skinny woman, skinny woman, skinny. Skinny woman. I would argue that a lot of men, despite these women not really, you know, some of them have a little, you know, your body fat gets low enough, you're gonna have like some abs showing a little bit, even if you don't work out. But these women don't look particularly like trained or anything. Maybe they do a little bit, but they're not, you know,
That's what we like
full
to
on-
call skinny fat.
No, I don't
Like
think
there's
these women
no-
are
I
even
think they're
skinny
skinny,
fat.
skinny
They're just
muscle.
thin. I would argue healthy body fat. Now, Nick, pull up the men. Now, these are just untrained thin men, and I would argue the untrained thin man body. Most women, like most men, if we compare, like going back to the women that we just saw, most men, I would argue 80-90% of men will be like, those women are hot, they're sexy, they're attractive. Looking at the men who have not stepped foot in a gym, most likely, I would argue most women are gonna be like, damn, I'm not attracted to that guy based off his body. Go ahead, next. average male body, average untrained male body, average thin. This guy's a bit more on
That's
the
a
thin
beautiful
side.
twink. I would love him.
Great. Thin male, untrained.
Another
thin.
twink.
Oh my god.
I would argue that most women would
Let's
not.
pull down his boxes.
This is
I
not
wanna
like
see.
What's up?
like these body types are like the average thin male. I would argue that most women, they're not.
Ooh, cont. He's serving.
Next. Next. That's it. I would argue, comparatively speaking, that there will be more men that find those women that we just looked at attractive than there will be women who find those men physically attractive, just on body.
Yeah.
Just on
Probably
body.
comparable effort.
You're saying
went
if they're
into getting
naked,
those.
basically, if they're at the beach, pretty much,
Sure,
because
if
you
they're at
can't
the
really
beach.
tell when someone's
What?
wearing like a
Yes,
you know,
just
clothing and stuff.
Okay, the photos we just looked at, I would argue that the majority of men would find those women to have perfectly acceptable, attractive, sexy bodies.
Yeah, but men will fuck a fucking McChicken.
They would be, okay, fine.
They'll literally fuck anything.
I'll take it even beyond casual sex. They would happily be in a relationship with these women too, based off of just how they look.
I think it goes both ways because both.
No, I would argue-
both can improve their
I would-
body. Like
yes.
a fit man, if he sees a thin woman, he's like, she can go to the
course
gym and
there
she can
will be-
build.
of course there
Same
will be-
with a woman that sees a thin man. Like that's something that's an easy fix.
Yes,
but
of
being
course
on the
there
other
will be
side.
women
And
who
I've
find
seen a
those-
man fuck a McChicken. It was horrible.
Stop.
With the
Of course-
mayonnaise?
Hey, stop. Of course there will be women who find those types of men attractive.
Not attractive. I think it's just not a deterrent.
What?
But
It's something
men,
that's
men
easier
would
to-
men. So you're saying that women will find those guys and say, hey, they can work on themselves, they can in the gym, whatever. But men would most men would prefer a woman just to stay like that. They don't care if they go to the gym.
That hasn't
They're
been
like,
my experience on the dating scene.
When I had that body, I never had a man care if I went to the gym.
Exactly.
Just
That's the
happy
point.
I had
I've
that
had plenty
body.
of men say that they prefer,
These
fit
days.
women that actually have like meat on their bones.
But I
they
feel
would
like that's
not
like a
prefer
cultural
thin.
shift that's happened from social media.
Well, if-
Which category do you fall in? The woman with a bit more meat on her bones?
Slim, thick, yeah.
And these men are telling do these men have a romantic interest in you? And they're telling you this.
I mean, obviously, most of
They're-
the time when
but
we're
they're not
having
just
these
like
kinds
your
of
guy
conversations.
friends who are.
No, I
they're
have
like
guy
actual-
friends too that are like that too.
Okay, yeah, and well, this actually
have
falls back
brothers
to men finding a
even.
wider range of body fat acceptable or attractive, even. But I would argue if you're hearing this from men who are interested in dating you or sleeping with you, newsflash: men will lie and tell you. Men will pander to you.
I have brothers too.
Yes.
I have
Okay, cool.
51st cousins.
But
Like I
do you
have
think it
men
would
in
go
my
over
life that are
well?
not
Do you
just
think
romantically.
if you were dating a guy and he was interested in pursuing you, do you think it would go over well if he was like, well, you're not my ideal body type, but you think it would go over well?
No,
Guys
but it wouldn't
are
go.
going to
It wouldn't
tell
go over
you-
well the other way
they're gonna-
around either.
Yeah, but guys are going to gas you up and be like, oh, babe, you're so fucking sexy. I like you just how you are. Most men are not going to be honest with a woman, especially if he's pursuing her romantically.
Well, then this is the law of like reciprocity. That's like it's mutuality. It's for every action there's an equal and opposite reaction.
Well,
like
I think
it goes both
I
ways.
think the argument we're trying to make is that, yeah, preferably a man, men in general will probably want a woman who's fit, who goes to the gym, whatever. But our range of, hey, we're gonna,
Acceptability.
yeah, so acceptability, like I will continue a relationship with a woman if she is within this range of body composition is way wider than it is for women.
Do you wonder why we're biologically like that? I'm just saying, women go through pregnancies. Like men are wired to accept a wider range. Men don't go through pregnancies. For a man, it's literally just negligence that will like not keep him fit. Like he's just not going to go to the gym, not going to watch his diet, drink a lot, whatever. For a woman, there's less control. Like you get pregnant, you don't control your hormones, the rate at which you like. You have very small, little to
I
no
don't think
control
you're
of how much you're actually
I don't
gaining.
think you're understanding the actual argument here.
I am
All
understanding
I'm
it. I'm
trying
saying
to-
biologically, men are wired to accept a wider range because women will change and their body will morph throughout their adult lives.
Yeah, we already made the argument that men find a wider body fat percentage range acceptable, again, though, we're talking about something different. I'm not saying that we showed those image of the more thin women. I'm not saying that men wouldn't date women who had a higher body fat percentage range. I was trying to make a comparison between the thin man versus the thin woman. And I would argue that, comparatively speaking, those women that we showed you, more men will deem them attractive than there will be women who deem those thin men attractive.
No, women will deem them attractive. Come on, don't you know women love twinks? How many people love Timothy Chalamet? I mean, come on, he's like the greatest actor. You know.
Greatest actor.
Okay, I'm not.
Jeez, God, that's a statement.
I think you're failing to understand my argument. I am saying that there will be more men who find that body type attractive, that body fat percentage range,
That's not true.
that thin
Women
range.
will settle for a lot less. Ooh, fuck, like a guy who works at a pizza shop or something
That's
like
just
that.
statistically inaccurate.
Okay, it's true.
I don't know. Have you met
Okay,
any women?
let's go around the table. You saw the guys that we showed. Do you think that that's like, in terms of what you find attractive in a man, physically speaking, body type wise, would you say that's like, were those like attractive body types for you? It could be. Some women like thin men. Maybe it's not the ideal though.
Honestly, yeah, I do find it like attractive, but like it's not like my ideal like type. But at the end of the day, like there are people outside of my type that I still find attractive.
Sure.
I've dated all types, so do you have a problem with that? I'm just saying
don't.
I've dated all types, so in terms of that, I really don't have a problem with it. There's only maybe one guy that I would say was like a little too thin for me, but I'm open to a range. But yeah, I would say generally speaking, most women, I agree with your statement.
I prefer a fit-looking man.
I mean, you're kind of making the argument that these men would, their body types would not, you would not find them
Fit
attractive.
to me
Yeah, you're
equates
sort of
to,
agreeing with them.
Fit to me equates to healthy. So
Hold on, wait, hold on, just a sec here.
But there's room for somebody to
So,
grow.
hold on, stop. Hold on, one moment, Nick. Just letting you know. Okay, Blassie, before the show, I requested that we had like, there was a negotiation here that you not wear your sunglasses.
There was no such thing.
We were all present.
Okay.
Every
Hold on, I
person
got
at
it,
this
I got it,
table
I got it,
can
I got it.
disagree with that.
Liars.
Okay, we asked you not to wear your sunglasses.
I
You
look
put-
better. Look at this.
Okay, that's cool. So look, you've been kind of trolling this whole time. I'm not going to make a big thing of it. But like, you just keep trolling. You've now put on your sunglasses. We asked you very politely before the show
It
not
wasn't
to.
very polite.
So just kindly, like, don't make a scene, but just leave.
Alright. Didn't really want to stay here for that long.
Okay, that's fine. Just, Nick, we need a little video. Hello, Nick.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I just got recorded you on. So guys, it doesn't matter.
Don't.
So please just stop.
Yeah. Keep your hands off. Hey. Keep your hands off of him. What are you doing?
Score out, specifically.
Just leave. Like, you don't gotta
Just
make
get
a
out
scene.
of here. What are you doing?
You ready, Paula?
Just unprofessional,
Shit.
assaulting the audio guy. Leave. Leave. What are you
Trying to punch
doing?
him.
Trying to punch him?
Oh my God.
It's crazy.
She should
has
have been
more
kicked out like
self-control
so
than me.
long ago.
My gosh.
Holy.
Oh my God.
nuts.
there was a high likelihood that was going to happen.
Oh, I knew it was going to happen. I knew it. Not the violence, but the insanity. I just
Yeah,
thought it would
that's
be
just-
against me.
Yes.
Going
I mean,
home in a
I
jet.
really thought she was going to
Y'all
come.
were
People who
fuming
can't
for a
see that.
second.
Yeah, just make sure. Yeah, I'm sure Brian's making sure that happened. But for people who are watching, yeah, she did not go quietly.
No.
Yeah,
She's going home in a private.
Yeah.
she's
that's
going
right.
home in
Hey,
a private
pilot
jet.
guy, come pick your girl up.
Yeah. Pilot
In a
guy.
Cessna.
Maybe you should call the authorities.
Take your seat.
That was nuts.
We were talking.
You okay, Nick?
Yeah.
I'm good.
So,
Yeah,
okay,
I
for
mean-
you guys who don't know, like, I mean, I was very polite, just asked her to leave. Nick, just it's our policy if we're kicking someone out, we just record it. And she She like hit you, or
she'd like grab the phone.
Oh, she was trying because Nick started recording, so she tried to grab his phone.
Yeah.
It's like, look, we got
throwing punches.
Did she try to punch you, Nick, or?
I don't know if she tried to punch me.
It kind of looked like it, but
This
it was
is what
a
it looked
pathetic
like.
effort.
It was, I mean, it was like someone who's never punched before who's trying to throw a punch.
She broke your necklace, Nick?
Yeah, she grabbed my necklace and ripped it.
How much does it cost? I'll replace it.
It's like $20.
Okay, I'll throw you 20.
Alright.
Yeah.
Did you guys see that though? She attacked
No,
us.
we've never had that happen
That was
before. By the
crazy.
way.
She's literally everything that negative about like Latinas. That she, like
She
literally
was the embodiment.
she's the
She's not
negative
even
side of like
representative.
feisty
guys.
Like, yeah,
But it's like, yo.
she's like it's such
Look,
a negative.
I mean, you guys were all here. We told
Yeah.
her before the show,
Yeah.
hey,
Yeah.
don't
No,
put your
yeah.
sunglasses on. You guys know she was trolling the whole time.
Yeah.
She put the sunglasses back on. She was asking to be kicked off. I didn't make a scene. I was just like, hey, just leave. But it was totally. It's one thing to troll, but then to actually like, she assaulted Nick.
Yeah.
I mean, Nick, if you
there's
wanted to,
water
you could.
still all over there.
There's.
Well, you have video recording, so
Yeah,
you could
exactly.
press charges.
Nick, did it come through on the like? Were you already recording or?
Yeah, but part of the struggle when she just had her hands on me, I was holding it. I don't know how much of it I got. So I had
Okay.
one hand on her and one hand on
We need like I should have. Yeah,
The
well,
camera over that way.
Nick's a trooper. Did she swipe at you too, Gustavo?
He had the uniform on. She wasn't trying
She was like,
to.
oh no.
She wasn't even daring that.
Just on camera, like for the whole internet, but the minute I'm filming it with
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
She had her glasses on for it too. She likes that.
Oh my gosh. I thought it was going to be me at the end of the night, honestly.
It's weird. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. Like you're on camera already. Nick's just recording you because that's
Nick
just our
handled
policy.
that shit. He just grabbed her and
You
escorted
okay?
her
You're
out.
done.
Good job, Nick.
You okay, Nick? You all right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, she was like assaulting Nick, but I was kind of sitting here thinking, does she really think she's gonna win that
No.
fight?
Oh, God.
I was
like-
thinking he's got a lot of self-control.
I was-
'cause
yeah, same
would
here.
not
I
have
was
had
like-
that amount of
she was
self-control.
swiping at him.
I know.
She was swiping at him.
He
and
has a lot of
Nick just
self-control.
you just restrained her. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was like, just settle down.
He was guarding himself more.
That's
We
crazy.
might need to clean up. Maybe could somebody?
Yeah, I just walked through the chips.
Did you step on them?
Yeah, I did a little bit. I'm sorry. I tried not to.
All right.
I was trying to tip
She's
them,
not in the
they're
building.
everywhere.
Yeah.
Maybe
Why don't you just call
Spencer,
the-
you want to hold on? Wait, Nick, mute the audio really quick. Oh wait, hold on, unmute it.
Joe Murphy donated $200. Who on the panel identifies as a feminist? Based on your answers, can you clearly describe your definition of feminism as a whole?
It's a good question.
We can keep it simple, referring to Western feminism, not Eastern.
Yo, Joe Murphy, mute the audio. We'll get to that. Mute the audio for just a sec, Nick. It's muted. Spencer, just take the keys and then just go to the bottom of the stairs. Make sure the door's closed, all that. And sweet, thank you, Spencer.
should take
You
the
got the
mace.
keys, Nick? What's that?
Told him you should take the pepper spray.
Nice.
Do you guys actually have that?
Yeah, you're good. You're good. Okay, guys.
Interesting.
Fun in the studio.
I feel
I
bad.
feel like we're not all that surprised though.
Oh,
I'm-
God, no.
None of us were surprised by that.
I'm not. I mean,
surprised she
like,
was here so
I was
long.
trying to give her passes with the trolling and shit, hoping it would get better. But now we have the lovely Madison at the table, so
Well, it's
big
like the
upgrade.
nicest thing you've
Yeah.
ever said about me. I'm just kidding.
Is it?
Yeah.
No, I
you
said.
just called me lovely.
Aw.
Yeah, lovely Madison.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have Madison at the table, so I think that was a major upgrade. And anyways,
She was kind of funny.
she was
She
funny.
was funny at times,
But-
yes. It was very random.
Just to
When
give you
said
guys.
the thing about the mayonnaise.
Also, just to give you guys some context, we could actually re-recording, so we could even
Yeah, we
play
would.
the video.
Oh yeah.
Just to show you guys. So like before the show, Nick had a talk with her because we don't want people wearing sunglasses. It's maybe happened a couple times before, but like part of the thing is like part of communication. You want to be able to see people's eyes, right? And so Nick politely just had a convo with her, and she's like, "Hey, can you take the glasses off? If you're hiding your eyes, you can't really like. It's part of communication." About body language. And then she was putting up a fight with Nick, and then I had a conversation with her polite. I was just like, hey, you can't wear the sunglasses. And then she agreed to not put the sunglasses on, and then she put the sunglasses on. She was trolling the whole show. I mean, I saw it coming, so no big deal. Anyways, we're gonna move on. We did have that super chat that came through. Nick, did you have a adrenaline dump, like fight or flight. Yeah. I mean, that's what happens when somebody like gets in your face like that. But shout out to Nick, man. He's a
go
trooper.
Nick.
He's a trooper. You're good though, right? She didn't like actually like injure you.
I don't think she could have if she wanted to.
Yeah.
Like, he's so much
Was she
taller.
drunk? Like, that's what I'm wondering. She was under the influence of something.
She kind of sounded like she was slurring. when
she
got
was
here.
trolling.
She was trolling for sure.
It was an act.
She was trolling, but
She's outside the door. Just
oh yeah.
Just
wait, hold
waiting
on.
for
Mute
us
it.
all to leave.
Mute it really quick. Like trying to get back in, or
Why
you
doesn't
think she's
someone?
probably watching the stream?
Why doesn't someone maybe
If you're
call the
watching,
police
you
and just have
deserve
them come
to
pick
be
her
kicked
up?
Yeah.
This is the last thing that police are gonna care about
No,
right
they
now
don't. It's
in
not,
this town.
It's not like
Well, she got physical.
Just
so
keep
they might
keep
take
an
her.
eye on it, okay?
Yeah, I don't want to get jumped.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys might get
Just
jumped.
try to make
Here, you
sure
can
she's
unmute.
not like
I
recording
would get
this
jumped, I think,
outside or
out
like
there.
taking pictures of it or anything. If
Oh,
you
yeah.
could look
Is it
over the
unmuted, Nick?
balcony.
blasting the
Yeah, I mean,
info on there.
and I mean, whatever. It's fine.
Yeah.
Hashtag whatever.
Yeah.
Right?
Whatever.
There it is.
All right.
Okay. We're gonna
Joe
we're gonna
Murphy
come back to this
donated
one.
$200. Who on the panel identifies as a feminist? Based on your answers, can you clearly describe your definition of feminism as a whole? We can keep it simple, referring to Western feminism, not Eastern.
So we'll go around the table on that if you guys want to answer the question.
I don't identify as a feminist.
You don't?
No. No.
Yeah. Okay.
I would say I used to identify as a feminist. I no longer do because I used to think feminism, it's asking, I don't know the difference between the Western and Eastern feminism, but I used to believe that feminism was about equality between the sexes. And now I realize there will never be equality because we are not the same. We can certainly have, equal opportunities in certain areas, but yeah, so I think feminism has become like way beyond equality, and now it's about like building a matriarchy. So I don't support that.
Yeah. Well, at what point did that shift occur?
Honestly, over the last couple years, it's funny, like this one guy I was seeing, I freaked out on him when I was still very far left and feminist and man-hating, and because he told me he listened to Jordan Peterson, and I'd only heard little bits of Jordan Peterson, and I was like, you asshole. I was drunk. I went on a tirade for 3 hours, just shouting at him, and I don't know why he listened. But anyway, then one day I was like, I'm going to listen to Jordan Peterson, just see what he's saying. I started listening to more right-wing people, and I started listening to like different voices than what I'd heard for so long, and I was like, dang, I actually agree with them on some things. And over time it just sort of shifted, and I really opened my eyes up. So I just listened to different perspectives than what I was fed for
I think
so
that's
long.
extremely important. I think
Yeah.
you did the thing that most people will not do, whether you're on the right or the left. It's listening to opposing opinions and then
Yes.
reasoning through that. I think most
Yes.
people don't do that.
Well,
so.
like I lived in
kudos to
a
you.
what do you call it? It's just everything was coming back to me. It was only what I wanted to hear.
Tunnel vision.
Yeah.
Yes,
You lived in your
yes.
own bubble.
In my
Yeah.
own bubble.
Yeah.
And so it was just every idea I had was reinforced by that worldview. And when I finally stepped outside that worldview, I was like, oh, dang it, there's different opinions that maybe are right on some things, and maybe I'm doing things, because certainly my relationships weren't working out. So it just reevaluated everything. And even listening to this podcast, like it's just been growing since then. So
Yeah. I think, it's important to listen to people you don't know. I think it's a phenomenon with Jordan Peterson in particular. He even says he doesn't think he's right wing. He's just kind of an intellectual.
Yes.
Critical thinking.
He's a critical
Yes.
thinker. Hates communism.
Yes.
Loves the free market, stuff like that.
Yeah.
I don't know about free market, but
listens
he
to,
loves like freedom in general
Yes.
over security.
Well, I've been listening to like Michael Knowles, Ben Shapiro, like
Yeah,
all
yeah.
of that stuff.
Well,
just
and,
different
like,
voices.
I definitely don't agree with all of those.
Yes.
So, but I guess coming back to the topic of feminism, it's trying to take a critical evaluation of all sides of people who are pro-feminism,
Yes.
anti-feminism. What is the reasoning behind it? And thinking about that.
Yes.
What are the negatives I see play out in our society that generally has kind of swung towards the, hey, let's push feminism and see what happens.
Yes. Well, I felt for a long time like I had to think like a man and behave like a man, especially in regard to relationships, or else I wouldn't succeed. If I just didn't put my feelings first, if I just tried to like have fun and fool around, and then I found, oh, I don't operate like a man because I'm not a man, and it's actually doing me a disservice to try to be a man. And that's why like my whole attitude has changed, because I've realized like everything I did for so long was not working for me, and it was all colored by this worldview. And I was very angry when I was far left, super feminist. I could not listen to men. I could not listen to anybody other than myself.
So we can definitely get into that.
Move on to the next
Let's move on to the move on to the next person. And then we'll definitely dive more into that. No, it's okay.
So I don't know the difference between Eastern and Western feminism.
Honestly, I don't really.
But I do identify with a traditional feminist versus a modern feminist.
So like first wave.
I believe in like equity. You know, I believe that, you know, women should have rights. They shouldn't be property. They should have the right to vote.
So
things
you mean
like that.
equality,
the suffrage.
not equity.
Yeah, not equality. Equality and equity are different. So equity is more of like, you know, we're contributing, but we also contribute in different ways. So for example, if I'm the second income of the household, but I'm also a mom, you know, and a homemaker, that's also contributing. So I shouldn't be expected to pay 50% of the bills, for example. But I can contribute if needed, right? That's equity versus equality. Equality is like 50-50 down the middle.
Well, I think equality, classically defined by most people who talk about this, is equal opportunity versus equal outcome. Equality being equal opportunity, and then equity being equal outcome. So when two people are in a game, equality means they have the same starting line. So it's determinant upon the effort that the person puts in to where they end up, versus equity, which is we are going to try to analyze each person individually, set them at different starting lines so that they end in the same place.
So I've heard it talked about differently and the way that I contributed it, but my bottom line of it is I want all of my children to live in a world where the woman and the man alike are, you know, respected in their own right for their contributions to society.
Valued equally?
Exactly.
Okay.
Like we all bring something to the table, and then at the end of the day, you know, all jobs exist and all like finances and structure in the world exist for the one greatest job, right?
Yeah,
which
I think
is the woman to you know, be able to bear children and rear them and contribute to society.
Yeah, I think the two most important jobs that there are being a father and being a mother. Yeah, I think when a society puts the emphasis off of those two things, saying, hey, a career is more important than raising your own family, not saying that it can't be something you consider, but it takes priority over, I think you see issues. And I think traditional feminists, so like first wave feminists, would 100% get down with, historically, they would be totally down with saying that men and women have equal value, but they are definitely not equal.
Yeah, they're different. They contribute different things to society.
Yeah. And I think
so that's what I would identify with.
Yeah, their different contributions are what makes society thrive. And I think when you try to suppress that, you get a whole lot of issues.
It's in their natural roles that they naturally gravitate to.
Yeah. Okay. Madison.
I would not consider myself a feminist. I think I just concede on your definition of what feminism is, just the equality of men and women, but obviously it's transpired into different things. I think men and women are equally important when it comes to contributing to society, and like we just talked about, in value, but we're not actually equal.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I definitely agree to like a certain extent. I believe that men and women should be equal, and I think more so even like going beyond, like I think that in today's day and age, feminism has definitely changed into like pushing like almost like in the workforce, at least for example, like trying to hire more women to like equal it, which does like sorry, this is gonna like make no sense, but that makes sense. No. But I think that so to make it
No, you're
that
good.
was just word jumble. But I believe that they should be equal. I don't necessarily think that we should try and like push getting women more jobs, because I feel like that then doesn't make it equal anymore.
Yeah.
I think that if everyone's looking at it at a level playing field, eventually it would like level out to be just who has the qualifications to get that job. In the form of like marriage, at least for my family example, my mom works and so does my dad, and they both they're more feminist in the form that they both like contribute to the bills and whatever it is, like with what they can. And like my mom doesn't make as much as my dad, so she can't maybe like help as much in that form. I know that that made sense.
Yeah, okay. So you don't consider yourself a feminist?
I do in the form that I believe that in like having it be equal, and I think that men and women should both be working.
So you're kind of, it's like earlier wave feminist.
Yeah, like not so much today's though.
Yeah.
I am. I'm a traditional feminist, but I feel like some people have pushed it a little too far out and like just started a bunch of controversy and just like dragged it out. But I am, equal opportunity.
Okay.
Do you think women wait, who here is a feminist?
Traditional.
Traditional feminist, traditional feminist. What about you?
I'm not a feminist.
Not a feminist. Really quick question for those of you who are feminist. What do you guys think about the current inequality when it comes to draft registration between men and women? So being a feminist, you said you believe in, what was it, equality, right?
Equal opportunity.
Do you believe in equality though?
Yeah.
Do you believe in equality?
Yeah.
I believe in equity. You missed our conversation about the
So,
difference between traditional and modern feminism.
Well, let me ask you guys a question then, and perhaps you can weigh in too. Given this, that you believe in equality, wouldn't the equal thing be to equalize military conscription? So do you think women should be subject to the draft?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd agree. If you're gonna ask for it in other aspects of life, you have to like.
That's
have it
fair.
there, too.
What about you?
I disagree with that.
Well, how can you be a feminist and believe in equity and equality?
Like I said,
Grid 1 Motorsports donated $200. Feminism has failed all women. Egalitarianism is a crack addict's pipe dream. Men and women are not equal. The patriarchy values women for being women and stands ready to assist her return to reality.
Okay, philosopher.
So you believe in equity. I'm not really sure what.
So I explained it because you were gone.
Yeah,
so
I was dealing with some
traditional feminism to me means, the suffrage. Women should vote and contribute to society, right? And all jobs pretty much exist to support the traditional feminist role, which means having children, raising a family.
That's not a feminist.
Yeah, a
That's
modern
not a
feminist is very different. It's more of like a hate men stance and posture.
I mean, it's always been that way, but.
No, it hasn't. The original feminists that fought for, voters' rights and for women to not be treated as property did not come from an angle of we hate men. Came from an angle of I am human too, just like, black people when they were in slavery, right? And things like that. I mean, I don't think there's a difference there. Women couldn't even sign a lease on their own with their own credit for like over 50 years ago or 100. Okay.
Fake news.
So it's not fake news because it's
fake news.
It's legal. It's in our history books. It's
what
law.
if I told you? Do you know the NWO, not the NWO? That's something else. The National Organization for Women now. You familiar with it? So this is one like the early leading feminist organizations. Feminism has always been against the nuclear family, breaking up families. It's actually one of the stated goals of feminism. It's this idea that traditional feminism was all for women being like having families. No, feminism has always been, at least one of its attempts has been to destroy the family. And it's been quite successful at it.
I think that's a blanket statement again, and I think that we have like a mix of the population of what traditional feminism started as. It may have been a small few of leaders that had different ideas and ideologies, but in the grand scheme of things, the women that did mobilize and fight for rights came from a very different place of, I don't want my daughter to live in a world where she feels oppressed and she doesn't get paid equally but might work twice as hard in the workforce or things like that. Like, if we're going to ask women to bring a second income in the household or something, shouldn't they be compensated for the, you know, the same amount of work that they're doing too, and the fact that they have other responsibilities at home as well, you know? But back to my point, traditional feminism came to fruition as a movement of like, we don't want our daughters to be property. We want our daughters to be daughters.
Never the case.
In God's eyes, there is no woman, there
property.
is no man in God's
Women
eyes.
have
That's what the
never been
Bible says.
property.
I think the
They
whole
have
argument
been considered
property.
Women were property back in the day. Like,
Yeah, they were.
like in the
No.
1800s.
But
yes, they were.
They were
In the
property.
1800s,
Well,
women
okay.
were property.
Well,
Okay.
Well,
I think
They
the
were
don't
whole
know
Have you
that?
not read Pride and
Women
Prejudice?
were legally property, so you could buy
Yes.
a woman.
No, not that sense. But
We
if
can
you,
talk about slavery. That's something else. You could buy a man. You could
A
buy
woman
a
could not go and do anything without
true.
permission from her husband.
If she
not
was
true.
married back
She
in
was-
the day, sorry.
No, it's okay.
No, if she was married back in the day, any money that she would earn would belong to her husband, and her children would belong to her husband. So if she were to try and get divorced from him, they would be his property. Like they'd be his kids. She
It
couldn't
wouldn't.
fight
That
them.
wouldn't make a woman the property of the husband.
It
Even if
wouldn't-
that is
okay,
true,
it
it wouldn't
wouldn't-
make
I'm
them the property.
I feel like it would in every.
Grid 1 Motorsports donated $200. You have been lied to. Women could always own property. A woman was elected mayor in 1877. You need to read a book and learn the real history. Return to the patriarchy. We will enlighten you.
Yeah, so I agree with Grid 1. The history of women would heavily disagree with what feminists push right now. Feminists love to push this idea that women have suffered throughout history, where in fact, when the feminist agenda was being pushed, the vast majority of women pushed fanatically against it. And the people that were actually pushing this feminist agenda were large corporations and lobbyists. Because, hey, if I can give equality to women as well as men, now, and they have a vote, they can get in the workforce, all of a sudden, I have twice as many people I can start taxing, twice as many people I can start getting all of their money from. It has never been an altruistic, hey, this is just better for the world. That's what they peddled, that's what they said, that's what they promoted, but secretly, that's never been the ideal of feminism. And most women had pushed against it at the time, but most women didn't have the voice that major corporations and major people in government did.
But I think the whole push for it was that at some point, like, especially later in feminism, it's because like women lost the trust that they should have had in the men around them to provide and protect for them. Like a lot of people talk about now, like, I don't want to rely on a man for for our income, for our family. Like if he leaves me, then what am I going to do? I'll have no education and nothing to rely on. But I think like what you're saying about how feminism like has tried to destroy the nuclear family is true, because essentially you would have a man who would be a provider and protector and who would protect that woman. She wouldn't have to feel the need to fight against that for her own freedom, because she would have faith in her husband to care for her properly and care for her family properly and provide for them.
Well, just historically speaking, it's not accurate. Like I said, feminists love to paint a history where women were dumb, they were property, they were traded. It's just not true. Women were overwhelmingly happy with the arrangement.
But
they
that's
were
what I'm
also
saying.
extreme.
I would. That's a stretch.
No,
that's
no,
a bit
historically
of a stretch.
accurate.
No, because women at 14 years old were being sent off to marry men that were much older than them, even as children. So let's not like talk about like how happy women were. If you like, I come from a very, very conservative background, very traditional background. Okay, there's a lot of religious indoctrination, a lot of cultural conditioning, a lot of stuff that happens out in the world. It's not just like in America. America's a very free society, and
Okay,
yes, I understand feminism
before
gets
you
thrown around
pull the
everywhere.
world card, like I'm not ignorant to what's happened around the world, or what happens around the world. Actually, women in other countries are generally way more happy in their marriages than women in the U.S. I lived in a foreign country for all of high school. I've met people like that. I've met people who, hey, it was an arranged marriage. At first, I didn't know this person, but because the constraints on marriage are so tight in most other countries, you're forced to be in that the hot pot where you have to work on things because you cannot break this. It is that covenant. But eventually you come out the other side and those two people love each other. And generally speaking, that's what happens. And generally speaking, it is because the man will provide for the family and it frees up the woman to do what she wants to do, which is raise, teach, because women, generally speaking, in history, were very intelligent, taught their children, because I think it's the education of colonial day children was probably equivalent to college right now.
Probably to a master's degree, their vocabulary. But that's also the literature that was being put out, the things that people were reading, the way people were talking. You've got to like take the whole like picture with it. They had tutors. They had a lot of different things.
In a society that was run by men.
Yeah, but operated by women too. Like that's
like
the
I'm
whole.
saying,
that's the whole dialogue we need
because
to be having.
the women really enjoyed
Patriarchy
that.
didn't just do everything. Yes, they provided opportunity and did a lot of the brute force work, but then women also executed.
I'm not
they were
saying
the ones
that women
at home
did
that were
nothing.
Doing things.
I didn't say women did nothing. They
Right,
were
and I
very
didn't say you did.
traditionally. They were extremely happy with the role that they were given, where they were the housewife, the stay-at-home mom, the teacher. The one who nurtured all the children. They were intelligent. They had to be because they had to teach their children. Whereas nowadays, women can just pawn off their children to the government and say, hey, please teach my child. And
how can a woman teach their children, though, if they don't have an education? Which is kind of like the conversation we were having, which I wanted to have a little, you know.
Well, education nowadays holds very little weight. I know specifically in the corporate world when I was an engineer, like most of the having a degree as an engineer is important, but for most other jobs, experience is king. They do not care if you have a degree.
Right, but you're talking about women teaching and child rearing and educating children.
Well,
don't they need an education themselves as well, so
they don't
they
need
can
a
actually do
formal
that?
education.
No.
And how are you going to learn if you don't get the education?
To get a formal education. See, this is another thing.
homeschooling.
This is another thing that the
I've
government
homeschooled all five of my kids until this past year.
So,
if anybody understands what it means to actually homeschool kids and have an education versus not have an education, I'm probably the most qualified one at the table.
Final thoughts from both of you on this?
No, this is just
it's debatable, I think, at best.
It's not debatable. Yeah. Because our modern education is vastly inferior compared to what we had in the past. When we didn't have government supplied education, people were way more intelligent. It's almost like it's almost like people in power want people under them to be dumber.
Well, of course they do.
So that they can't be challenged.
The literacy rate alone is like horrific, and it's just getting worse. So
exactly,
you don't need a formal education in a school, in the public school system, or a college degree. My sister is.
I think a formal
stay-at-home
education
mother.
is way overrated.
It is, and what kids are being taught in school these days has very little to do with a proper education, and certainly they don't have the life skills that they should have to function in society. How to manage their money, how to cook or like sew something, like these skills that you could use, or how to work on a car,
all of those tangible skills. It's logic. It's all of those things that used to be taught to children, but are no longer anymore because it's not expedient.
I saw a video of this little farmer boy, and he was like spreading seed, and he knew all about the tractors, and he was so well educated. And like that education. He was so young, but he knew so much about farming, more than I could ever hope to learn. And that education comes from his parents, and that's what I'm saying. Like, you can provide a good education.
This is the point we're at right now with education, with the state of the nuclear family. All of these things have had have been affected dramatically by the input of a feminist agenda in our society.
Yes.
I'm not saying it's the only thing, but a major contributing factor is pulling women out of the house.
Yes.
And saying, okay, now women don't have this job anymore. All of a sudden, someone needs to take care of those children. Let's send them off to Caesar.
Yeah.
And we wonder why they come back looking like Romans. Yeah. I mean, obviously, you guys can probably tell I'm not a feminist. But,
Really?
yeah, I know. Very surprising.
Hard to tell.
But yeah, I think if you do your own research into the history of just humanity in general, yeah, men are stronger than women, and therefore probably have a more possibility to commit atrocities. But generally speaking, men in the past valued women. They valued their job immensely, and they fought, died, and provided so that their women could have that coveted job. Because men were built to do that. They love doing that. That's patriarchy. And patriarchy, in its purest form, protects those women that are under their care.
But just like there's a fine line between being a woman empowerment traditional feminist, as I like to call it, versus a modern feminist, there's also a fine line between being a part of the patriarch and founding fathers and protecting women and children and the vulnerable population versus like misogyny. There's like just a fine line that people are towing now in our modern society, day in and day out.
Yeah,
like men and women.
And throughout history, those misogynists, those people who abused that system, were far littler. And it didn't. Then we see with the feminist agenda infecting the women in our society and men in our society.
I don't know if it's far littler. I think maybe that's debatable too.
Yeah.
But.
Well, I think just historically accurate. Because, I mean, you see when feminism has been injected into our society, all of these negative things have come about. Whether you want to say that first wave feminism was a great thing, it has led us to where we are right now.
Yes.
So we can't discount that feminism, when it was introduced, has led us to where we are right now.
Well, feminism is all about women seeking independence from men to have agency and control over their own lives. That does not do well to contribute to the nuclear family, right? Like, as soon as you have that, you have a woman who's not being submissive to her husband, not trusting him to lead. And it's funny, like, for years, my brother would say, I know this nice guy, I know that. And it's like, I don't want a nice guy. And I realized, like, I was seeking somebody that could lead, somebody I could submit to. I just didn't know how to put it. Yeah. But yeah, I agree. I think, and I think there's a purpose to attacking the nuclear family, and I think there's a purpose to like trying to make us all dumber, and it's so we're easier to control.
All right, moving things along, we're going to get into the dating app segment of this. So the first thing we're going to do, we're going to actually do not the reaction to her profile first. We're going to do the Bumble segment. Okay, Nick? If you can pull up Bumble. And then so what we're going to do is we're going to go on Bumble and you're going to swipe on guys. You get 20 swipes, 20 swipes each. So just a yes or no. And that's pretty much it.
Do I get
put us on the other side.
Do we have to keep track of our swipes?
Yeah. All right, so starting with you.
No.
What? Is he single?
Wait, yeah, what the fuck?
They're just a groomsman and a bridesmaid.
Yeah, just yes or no on these. Go ahead. Oh, wait, did you say no?
Which one is it?
No, the previous one.
We don't even know which one.
I didn't even hear anything.
Yeah, I didn't say anything.
Because we don't know which one they are. These are all just put these as automatic no's,
Okay,
I guess,
no.
or skip.
Can you not scroll down?
Yeah.
No, we're just going to do like first
You
impression.
No. 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 Yeah. No. 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 No.
That's a.
I'd say yeah.
Are you? Yeah, I would have said yes.
it's
to a
also
couple
trying-
of those.
Personal preference.
It's
Yeah.
like personal
preference.
Yeah,
Only 18.
Like that's
Yeah.
the
And
age,
these guys are
age
older.
matters, yeah.
Yeah, there's a big part of it.
You
I
have
feel
like 5 more swipes.
Okay.
No.
That's a good looking
That would
dude.
be a yes to me. Like
No.
that's
Oh, he's cute.
What? Be a yes
They're
to
just
me
like
too.
they look
Yes.
old. They look
Yes, yes,
really
yes.
old.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, what's the oldest?
She's 18, right?
What's the oldest you would date?
I'm 18, so probably 20, and that's like pushing
Oh.
it because
What's the
I
oldest guy you've ever dated?
like 18.
They were in high
Oh.
school,
Yeah.
so
No,
probably
yeah.
same
Keep it here, Nick. Can you get that, Maddie?
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead. Keep going.
The oldest guy I've ever dated was like a year older than me at the
Okay.
time.
Sorry, Mason.
What?
What?
Okay, gotcha.
Yes.
Oh,
no.
oh no.
All right, next.
All right. So how many? That was like
That was like
80% no's.
Yeah, I said 2 yeses.
She's all right. They're picky. All right. What about?
90%.
Oh wait, was I
no.
supposed to be counting along with her?
No.
Okay, no, it's my turn.
No, no.
Okay. Maybe. No, I don't know.
It's a no.
No.
What?
I just don't find that appealing.
All right. Okay.
I know you don't
all right.
believe
Okay.
me,
All right.
that's, but
All right.
Oh, wow.
yes, if it's
He looks
the
so
guy
cool.
on the right.
That would be
If
yes.
it's the guy on the right,
100%.
yes.
Let's go.
Yeah.
He's the
I don't know which guy, but probably no. No.
in Crocs at the
I can't even see the guy,
Face
so I'm
card.
gonna say no.
Oh,
No, sorry.
so he was handsome.
No. It's the pictures. It's not even the guys. It's the freaking picture. I can't see him, so I'm gonna say
Okay.
yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Say
to
yes
this
to
guy.
that.
Yes to this guy. Yes to one of them. Maybe. I really can't see his face with the sunglasses. And this guy looks like he's 7-8 feet long, but I'm gonna say yes. I'd talk to him. Yeah. No, he looks like he's
Raising
in love
up the
with himself.
camera.
And yes to this guy.
All right, next.
So I don't know how many that was. I didn't count, but
It's
Wait.
fine.
Actually, before we move on, we're gonna do a review of your
oh, great.
Bumble profile.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for that.
So Nick, if you get that, and then we'll have everybody else do their swiping. All right. So this is your Bumble profile.
Yeah.
Oh, you ate there. That's cute.
Would you say?
You ate. It's cute.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. That's apparently my most popular photo. I've tried to change it, but Bumble keeps putting it up there. So
All right. Next. Can you read this for us?
I'm in Santa Barbara for a few days. I'd love to hang out with someone to explore Santa Barbara together. I'm a happy, healthy, sober, but fun Canadian lady, anti-hookup culture, but make up for a great connection and making friends. I'm 5'4", active. Do you want me to read all that?
Oh, you're open to kids.
Yeah, open to kids.
Open to kids,
Yeah, like I'd like
agnostic,
to have kids,
moderate.
but if I don't at this age, I mean,
Okay.
I've dealt with it.
All right.
Looking for a long-term relationship.
Yeah. We'll just
Yeah.
go through all of it. Next.
I love baking, as you can see.
Okay, next.
Yeah.
Next. Having the same values and goals, knowing each other's boundaries, mutual respect, and defined roles. Okay.
Yep.
Next, actually working out
That's
for
no
the long
filter.
haul.
There
That's
you
great.
go.
Well,
No, there's no
you're
filter there.
still wearing full
well,
makeup.
yes.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Is that
I will
the
put
last
a
one?
no makeup one up just for you.
Is that
I think there's one more, but it has a filter. Some of those have filters, some of those don't.
Go back to the first one, and then
Are you
Or
gonna
the
do a
second one?
side-by-side shot
No, hold on.
of what
Next.
I don't look like?
I just want to make a note here. So, okay, there's the SB thing, and then there's also
Yeah.
next one. Next. Next.
Yeah.
Next. Hold on. Wait. Next. Having the
my
same
ego.
values and goals, knowing each other's boundaries. When you say defined roles, what do you mean?
I prefer traditional gender roles. That doesn't necessarily mean like a guy is being the sole provider, because honestly, I'm not 20. I don't expect a man to do all of that for someone who's 36. But I certainly prefer a man who takes on a more leadership, masculine role in the relationship. I'm very feminine, nurturing, caring, that sort of thing.
I have a
Why does that
question.
matter with age? Oh, sorry.
So on
well.
your profile, you said you were looking for a long-term relationship. Given that you do live in Canada,
Yeah.
correct? And you said that you're in Santa Barbara.
Yeah.
What were your intentions behind?
So my
Finding someone
intentions
in
and my
Santa Barbara.
conversations were just that I don't know the area. I was coming here for 4 days. I was hoping that someone would just be like willing to go out and make friends, and I did find someone, and we just went out and had fun. Out like nothing romantic, completely platonic. That's all I was looking for, and I was really clear about it on the dating apps. I made it clear I'm here for just a few days. I really just want to explore the area with
You
someone.
still could meet the one.
Yeah,
You
and
open
to be fair,
like a long distance relationship?
am I open? I've done lots of long distance relationships. I've dated people in not many states, but like Oklahoma, North Carolina, Los Angeles. So I've done it. I'd prefer a local relationship, but yeah, if I met the right person, of course.
Maybe there's another Canadian here.
Yeah, you never
Also
know.
on
You
vacation.
never know. But yeah, I also did try on the Bumble BFF to meet women locally who would like go out and do fun things, and I could not find one volunteer. So I tried. So I just really wanted to go out and have fun for the few days that I'm here. So yeah.
Okay.
I know it's a red flag because you probably think, oh, she's looking for somebody to hook up with, but no, I didn't, and I wasn't.
Well, I mean, if like you're looking for a long-term relationship, if you live in Canada, like what do you expect out of meeting a guy here? Like any girl who's like wants a long-term relationship, but she's like traveling and she's like, I'm in town for the weekend.
Yeah.
That to me is like, well, there is no long-term potential at all. So you either just want to fuck.
No.
I think that's your opinion because I would
What,
like
for what other reason then?
I would support hers because we're in our 30s.
Yeah.
It's very different. We're
Like-
not in our 20s.
like
Like
for
for us,
me-
finding a life partner is very different than
Well,
like
and here's what I'll
in your
say.
20s when you're just
I
exploring.
am open to meeting the right person for me wherever on earth
Yeah, it
he
doesn't
is.
matter.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter to me, and I'm not saying that it's going to happen in this few days, but I
That's
don't
the
know.
perception, though.
I do not know how else to go out and meet somebody that I can like go out with in a city I don't know. Like I walked around in sketchy ass areas passing drug deals and like really scary things because I did not know where I was going. I researched, but it would have been really nice to have, you know, somebody with me to make sure I'm not getting into that and just like go to a restaurant with me, you know, whatever. And I understand most people will not read it that way, but I was pretty clear.
Well, and I grew up in a small town in Arkansas. Like you know your neighbors. It's a small town. You know, whenever you go and travel, you know, sometimes you are like, let me just meet someone. They're in the city. You never know where
Yeah,
there's
you
a
never
spark,
know.
there's a kindle. You get to know each other, even if it's friend zoned or whatnot, and you get to know each other. And then at some
And it doesn't have to be
point,
sexual, you know, just you're just
yeah.
meeting someone. And
I
but
think it's putting yourself out there.
yeah, putting yourself
So.
out there. And like I never do it. I never travel. And I will say in Kingston, Ontario, I am not finding my person. So that's why I'm open to anyone, anywhere. Not anyone, but like the one.
Yeah.
I don't want to make it sound like
Your match.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wherever he is.
All right, we're going to continue on with the Bumble thing. We'll have you do it. Nick, if you can pull that back up. It's tough. I feel like the age thing, like we'd have to adjust the age range.
The filter.
Because you're going to get like 20-year-old guys here.
If I didn't know his age, though, I'd still be like attracted to him. Like he's an attractive guy.
Yeah, he's
So
got-
maybe,
he's got
like-
a
Good looking.
mustache.
He's
if
handsome.
you guys just so we don't have to tinker with it too much, maybe next time on a different panel we'll do it. Just like
Envision him
like
aged.
either make
Within
them
your
younger
right
or
age,
older,
yeah.
like just
Try to
to
adjust
Just cover the
if you
age.
can.
Honestly, if he moves the picture a little bit more, like our
Yeah, it's-
video, then
it's
we won't
fine.
even see the age.
So,
but yeah,
yes
that
or
would be
no?
a yes for me.
Okay.
No. No.
No, fuck boy.
Yes. Yes. No. No. I can't really see him, but I'd say a yes if I could. No. 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 These guys.
Oh.
No.
Police? No, not the police officer.
No.
Comparable, you know?
No.
Okay.
Oh my God. Some of these pictures.
Oh, he is.
What
No. I don't know which one it is, but I'll just err on the side of no.
Jose.
Jose.
Yes. Yes. No. No.
Do we just skip Madison? I think you already did it.
Yeah.
All right. So we will go to you. Go ahead, Nick.
No. Yeah, he looks fun. No. 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 Yes. No.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yes.
This one's a yes? And the other one wasn't?
Yeah, no. No, he looks like
Trouble.
yeah, he seems chill. Yeah. No. No.
Be nice to Gilbert.
No. No. Instruments are cool, but no. Yeah. Yeah.
That was 20? Okay. What about you?
No. 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 No.
Reminder, just age them down if you have to.
No. Yeah. No. Yeah.
How could you see him?
No, I saw the nature and I'm like, that's cool.
Okay.
No. 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 Yeah. Yeah. No. 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 Yeah. No.
She likes the surfers.
Yeah.
I love the cool
Bro,
guys.
she likes the fuck boys.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, see, this is a sweet boy. He's not a
That's
fuck boy.
wholesome.
Yeah.
That's it. That's it. Okay.
Oh, I want that one too.
Too bad.
Everybody said yes to that one.
Too bad. Damn, y'all picky. Okay.
I'm gonna pass all of them.
Well, just I know you have a boyfriend. Or
No, I told him I wouldn't do it.
Okay, that's.
He didn't tell me
all
to
right.
not do it. I told him I'm not doing it.
All right.
W girlfriend.
That's fair.
Respectable.
Okay, so
Respect.
you want to.
You wanna go again?
Take 5 of hers.
Yeah.
Yeah, go for it.
Yes. She's like, yeah. No.
What? That was scary.
No.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Oh, cool, guys. Yeah. The whole friend group. Yes.
That's the nature.
That was fun.
All right. Damn, y'all picky. Shit. Okay.
Really, I feel like they were a lot less picky than
Not
like,
not
the
as
very
picky as
first.
some other people. Still a little picky. I saw some.
We should do this for you guys.
chat.
Yeah, for sure.
That's actually we could.
It's a great
I
idea.
would love that. You would probably be extremely picky, I would think.
You'd be surprised.
Well, in what context? Like to sleep with or to date? You know, it's two different things.
I don't sleep with girls unless I'm interested in dating them long term.
Okay,
That's
good.
good.
Yeah.
I feel like you are kind of picky though.
But I still think you're picky.
Yeah, he
I
is
think
picky.
you're picky, and that's not a bad thing. Like it, in certain
I'm
contexts.
actually not that picky looks wise.
Well, yeah,
but
but you're picky.
personality.
More picky
So
Yes.
much more picky.
On other.
That's what
levels.
I'm saying.
I'm
yeah.
actually. I don't think I am.
I like to
though.
say selective, not necessarily like picky.
Yeah, like
There's a difference.
picky has a negative connotation, but it's
suppose,
okay
yeah.
to like know what you want and to look for that, and to say if this person is. I mean, you want it to work out for the long haul. You've got to be selective to some degree.
All right, guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. Twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub, guys. We're trying to get to 70,000 followers on Twitch. And so drop us a follow if you are watching over there. The stream quality tends to be a little better over there on Twitch. Also, I got reports that apparently the mute function. Nick, could you pull up the chat really quick? There were a couple times I asked Nick to mute it. Apparently it didn't mute it. I don't think we said anything bad,
No.
but so chat, yes or no, was it muted? Yes, muted. No, not muted. Not muted.
Didn't mute.
They just didn't say anything.
There was no mute.
They just wanted to hear.
What did we say again?
Oh.
Never muted. Okay.
Okay.
Well, we're gonna have to wait. Nick, hit the button really quick. The mute. Testing. Okay, on OBS it still comes through. Okay, we gotta. Well, Nick, the other way you can do it.
Well-
you undo it there. The other way you could do it. Do you see on the left there? There's the sound bar.
Yeah. Okay.
There is. Yeah, you can. We're gonna do a test. Mute, and then you can take it off. Was it just muted there? Was it muted there? We just for practice. Was it muted there? I'm assuming it was.
Muted.
Yeah, okay, we're good.
Okay, that's it.
We're good. We're good, boys. By the way, Nick, just for your own self-knowledge, I think the attack on you was visible in this area right here.
Yeah.
So
I was thinking about that. The reflection.
it was in
People
the
can
reflection.
go back and look at it.
So yeah, so just letting you like.
I
if
feel like you could see
if there's any
Kendra's,
question, if she were to say
flange.
no, he hit me or you know.
Well, we all saw it.
We all
He
saw it.
provoked
We'll all be witnesses.
We all saw it, all witnesses, and it was here, and you were recording it. So,
Yeah.
and the
think
chat
it'd be
seems
good.
to agree.
Indeed.
Yeah, she. Nick, you trying to press charges?
Yes, saw her swat.
Did anybody check
I
if she's
would.
still outside?
No. Okay, stop. Okay, God, bro. Moving on. Let's see here. Really quick, I don't want to linger too long on this, but I do want to go around the table. And I'm actually, I'm going to start with someone in particular. We won't linger along on it because we've already talked about it twice, but the previous show, when I wanted it to be the main topic of conversation, it really didn't go over so well. Have you guys seen the man versus bear thing? Man or bear? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
So the question is, would you rather be stuck in the woods with a man or a bear? I want you to go first. And then we're going to go around the table like this, and then we'll circle back to you. So go ahead.
All right.
Go ahead.
It's a man or a bear?
Would you rather be stuck in the woods with a man or a bear?
A bear.
Okay. What about you?
Yeah, bear.
A man. Do you want us to explain why or no?
Yeah.
We'll come back to that.
Come back to it.
A man.
Probably a man.
Probably a bear.
Oh, okay. Got the friend group here.
What am I
And what about you?
100% a man.
Okay, so we got man, bear. Okay. Did you only say that because your two friends over here said bear and you feel like I can't go against my
stick as a
friends?
group.
No, honestly, I just think that I would be able to outrun the bear.
No, you can't. You can't.
Taking her on runs.
If I just did,
You can't do that.
like if
Babes, you're
I
not
didn't
ready.
provoke
Erroneous.
the bear,
Erroneous. Erroneous.
I feel like if
Erroneous.
I didn't provoke the bear, nothing would happen. But like
That's not true.
That's risky.
That's not true. I don't
Not
know.
necessarily.
I don't know. I feel like men, like a scary
Well, you did-
man is scarier than like.
Oh boy.
Yeah,
But you didn't say
You didn't
scary, right?
specify
You
what
didn't-
the intentions of the man was.
Yeah,
Like,
Yeah.
Is,
Well,
is
hold
he
on.
like a just
But-
regular
But
man?
the interesting with here's what's interesting to me with this question. No one is assuming. Wait, hold on. How do I want to frame this?
Yeah.
Ill intent of the man.
I'm assuming a baby cub.
Everyone seems to assume the man is bad, but
Yeah.
like no one is assuming the bear is good.
Yeah.
So how do we not like? What if we just apply? Let's say they're both have bad intentions.
Oh.
I'd rather get mauled alive than
I
beat
think
up
I'd
by a
have-
man.
I think I'd have better odds
Against
fighting off a man, than a
Yeah,
bear.
yes.
me too.
100% you'd have better odds.
And if I were to just walk into the woods alone and I came across a bear, the fear that would go through me compared to if I came across a man,
I'd be
different.
scared if I
Scared
came
about
across
the
a man.
I would be a little off put.
Bears are
I'd be like, oh,
animalistic.
there's something.
Yeah.
But if I saw a bear, I would freak out.
I'd
I
probably
think-
would
be
say I'm
excited.
flexible for
I
this.
feel like
Well,
the
and
argument.
you can't reason with a bear. You can reason with a man.
I'd have better
I
odds with
feel
the
like the
man.
argument stems from like the worst a bear can do is like hit you, maul you, like kill you. But there's like so much more that a man can do. Like, not all men, obviously, but like a man with ill intent can do, like before he kills you. And I think that's what goes through a lot of women's head when they choose a bear first.
See, I would feel like if I'm in the woods, I'm probably lost. So I'm
Private
go up
chat.
to that man and hope he can help me find my way out. But
Zero
I'd love
survival
to see
skills
a
if
bear.
you're going straight up to a man in the woods.
Well, no, but
probably
the
has
man we didn't
survival
say he's
skills.
That's actually probably
dangerous.
great survival.
Yeah, probably great. Go for
Wait,
the
we have a
person
chat
that's
here. Would you
there.
rather be stuck in the woods with a man or sunglasses and handle of Jack? Feel scared for the imaginary pilot.
Oh,
Dang it.
I choose the man
I
over that.
Yeah.
Although that
probably
would be a
choosing
lot
the
more
man. I'm choosing the
entertaining.
man. Nick, does that pull up a photo? Is it like just the photo, or does it also show the? Yeah, perfect. One of my viewers wanted me to ask this one. This is just a fun thing. So this is the man. Let me know when you get it, Nick.
Oh.
So this guy, or he kind of looks like a bear. This guy, or
Bender the
okay, we'll
offender
come back to
donated
it.
200.
No way.
Ain't no way you just said you can outrun a bear.
Yeah.
They can climb trees too. You ain't
True.
escaping a bear.
I think it's more like if I'm gonna get killed by a man or a bear, I'd rather be killed by the bear.
Really?
Because
Me
of
too.
what the man
Yeah.
can
Wait.
do before he kills me.
Yeah.
The man can get away with it too.
Well, what if the man like?
A bear would.
No, a bear would, but I mean, it's a bear.
Wait,
Let's
question.
be realistic. They're not
What
going to
about-
walk
no
up the
trial
bear.
for the bear.
Let's say the man doesn't want, like, because it's like the assumption here is like they're going to SA you or whatever. What if they don't want to SA you, but they do have like violent intention? They want to kill you, but they're not going to like torture you or anything. They're just going to like shoot you or something. Would that be? So you know for a fact the man would.
Grid 1 Motorsports donated $200. For fuck's sake, you will never know the man was there. He knows you will just be a drain on his resources and add nothing but woman prattle, so we'll hide and watch the bear get indigestion.
Bear indigestion.
Oh my God.
Yeah, think
I'd
a good
rather
one.
just get shot.
Yeah.
So the scenario is like the guy, the guy will shoot you, or this bear,
Is going to try to maul you.
you don't know. He's the bear's aggressive and
Yeah.
wants to attack
I'd rather
you.
just get
Well,
shot.
yeah, I would rather just get shot.
I'd rather get
All right,
mauled by
yeah,
the
well,
bear.
Wait, pull the photo up really quick.
Well, I don't
wouldn't
really
wanna-
Wait,
understand.
which guy? This guy or the bear?
I think maybe
The bear.
I would
The
escape
bear.
that
Still the bear?
man
Still the
because
The bear.
I
that
could run
man's-
faster than that.
Sorry,
man.
Jay.
I'd rather
Sorry,
my
Jay.
name make headlines like,
That's Jay, by the
mauled
way.
by a bear rather than killed by a man. I
Yeah,
don't want
but
to get taken out by a
that man
man.
is like not in the
Well,
best
so
shape and he's
bears,
older.
bears also they're not good killing machines.
Yeah.
They
They will
they're
just
not
mutilate.
effective.
Yeah.
So all they
Yeah.
do.
You alive? Is that?
Well, so they will. Yeah, they eat you alive.
Yeah.
So most of their diet is fish,
And fruits.
dead carcasses, fruits. Sometimes it'll be other animals, but they're not very effective killing machines. So they will eat you while you're still kicking.
Yeah, and you'll
And
like,
oftentimes,
bleed
people
out.
who get mauled by bears, if they do die, it's very, very later.
And if they
Yes,
survive,
yes,
they're
that's
ultra traumatized.
Exactly, it's rough.
Yeah.
So yeah, generally for this argument or this discussion, it didn't really. I don't think it got the point across that it wanted to get across to me. It just pointed out that a lot of people think with their feelings and not with their head.
Yep.
I think there's also like a bunch of layers of mistrust, right? We've seen so many negative things happen, especially now that we have internet and heard all these stories about
I think the
women
negative
being
things just,
SA
like-
and things like that.
Yeah.
Like it just naturally inclines you towards.
I
steering
also
away
think
from
that the
human
negative
experience.
things are the things that come to the surface way more than the positive things.
I'm
I
just
think
curious on
generally speaking,
That's news in general.
Yeah, it's just news in general. I
Anxiety
think
and voting.
men in general would rather protect a woman, and bears in general could care less.
Yeah.
Could not care
They don't
less.
care what your
Yeah.
gender is.
Now let me ask you guys a question. Those of you who said bear, let's change the setting from woods to a 10 by 10 room. Does that change anything?
Well, you're-
Starting with you.
A 10 by 10 room?
10 by 10 room. Does that change anything?
How big is that?
10
by 10.
Okay, okay.
Just
Like
think of
very
this
small.
area.
This living room.
Oh my god, that changes it.
What's the
Is
answer?
it the same man that you showed before?
Same man, same bear.
What? No. It's just it's a random man.
The man.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it would probably change it just because in that setting, like, there's really nowhere for you to go. Well, yeah, I guess. Then, yeah, it would change.
Well, in the forest, arguably, there would be nowhere for you to go.
Yeah.
Well,
either.
more forest. Like,
Because this hypothetical.
like, you run farther.
Well, the hypothetical would seem to indicate that you will make contact. Otherwise, what if you don't
Yeah.
make
Yeah.
contact in
Then
the
there's no
hypothetical?
issue.
Yeah.
What would the issue be? So in both scenarios, you're making contact.
If it's like a man with malintent, then
No. But it's
I'm
a
just-
random man.
if it's a random man, is it a random? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, it's a random man.
kidding.
So
Try
they
to-
could be. It could be, for example, the random man that generates could be your brother or father.
Oh.
It could be,
Because it's random.
or it could be a good man.
Well, if
It's actually very. It's more likely than not that whichever
good
random
man.
man you get is going to be a good man.
Could be a skinny man. Oh my god.
then if he's gonna be a good man, then I'll say man.
No. Hold on.
I know it's a
random
random
though.
man. It's a
So
random
you're-
man.
don't
there is the
know.
possibility it
There's
could
a
be a terrible
possibility.
But the
man.
Yeah.
probability
Man,
is
yes
higher
Okay,
than it's
then-
good.
What about you?
I think going into like when you first said the question, I was thinking about which one would I rather be killed by.
No.
So in
It's-
like this, I guess I would change my answer. Like even in the woods, I would say a man, and in the room, I would say a
Well,
man.
even if you pick the bear, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to get attacked. Doesn't necessarily mean you'll be
yeah,
attacked.
Just the
But I
probabilities.
don't know.
Yeah.
I feel like there probably is a higher chance that I would be able to survive.
Okay, she's
than
changing
that.
it up now. Okay.
Well, just like I had thought about it, I was
Sure.
like, I would rather be killed by the bear.
But your
But
gut
that's like
instinct
Yeah.
was
if I
different.
was like gonna get killed. Like, for sure, like, I'm getting killed.
I'm not even sure if you'd want,
Yeah, I think-
even then, if
yeah.
you'd prefer to be.
I think you're
killed
just
by a bear.
misinformed.
I think.
I don't know. I feel like it's like we hear
Go ahead.
more.
Go ahead.
Like, sorry.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, you go ahead, then you go ahead. Go ahead.
I feel like we hear more like horror stories about like sexual assault, and so that fear is like ingrained in my head. Like, I would never want that to happen to me, but I don't hear about like getting mauled by a bear much. So
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
I'm just like not.
Well,
like,
there aren't too many bears in the city.
Right.
yeah. Well, like, it's just not like one of my biggest fears.
Right.
Yeah.
But, okay. And then you were going to say?
Kind of piggyback off of Alyssa. It's just kind of like in the like initial like or on TikTok when that question was like circulating, it is more like about like the essay and things that like would happen if it was a man with malintent, and then what would your decision be? But if it's like obviously like you said a random man and it could be good, then
I'd
switch.
This is like a perfect situation because I had no idea what the reference was to, so it was just my inherent response. But sounds like you ladies had some backstory to it,
Yeah.
and that impacted like your actual response.
Yeah, well, like when I saw it before, like on TikTok or whatever platform it was on, that was like what a lot of like the responses was, and then that
Okay.
would get me thinking like, yeah, I've heard all these horror stories, or I've had.
I think this is more of it's more a negative comment on like how our social media and how media in general portray men, because the image that you're getting of men is obviously pretty negative.
Yeah.
Whereas generally speaking, men are not like that. They're probably it's like we said, it's more likely you'll meet a kind-hearted man in the woods than you will a kind-hearted bear.
I do agree that I think that what gets pushed out in the perspective of men is definitely negative, and I think that's just because that's what like sells more and gets more views. But yeah,
Do you feel like the reverse is also true? Like women get a bad rap that just because they want maybe a financially stable, secure man that's going to take care of them, now women are all of a sudden considered to be like
you have to,
super like materialistic and gold diggers and all that stuff.
So if we just put a blanket statement, like for example, if we put men in this situation, like would you rather, I don't know if the bear thing is perfect,
Yeah,
but
I don't.
would you rather be in the woods with a bear or with like a gold digger?
Well, because there's no threat
there's
there.
no
That's the thing.
equivalent.
So we have to find an
Yeah, I know. It would have to be something else. But
Maybe with
would
the
you
sunglasses,
agree that if men had this prejudice towards women being gold diggers, would you agree that that's sexist? Would you agree it's sexist if men had a prejudice against women that women were gold diggers? Is that sexist towards men?
Yeah.
So
Towards
now,
women, you mean?
No, towards men. Or wait.
Women.
From men
Excuse me,
towards
yes.
women?
Would it be?
Yeah.
Would it be? Yes. Would it be a sexist view towards women?
Yeah,
Or would the men be sexist to have that prejudice?
I think it is, yes, because they're automatically assuming that the woman is not capable of harm, right? Like, I think it goes the same way.
So,
it goes both ways.
are women sexist for having a prejudice against men, for viewing men as dangerous and unsafe and as predators?
Sexism goes both ways.
Yeah.
That's all I
Yeah,
was
but-
saying. Sexism goes both ways.
I'd like to hear from the other girls here because it's not clear to me if women are prepared to say, yes, I am sexist because I have this irrational fear of men. And you might even argue that it's a rational fear.
I don't know. For that, I would say like for a long time I felt that way.
I'm so glad I'm not dating donated $200. There's a bear. It's clearly about to attack you. Choose your defense. A6 130-pound skinny, sweet, genuine, average nerdy gamer. Or 6'5 plus 255 pounds murder convict covered in tattoos from head to toe.
Good question.
Which one? Number 1 or 2? Starting with you.
Who would I want to defend me?
Yes.
Yeah.
The larger man.
I would wonder about the murder convict because maybe he has some great
Oh my God,
self-defense
just answer the
skills.
question.
That's what I'm
Just
saying.
answer the
That's
question.
the
It doesn't have to be
It doesn't
answer.
have to be that deep.
That's the answer. That was my answer.
Just Gerald donated $200.
Indeed.
Alaska here, laughing at those that choose the bear. Outrun a bear. I can't stop laughing. It hurts.
Oh no,
I'm
maybe she
crying.
did track.
Of all
Maybe
the
she did
bears
No,
track.
she did not.
I
She did not. We went on a run before,
She's
and she could not do the run.
No,
Yeah, I mean,
she was laughing.
Bears are like 1,000 pounds and faster than Usain Bolt.
Yeah.
Like,
I would choose the convict to defend.
The first one, because he's probably still strong enough to protect me.
Yeah,
Wait,
I'd say
the first one?
Yeah.
The 130-pound skinny guy?
I mean, he's a man. He's probably still strong enough to protect
He's
me.
never
From
been
a
in a
bear
fight or
ma-
flight
Really help.
situation.
But you have a better
I don't want to
option.
be murdered.
Yeah, because what happens
No,
after?
but they're defending you. They're defending you. You're not just stuck with them.
Yeah.
Okay,
There-
then the second one.
Yeah.
I feel like I thought about it.
Okay, then the second one. They're just defending.
It was the convict.
Sorry,
was
I changed my
confusing.
answer.
I mean, I still think the 6'5" guy is going to get fucked up.
No, yeah. So I would pick the convict for a totally different reason. I'm gonna probably bet that this guy's probably a little bit overweight and is not going to be as fast as me or as you guys. So all you have to do is just be
Outrun
faster
him.
than him.
That's true.
I actually would pick the convict. So, like, if the bear were to kill him, like, the bigger guy could, like, wear the bear out first.
Yeah.
I don't know about where.
Or if he's bigger,
You'll maybe
the
have
bear-
time to get
What about-
away
what
if
about
he's
you?
preoccupied. Yeah.
What about you?
Oh, I said the convict after what you said because because also if he's bigger, then the bear's probably gonna want like the bigger meal, right? While he's like eating that guy, could like go for
The
it.
convict.
Yeah.
The what?
Convict.
The convict.
Okay. All right. I just don't get this whole, I don't know.
I just think that the most gals that you're probably talking to don't really have like the context.
The Shy Guys donated $214.82. The real question is, would you be stuck with a bear or with a woman? And why is it the bear? You gals never had a survival training. I would say this should be mandatory for everyone. Gustavo's hair roll.
I don't know if that makes any sense.
Woman.
But I did pose a question. I did ask, okay, so if men's prejudice towards women being gold diggers is sexist, is women's prejudice towards men being broadly dangerous or unsafe, is that a sexist?
There's a degree of mutual sexism that happens. I think from women, though, it comes from trauma.
Answer the question.
I agreed with you earlier that yes, it was
Let's get
mutually
everybody's
sexist.
answer to this,
Okay.
starting
Yes.
with you.
Yes.
Yeah, I feel like it's also sorry. I feel like it's also it's not necessarily well, I guess you can't say it's sexist because we have this one view for men, but I think it's engraved in our head because it has happened so much. Like if you with a woman who's a gold digger, she might be trying to steal your money, but she's not trying to like hurt you. It's not that we think that all men are like this. It's that we have to take precautions to think a certain way because it's happened so many times.
Well, I mean, you can rationalize your sexism as much as you want, just like the southern states rationalized slavery for a very, very long time.
Or any like racism.
Regardless of the rationale, it was still racist.
Right. I understand.
So I guess regardless of your rationale, you can still like acknowledge that it's sexist.
Yeah, I'll acknowledge that it's sexist, but I think it has its reasons behind it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I already said yes.
That's what I would have said.
You got
into the mic.
Sorry, that's what I would have said. What she said.
Yeah.
Okay. Good talk, I guess.
Progress.
Good talk. There's one last thing we can pull up really quick, Nick, on this. Shout out to get that pulled up.
What's that?
Private chat.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I don't. Yeah. Pull that up. Shout out to the Tin Men on Instagram. Pull it up when you're. He did a little thingy. Put us on the other side. Make it bigger, please. Make this bigger. One more. Yeah. Okay. Man or bear? Yet another thought experiment. Go next. All right, so men have spent their entire adult lives being educated by dehumanizing social media thought experiments, and this time it's bears. I guess they've done this before with other things. Next. No, scroll. Yeah, that's fine. Women, would you rather be stuck in a forest with a man or a bear? I want to say the man, I really do, but I can't shake the idea that I would be safer with a bear. The latest viral meme asks if women would rather meet a man in a forest or a bear. Next. Some people have even done mathematics to claim we would all be safer with bears. It is, however, a dishonestly phrased question. Next. Every year, women encounter thousands of men, and following these thousands of interactions, around 0.9% of American women will be a victim of a violent crime annually. That's from the U.S. Department of Justice from 2020. Next. So perhaps a better question would be if you swapped all 124 million American men, fathers, sons, brothers, friends, and granddads with bears, would violent crime rates go up? Next. Yes, it's true. 80% of violent crimes are committed by men, but it's also true that only 0.2% of American men are arrested for violent crimes each year. That's from the FBI. Next. And if you like bears, then here's another. Women are the primary abusers of children in America, and it's mother only 43%, father only 27%. So which would you rather leave your child alone with a woman or a crocodile? Next.
Oh boy.
Because that
The
wasn't
answer,
sexist.
the answer, of course, is the woman. Because only a teeny minority of parents are abusive, and the vast majority of women are perfectly kind to children. Next. So man or bear? Father seen identifying as a bear while entering family court in the hope he receives less prejudice. Which would you choose? So that's a great, the 10 Men, they're a great resource there on Instagram. Some great stuff on that, so be sure to check it out. But yeah, I mean, it comes down a bit to like encounters, right? I mean, you have to ask, like, per encounter, like think of all the men you've walked by, that you've met, that you've even hung out with privately, that perhaps maybe some of you have encountered terrible men. It certainly may be the case. But if you were in the same scenario, you replace all those scenarios where you encountered a man, replace it with a bear. And you can even distribute that proportionally to the type of bear, because some bears are more aggressive than others. But if you were just, whatever the distribution is, it's what, 10% polar, I don't know what the distribution is. You get fucked up by a bear. I'm just saying, the bear is the terrible choice.
Yeah.
No? Also, on this, if we were to place man with a racial or ethnic group, would the question then become racist?
Like racial ethnic group versus bear.
Like, would you rather be in the forest with X racial, we'll just even say it's still a man, but would you rather be in the woods with a bear or a black man? Would that be a racist question?
It's both racism and sexism, right?
Right. Well, if it's racist, it certainly has to be sexist too.
Yeah.
Well, I'll ask you guys actually. Would you rather be in the woods with a bear or a black man?
A bear. When you asked the question the first time, I envisioned like a big, like strong, old white man.
I did as well.
Wait, so
actually.
you'd still pick the bear though?
Yeah.
I initially said bear, and it wasn't because of the person's race. It was because it would be because of their sex. So.
Okay. No, but I'm saying, hold on.
I know.
So the question is, I've changed the question.
Yeah.
Would you rather be in the woods with a bear or a black man?
Bear.
I stick with bear.
Still stick with bear? Okay.
I changed my mind about it to the man. So
All right.
in the case, it would still be the man.
We won't linger on this for too long. I'll give a couple other fun scenarios here. What about a giant lesbian woman? Does that change anything?
No.
What do you pick there?
Bear.
Still the bear?
Yes.
What? I'd choose her.
Oh wait, am I getting the? Can you? Yeah.
Okay. Would you rather be in the woods with a giant lesbian woman
She probably chops wood.
No, I'm sorry. That's
or a bear?
Bear.
The bear.
Survival.
The bear.
Okay. All right.
You're still gonna lose.
I would admit that this would be sexist, but I would say the lesbian woman.
Okay.
The woman.
Okay. What about? Hold on. What about a gay man?
Fair.
A fat
Or a
gay
bear.
man.
No, just a gay man or a bear.
Gay man.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah, gay man.
The gay man.
Yeah. I think the fear here is like the. Okay. Well.
You
What
could
about?
also include gay man to just man. too,
Yeah,
'cause
that could be
are
one of the
That's-
random
no,
men
that's actually
that
a really good
shows
point.
up.
Yeah.
That's a really
Could
good
be a
point,
gay man.
Madison.
Could be gay,
The random man
too.
could end up being a gay man.
Yeah,
Could
he
also
Yeah, he could.
could it be like
guys
a
got me.
trans
I understand your argument.
What about a woman serial killer versus a random man?
Do
A
I
random-
know she's a serial killer?
So,
Or like she will be a serial killer.
well, that yes, you do know because I'm asking the question. But so, serial killer woman versus random man. So you could get a man with bad intention, but you could also get
A
your
woman. The woman. Paul, fight her off.
Is that woman like
Wait, with a serial killer?
the woman?
Does she have like a weapon or anything? I can
No,
fight her
no
off.
weapons.
She needs
I can
more
fight her off,
she needs
guys.
more information.
I would do the man because if I know 100% this girl's a serial killer, I would obviously go for the
And
one
the
that
intention,
I have
to
my
be clear,
odds.
she wants to kill you.
Kill you.
Just to be
I
clear.
would want to kill her too.
Okay. All right. What about you?
I would say the man, just because I know that this like woman has killed other people before.
Right.
She's like capable.
Yeah, if she wants
She's
to kill you, she's gonna
experienced.
kill
Yeah.
you if she has a weapon
And
or
we
not.
don't know the intentions of the man, so I'm gonna give him like the bad.
Have you
But you
killed
still
somebody?
take
Yeah.
the
I still take the women, guys. I have trust. I don't know.
All right.
You
Goddamn.
guys would, like,
What if
flip it
she's a
away.
lesbian serial killer?
Ooh, that changes things.
Then she could SAU and
could
kill
SAU.
you.
Yeah.
Does that change anything? Still the.
I could fight her off.
What if she does jujitsu? And
I
she's
have
an
a
MMA
little
fighter.
bit of boxing experience. I'll put
What
that
about
in.
okay? How about what about a man who is dressed as a bear versus a bear?
I feel there's gonna be an obvious difference unless the costume's really good.
Man.
What about you?
The man.
Why does the costume change it?
Well, they look the same. I guys, by the way, I have terrible vision, so I probably won't be able to tell the difference. My vision is terrible.
What about
I'm
you?
getting lost. It's the man in the bear costume is like, okay, yeah.
So a
okay.
man who's dressed as a bear, random man,
Random man in a, okay.
a furry, I guess,
Yeah, if he's
or a bird.
Yeah, but
No,
what
I'm
kind
sure
of
if
bear
it's
costume too, you know?
Man, yeah.
It makes me think twice just because I'm like, does he have a mental instability because he's dressed as a
Exactly.
bear and is
And
he
how-
really going to just
how
like
unstable
I agree
is
with that.
He's
It's
gonna want
not
to
the
protect
type
you.
I'd go for.
yeah.
Just the man.
Okay. And then, all right, we're going to move on. Really quick, guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow, drop us a Prime sub if you're watching over there. Appreciate it, guys. Let me do a couple of the chats. Bring it back to, hold on. Can I have you read this one?
Woman, cheat code, choose the man, let him have his way with you, so when you inevitably run into a predator anyway, you can expect him to take the hypothetical bullet and die protecting
Good.
you.
Wow.
Okay. Thank you, Nick.
Layers.
Thank you, Nickelodeon.
Layers.
My goodness.
I'll touch on that one too really quick, actually. Would you want a man that you were dating to sacrifice his life for you, take a bullet for you? Or no, hold on, let me reframe it. Would you not be willing to date a guy who was unwilling? Wait, hold on. Is this a double negative now? Fuck.
I think so.
Wait, hold on. Would you or would you not date a guy who was unwilling to, say, down the road, say when you're in love, you've been dating for a while, even married, who would be unwilling to sacrifice his life for you? Say in the hypothetical scenario, he can take the bullet or you can take the bullet, but he wasn't willing to take the bullet for you. Would you date that man?
I think I would expect him to protect me in that way if we've been dating for a long time, yeah.
Okay. Like it would so you would not date the guy who was unwilling to take a bullet for you?
Yeah, but I wouldn't expect him to do that if we were only dating for like a couple months, you know?
Okay.
Like, it's like something down the road.
Okay. So like a year?
I don't think I would expect him to do that, like sacrifice his life for me after dating for a year.
Mm-hmm.
I would want him to, but I wouldn't expect it.
I wonder, let me ask you a follow-up question. He doesn't have to sacrifice his life, but he does have to do something, and in order to protect you, he ends up with a, it wouldn't be a life or death scenario, but he ends up with, is this one out of focus, Nick?
A little bit.
The one that's on her?
Yeah, no,
I'll change it. Trying to think. He,
Like a disability?
yeah, like I don't know. He
like
loses
vegetative or
he loses
paralyzed or
he
whatever.
loses a leg.
Yeah. What's the question?
He
Life or
loses
leg?
he loses a leg to prevent you from losing a leg.
Leg for leg.
And what's the question?
Yeah.
I don't know. Like there's
Like,
there's
would she continue dating him even though he's disabled? Is that what you're saying?
There's
Like,
a car
would she-
coming. There's a car coming, and like you're in the street, and if he doesn't grab you and move you out of the way, your leg gets crushed. But if he grabs you and moves you out of the way, his leg gets crushed.
What's the question?
So if the guy was unwilling to do that, would you date him? Like to make that sacrifice? God, I don't know if this makes sense, but.
I think I screwed him, Ryan. Sorry.
What do you mean?
I just made you forget what you said.
No, it wasn't your fault. Go ahead and answer the question.
That's like a hard question. I would be willing to date him still. Yeah.
Would it?
Move that.
Okay, yeah.
Well, you're saying like we're in love. Yes, I would be willing to date him.
If he wouldn't.
No, would
If he wouldn't?
Yeah, I really don't care that much about that. I mean, of course, like it's a nice thought that he would like, die for you or whatever. But like, I would do the same for my family. If he doesn't want to, I just, it's not on my top priority, I guess.
So like you would date someone who would sit there and watch you get your leg destroyed,
Or mauled
It's
by
just
a
a
bear.
leg.
and not attempt
It's
to
just a
help
leg.
you.
Or literally for that reason exactly, because I know I would do the same thing. I would not be dating that person anymore. Like if you're not the same dedication and like to save me, or whatever, we save each other.
I
in a
don't know.
way,
I just think in
would
that
not be
kind of a
dating.
situation, like people have all kinds of different reactions. And do you have a problem with me like speaking?
No.
Because she went into the same. She went into her reasons. You guys are asking me questions, so I just will not answer anything. That's fine. Go ahead.
Okay.
I answered my question. Yes, I would be willing to date him still. I said that.
If he wasn't willing to take a bullet for you.
Yes.
Okay.
I said no.
You wouldn't. Okay.
I wouldn't be willing to date someone who isn't willing to take a bullet for me, because I don't think willingness has to do with like capability, if that makes sense. Like, say, like in my relationship, I appreciate that Frankie and I would both be willing to die for each other. But when it comes to in terms of capability, like we've discussed, that he'd be more capable to be mentally stronger to live on and take care of our children. If that makes sense. I don't know if that makes sense, but.
What about you?
I feel like I wouldn't if I was in a place where I felt like I would be willing to take a bullet for them and they weren't willing to take a bullet for me, then we wouldn't be at the same level of, I guess, love or dedication to one another, so I would stop.
I wouldn't take a bullet for someone personally, so I wouldn't expect
you
him.
would or you wouldn't?
I wouldn't, so I wouldn't like.
You wouldn't expect it.
I wouldn't expect them to do it for me.
Okay.
And you want to be a cop?
He got me. I got you. I would not date a man that's not willing to sacrifice at any of those levels for me. And I think my boyfriend, day one, would have still jumped in front of a car or whatever. He walks on the side of the street that's closer to cars.
Oh, right.
I expect that with reciprocated
Okay, I see.
honor and respect to him.
Yeah.
But see, like,
So the reasoning for the boyfriend walking closer to the side of the road is what?
Protection.
Is-
Sidewalk
What?
rule
so
from
he's,
a car.
he's the
Or
one
from
that's
what? So, okay, you would
if
want...
a
being
van
hurt.
drives
Yeah.
up to you and snatches you because you're on the side of the road.
Okay, what?
Or if someone runs
he's
into
in
you.
between me and the
Okay,
thing
so
that's
you'd
most
want-
likely to cause harm.
So you'd want the guy to like get run over by the car versus you. He'd be in a better position to protect you from that.
I want a
At
man.
the sacrifice of him getting run over instead, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Obviously, I would hate that, but I
Right.
wouldn't want to be with a man who wouldn't do that.
Now going back around this way to the table, do you think it would be like less maybe you would still date the guy, but would it be less attractive and would he be less masculine if he was unwilling to sacrifice his life for his girlfriend, wife, whatever it may be?
Yeah, that's unattractive.
no.
Don't care at all? Okay.
Yeah, I think it'd be less attractive.
Less attractive.
I think it would be less masculine. Actually, I don't know, because like it doesn't make me more masculine that I'm willing to take a bullet for the person that I love, doesn't it?
It was attractive or not
Doesn't-
attractive, though.
yeah, does it
Not
make him
necessarily
less
masculine.
attractive to you if
Okay,
he's
yeah,
not willing
sure,
to
it's
do it?
unattractive, but I don't think it's like you should expect it from like the start
Yeah.
of dating.
Less attractive.
I don't know if you heard the question.
Sorry,
or-
what was the question?
Would it be a man who is unwilling to sacrifice his life for you? Would you view him as less attractive or less masculine?
maybe slightly not fulfilling his role as like a protector. But I don't know. Maybe because I've been independent for so long, I take on that role more myself. So I just don't see it as like a deal breaker. But yes, maybe a little.
I don't see myself ever being in the position to like sacrifice my life for a man. So I feel like it's kind of a double standard to expect him to do that for me if I'm not willing to do it for him. So at the end of the day, like I don't see that as less attractive.
Okay, fair enough. I don't know if we go full into this convo here, if I reveal my position on it.
Do you want to start going through some of the tabs?
Yeah, we.
YouTube video, tweets.
The tweets are out because, well, you can, yeah. We're not going to do the YouTube video. Was there something else we were going to pull up? I'm trying to remember. Nah. We need to do, well, I mean, on this note, I think it's actually, so if you're a woman and you're like a traditional woman and you want a guy to protect you, I think that's totally valid. But if you're not a traditional woman, you can't be demanding a man to be, you can't be like upset if a guy wouldn't be willing to risk his life, not risk his life for you.
Yeah. Even if you would do the same for him.
But like, it's crazy to me because like those of you who answered bear, like you'd want your boyfriend to sacrifice his life for you, but y'all pick bear over man?
Well, this is your boyfriend that like you love and like you're devoted to, and if
Not a random
yeah,
man.
exactly, not a random man. In the
I would
woods.
go as far to say that I would expect a man on a first date to act in that way.
To
Really?
sacrifice
On a
his life
first
for you?
date?
On a first date.
On a very first date?
I would
Hold on,
expect.
let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Let me explain a bit further, but I have a follow-up.
Like, I would expect a man to step in and be a protector in any scenario.
Even if it means losing his life on the first date.
Yeah.
Interesting. Now, let me ask you a question, though. So we heard from her earlier that she went on 30 dates in 1 month time. Sometimes she even went on 2 dates in a day. Now, do you think that a man, knowing that, you know, for example, let's say she went on a date with a guy, it was the lunch date, and that man knew that right afterwards she was going on a dinner date that very night with a different man. Do you think that a man in that situation should sacrifice his life for a woman who's dating multiple other men at the same time?
I don't think it necessarily has to do anything with like a romantic relationship. It's more of a man's role and a man's.
So he should do it for a stranger even?
Yes.
A man should even sacrifice his life for a total stranger?
Yes.
Let me ask you a question. You're
Okay.
in a relationship, right?
Yes.
Your boyfriend, would it be...
I'm so glad I'm not dating donated $200. If I was married to a hormonal, raging, entitled, non-submissive 304. If someone attacked us and it was life or death, I would shoot her in the chest so the attacker didn't have to live with the pain.
Okay.
That makes a lot of sense.
So thank you, I'm so glad I'm not dating, good to see you in the chat. If you had a boyfriend, you currently have a boyfriend.
Yes.
You've been dating for 1.5 years. You would want, let's say do you want to have children with this guy one day? Let's say you have kids, right? Would you want him to potentially, let's say he saw some conflict going on and he was going to do the heroic thing, try to get involved. He actually ends up dying by trying to break up this conflict. Say it was a woman, he was trying to save a woman. Would that be worse, or would that be better or worse for your family for him to go and die but do the heroic thing?
It'd be heartbreaking, but I actually am very confident that he would do that.
But you would still, well, let's say he would do that.
So he's in the service.
Would that
so
be
he would.
well,
That's another point. Like military people are doing that
He would
every single
100%
day
do
for
that.
strangers.
And that's kind of
Sure.
like the thing. One of the
we're talking
things-
about a different context here, but so that would.
No, we would not be better off without him.
Okay.
That's the answer.
But you would still desire for him to do that?
I think for the protection of someone else, yeah. I think that is a heart level commitment. And
Thank you, Duran.
Huh?
I'm thinking somebody. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Yeah. I think that would be what would happen, and I know that, and so hopefully, Lord willing, that never happens. But I know that going into our relationship, that's the kind of man that he is, and he
Okay.
would.
So just going back-
I'm like accepting that, I'm also accepting him going to fight if he has to for our country, for people who don't give a rip about what he's fighting for. So
Where's your boyfriend deployed? Is he deployed? You said he's in the military?
yeah, he has been.
Where was he? Was he in Afghanistan?
I'm not sharing information
Okay.
about that. But yeah,
Is he really
What branch?
is he really defending?
What branch is he in?
I don't
know
think
if I
I-
need to have a military conversation.
Yeah, I don't want to share more information, but he's definitely been in dangerous situations. And
But okay, on the micro level, I absolutely support individual soldiers. On the macro level, frankly, a lot of these wars that we're involved in have absolutely nothing to do with the defense of America or the people of America. We've wasted, I don't know, was it trillions of dollars in the Middle East? For what? We were in Vietnam for what? We were involved in all these conflicts for what? So it's not clear to me, at least in more modern military conflicts, if these men are really protecting.
Well, at least that's the idea that they're given,
nation.
right? That's what
Are they
what
protecting
they're
the
taught.
nation,
you're in the Air
or
Force?
hold on, or sorry here, Mason.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
Or is it in the interest of the oligarchs and the people that have, the military industrial complex who have an interest in, there's financial component.
Yeah, there's.
I think what she was
Making money
speaking
in
to
that
is the
way.
sentiment behind it.
And
like
there's so
the
many
intent
things that I
behind
would
it.
say are
Not the-
amazing about the military, but I do respect so much our country in the way that we are protected in a general sense. I'm not saying it's perfect by any means, and I don't really want to dive deeper into that, but I'm really, really, really grateful.
No, but I think, look, on the micro level, the soldiers, I think they all have good intentions, and that's what they want. They want to protect their nation. They want to protect, but I think the military conflicts on the macro level that we find ourselves in, it doesn't really. Now, in the future, we could be involved in something, a righteous war. I mean, there's some debate there, but not the more recent military conflicts. I'm like, are we just really fucking brutalizing these people in these countries? I don't know if you want to weigh in on this, Mason. I mean, you're joining the military.
Yeah. So I guess speaking to more recent conflicts, the experience that has been, I guess, relayed by the people who've been over there, the enemy that we were fighting in most of these recent conflicts in the Middle East were absolutely monsters of human beings. So I mean, hanging dead corpses in the streets, and there was, I can't remember his name. One of I hate that I don't remember his name. Not Saddam Hussein. It was just his his underling. What is his name? He was more active in the terrorist scene. He was the one of the main leaders.
You're not talking about Bin Laden, are you?
No, not Bin Laden. No, it wasn't Saddam's underling. I think he was associated with Bin Laden. I cannot remember his name for the life of me. But anyway, just absolutely probably tortured and killed tens of thousands of people. So, I mean, there are motivations by people in our government that are not altruistic and great, but there is very good work being done, and especially the part of the military that I want to go into, the special warfare community. The vast majority of those guys are men's men, usually pretty conservative, traditional guys who they get sent on the missions where they are protecting a whole lot of people that do not have protection. That speaks very true to what I want to do. I want to be that kind of guy. I want to have that kind of training, especially for the future fight. When our vision is now set on China, Russia, two nations that are very opposed to America in general, how we prioritize freedom over security.
But
will also-
I'm just going to
No,
move
it's
it
fine.
on.
Go.
I'm just
Yeah,
going to
yeah,
move it
fine.
on. But I mean, just to bring it back to the original question was, so like, for example, how she's going on 30 dates with, you know, you went on 30 first dates, if I recall correctly, in a 1 month
How I
period.
did, yeah. Mhm.
You went,
I was meeting people.
You occasionally went on, right, but like,
Let's phrase it correctly though. I was meeting people. They were first dates. I wasn't
dates, right.
dating
Yeah.
multiple
Dates.
men as
Yeah.
like
Okay.
a serial dater.
okay, fine.
That's
were
what you're
going-
like,
well,
you know,
were some of the men you were,
posturing. No.
well, it's kind of, I mean,
I was
this
during-
characterization's a bit,
We're not
It's
dating
not really
each
relevant.
You're
one,
kind of
but
like
you're going
Okay, fine,
weaponizing
fine.
information.
I'm not
kind
weaponizing.
of.
How am I
Yeah.
weaponizing?
It's like it's making it out to be like this, like these women that are dating all of these men all at one time, and should men really even be like protecting them? And you know, I'm of the opinion, yeah, like a man that I met for a first date, I have no expectations of him. I could be a perfect stranger, you know, to him, and vice versa,
well,
right?
yeah, so the point
But-
I'm arguing though is that, like, as a woman, in order for you to feel like you're entitled to this extreme sacrifice on the man's part, I think you should be trying to move in like a, so okay, men's,
have moved.
hold on,
You asked
hold
me
on.
about my early
I don't
date.
think so,
Yeah, you
but
did.
hold on,
But-
we can get back into that, but. So a man willing to sacrifice his life for a woman would be the ultimate form of chivalry. There is no greater sacrifice a man can make than to lay down his life for a woman.
That's biblical.
So what is if there's this expectation on men to be chivalrous, there ought to be a corresponding expectation on women to be ladies. And I would argue, in order to be a respectable lady, to be deserving of a man to sacrifice his life for you, you certainly can't be dating multiple men at the same time, even going just on multiple first dates. So in this scenario with her, if I was on a first date with a woman and I was inclined to sacrifice my life for a woman, I would advise a man that it would be ludicrous to sacrifice your life for a woman who has a date planned with another man right after you. You're going to do the ultimate chivalrous thing, die for her, and she's going to see another guy later that night. That would be crazy to me. But under your framework, you think a guy should die for a woman who's going to go date another guy that night? Is that your position?
So,
just answer the question. Do you think he should still die under those circumstances?
yes. Can I give more info?
So your answer is yes, though.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So I also, to put it into more of like my mindset, is like I had this whole, you know, epiphany kind of thing in college. We had this like active shooter scenario training in one of my classes, and they talked about like how basically like you should be willing to jump on that shooter.
The men should.
No, just anyone. So I was thinking through, they're like, whoever's closest to the door, they're coming in the door, the best way to stop that active shooter is to attack that person. And so I was like, dang, like that is crazy. Like that is such a challenge. Like, I don't know if I could do that, blah, blah, blah. But like, it really got into my head and I thought about it a lot. And I'm like, man, I could protect the other people that are there. I'm the closest person there. Like, what am I going to do? Like that is.
This isn't really relevant.
I'm just saying that I would want to do the same thing. So the man, no matter who the girl's going on a date with afterward,
he should still
do it. Because
should
if
still do
I
it.
were in that position, I'm not going to be like, wait, are you a felon? Wait, like, are you like
Yeah.
whatever? And
You can't know everybody's
decide.
history.
Wait,
Like-
so do you hold yourself to that same standard?
Yes.
Right,
on
but
a
like
first
that's
date?
what she's
let's
saying.
zoom out
Yeah.
and like let's just actually analyze it. If we know all the facts, should a man here, I'll just give you the extreme example and see where there's logical consistency here. Let's assume that man's going on a first date with a girl and she's currently sleeping with 3 other men. If we're zoomed out and we're doing an analysis on that situation, should the man then sacrifice his life for a woman who's currently having sexual intercourse with 3 other men?
I think that's kind of insane.
Let her answer the
Sorry.
question.
She's coming
No,
from
no,
an
no, no.
unbiased place. She's
Answer
coming
the
from a
question.
place of human to human.
Yeah,
Like she's
so-
not putting labels or
Well,
notions or
hold on.
history.
You're putting a label on a man that he needs to act in a certain way. He needs to sacrifice his life. I'm putting the
We
label on it.
sacrifice our lives as women too by having children.
Okay,
we have
that's a
one of the
logical-
highest like
logical fallacy.
maternal death
We're
rates.
getting into a logical fallacy here.
It-
That's
not a fallacy.
Yes. Whataboutism. What about us women who have to sacrifice in this other way that's totally unrelated to the scenario I'm giving.
It's life still.
No.
Not
Did you-
die.
have
Many
you
women
had
die in childbirth.
Of all the men that you've had first dates with, did you have children with every single one of those men?
No, and I
Okay.
also didn't sleep with every single one of those men, and I also didn't.
Right, but
wasn't,
she's making the argument that a man, even on a first date, he should sacrifice his life for that woman.
She's coming from an unbiased perspective.
That I'm not really following, but so even in the scenario I painted, the woman is sleeping with 3 other men. Should the man lay down his life for that woman?
I think a respectable man still would.
So, okay, so and is a man sacrificing his life for a woman chivalrous?
Yep.
Okay, so why do you have this? Why do men have to be chivalrous for? Would you agree with me that a woman who's currently sleeping with 3 men and going on a first date with this new guy, would you consider that the what's the right word? There's not chivalry.
What,
there's not
ladylike thing to
chivalry.
do?
Yeah, there's not
No,
chivalry
yeah.
for one. Would that be ladylike of her?
No.
So are women who are not ladylike deserving of chivalry?
Yes.
Why?
Because I believe in grace, and I also like
What?
part of.
But why would women have grace for men in that scenario?
Well
That's
put.
crazy, because you're literally saying, well, men should have grace for women, and men should have this role in society where it's their natural inclination to provide and protect and lay down their life when there's no expectation on the women to do the same, to have any
I have
reciprocity.
expectations for women. I have expectations for everyone.
But in this scenario.
In this scenario.
No, go ahead.
No, in this scenario, she's sleeping with 3 men, so she's not meeting that expectation, and yet there is the expectation on the man. That's what I'm saying, and I agree with this point. Listen, there's a lot of things I don't agree with, but I totally agree with the fact that you cannot expect a man to be a gentleman if you are not behaving as a lady, and I have learned that lesson the hard way.
So you believe in she's asking for it kind of things?
Whoa, what?
like if she, because you're
What?
just
Where
like,
are you
if
getting-
she's
are you talking about essay?
Like you're like, oh, if she's
No.
not acting like a lady, then a man doesn't have to act like a gentleman.
That has
that's
nothing
a-
to do with
that's a-
asking. That's
Okay,
a
it is
massive
extreme take. It's extreme
stretch.
take. But anyway.
Well, you're warping. I think
No, you're completely
what
warping
she
what
said.
I'm saying. And if I
Okay.
can
She
Okay,
asked
sorry.
a question.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, but that's a crazy question to
having
ask based
conversation.
based on what I am saying. That's like such a far leap.
So if
what
she's
I'm
sleeping
saying
with
is,
3 guys, you think she deserves to die?
What?
I never said she deserves to die, but in this scenario, there's a car coming.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm not
okay.
saying that
Well,
she
And you think
deserves
She
the car.
shouldn't expect a chivalrous man.
She shouldn't expect it. Why would a man
yes.
give up his entire life, his existence on this beautiful planet for a woman who doesn't give a shit enough to date only him? That's crazy. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I believe he should have the inclination as a male.
I agree with you. Like personally, I would give my life for a woman regardless.
No, Mason, don't.
Don't. No,
Listen, a man should have that-
it's because I'm a man of extreme conviction.
Yeah.
But
Yes.
most men are not men of extreme conviction. It's
But-
very much like, why would I be chivalrous to a woman who is not going to be a lady for me? Like there is so much effort that is being put on
Well, it's
me,
the same thing as,
so
like-
much expectation as a man, but there is very little expectation upon a woman.
And listen, I think a man, if he is following the true, like, traditional masculine path, I think he should have the inclination, but he should have the self-respect to know, like, hey, I'm not being treated with reciprocity here. There is not a woman who is meeting this expectation as a lady, and therefore, that's insane to give up my fucking existence on this beautiful planet for a woman who doesn't give a shit
Ultimate
about me.
sacrifice.
That goes
It
both
is the
ways.
and he should have the inclination, but that doesn't mean that it's right for him to do it. Listen, I feel all the time, I think of these active shooter situations, I feel like I'd jump in front of a bullet for fucking anybody because I'm a
Right.
caring, nurturing, loving person. But I'm telling you, when it's on a date, like, I don't understand why women are expecting men to open doors, pay the bill, show up, and do all these things when women are out there texting 5,000 men at the same time, and setting up all these different dates and sleeping with all these different people.
Okay, but let's not demonize women. Men
We're
are
not.
doing it too. Like,
No,
I-
we're
like I
not.
said,
It's just we
this
unfortunately
entire
not.
time
We're
lives
talking.
both ways.
We're not
Right,
taking
yes.
Open the door's not
Men
that
are
serious
dogs
either.
too.
Men
Yes,
are
men are
dogs
bare
too.
minimum.
Listen, men are
Raise your
dogs
standards.
too.
But, hold
But we're
on.
talking about in this scenario the expectation that's on men versus women. We're not talking about how men, I know men who've slept around. Listen, every time that I slept around with a man, there was a man waiting right there to exploit my brokenness. So yes, I know what you're saying. But what I'm saying is I didn't act like a lady, so they didn't act like gentlemen, and I shouldn't have expected them to act like gentlemen.
So then you feel like you deserved it because of that, or what?
I'm not following. I think that I was not
Okay.
behaving in a way that is
If you're not a lady, why do you
You're not
expect
going to be treated
a
like
man?
a man to be a gentleman.
Yeah, that's
men
it.
aren't obligated
It's
to give their
wrong.
life up for strangers.
It's just
And they're not
morally
obligated
wrong.
to open doors and do all these things for you.
Yeah.
They do it because they want to do it for a lady who cares for them, who is willing to put in the same effort on her end, maybe in a different capacity because she's a woman and not a man. But I'm saying it's supposed to be a mutual thing here. It's not supposed to be men do this amazing chivalrous thing all the time and take care of us and treat us well, and yet women can do whatever the hell they want.
I don't think anyone proposed that either, though.
We're talking about
it's
a
been
man.
shifted
a woman
into that.
sleeping
Society
with.
kind of shifted towards, though.
I
It
think
is.
it's just crazy that you can sit here and say that there would be an expectation on a man to sacrifice his life, ultimate chivalry, for a woman who's just
Taking dick
totally
from anybody
degenerate,
will-
who's a total degenerate,
Yes.
who's not a lady, who's not moving in a traditional way, who's currently having sexual intercourse with 3 other men. How, like, I don't understand the logic there.
Like, he should have the inclination as a man, like, yes, I have this inclination as my natural masculinity. I do want to provide and protect. But, like, we are never going to progress as a society if we don't look at how both of us have a responsibility to act in a certain way towards one another. You can't expect something from one gender.
Do you want to respond to anything?
Yeah, I mean, I get, like, I see your point of view.
It's unfair.
I
It's
think-
just
And
unfair.
I just,
Okay.
yeah.
You-
I see your point of view.
Jesus walked this planet and literally went and talked to prostitutes, tax collectors, all of the sinners in the streets, right?
Yeah.
And he did not hesitate to die for all of humanity.
Yeah.
So this
What?
is, if you guys are talking
But
about like
he's
Christianity,
Jesus.
biblical values, things like that, where literally, you know.
But Jesus didn't marry the prostitutes, and he saved them
What?
through grace.
We're not
Like,
talking
this
about
is
anybody
completely
marrying anybody. We're
other
talking
thing.
about
if you didn't-
principles.
if you
Well,
didn't
what
jump
does
in
that
front of
have
a
to
car,
do with this relationship scenario?
if you didn't jump in front of a
Nothing.
car, I wouldn't like hold that against you. You know, like I'm
Well,
still my
dude,
point.
what about the bullet? The bullet.
The bullet. If you didn't jump in front of the bullet for some random girl you just went on a date for, I wouldn't be like, that
You
was
wouldn't be
the-
dinged as a man.
Yeah, I would just be like, that's a crazy situation.
A lot of
We're
women.
in a, yeah.
A lot of women do want a man who'd be willing to
Yeah.
sacrifice themselves for them.
And I do too, but
And
I
you are,
wouldn't.
right.
I just wouldn't like berate you for that decision
Oh.
if you didn't, right? Jump in
Okay.
front of a car or a bullet or whatever.
Would it change if that man's like your dad or your brother? I would expect my dad.
if
or
my
brother.
dad didn't jump in front of a bullet.
Yeah.
I wouldn't expect. I wouldn't
course,
expect
but
a
that's a
boyfriend,
different
but I would expect
scenario.
my dad.
Yeah,
to do it.
yeah,
Look,
exactly.
it ultimately just comes down to this, right? So,
I get your point though. I really do.
right. So you have non-traditional women
Mm-hmm.
who demand and expect and feel entitled to traditional treatment from men.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the bullet one's an extreme example, although there's even non-traditional women who are prepared to demand the ultimate traditional treatment, the ultimate sacrifice from men. But on a more realistic scale, you'll have non-traditional women who demand men generally be protectors, generally be providers, pay for first dates, open car doors, be chivalrous. But they're not there's no reciprocity there. They're not doing anything traditional. So that's kind of my criticism, is that you have this demand that men be traditional, but y'all want to be modern women. Y'all want...
But you're throwing I feel like those are outliers too.
No,
Can I
it's
ask
not.
a question?
No, it's
No,
not.
they're
It's
not.
actually not an outlier.
Because look at how many
It's
people
not
say
an
they're
outlier.
feminist, and then they still want a man to pay
Yeah.
for the first date. Like that's
Yep.
if you are a
not an
feminist,
outlier.
why are you not splitting the bill? It does not
You
make
have-
a lick of sense.
You have traditional women that do want traditional treatment from men,
Mm-hmm.
but on top of that, you have a whole bunch of modern women who are
Mm-hmm.
not traditional at all that still want the exact same things. They want all the traditional treatment from men.
I have a question though.
Okay, go ahead.
Why are, generally speaking, men feeding into this culture of these modern feminists by subscribing to their OnlyFans, by sending them
degenerate.
money, by opening their doors, by doing all of these extra things. Like, that's also a challenge, being a more traditional independent woman and being out on the date scene.
We live.
But how do you get to know them without going on a first date? Like, you gave me a lot of heat about being on 30 different. Hold on a second. 30 different first dates. But how do I get to know somebody if I don't meet them?
You can
in
talk
person?
to them for a day on an app. Or
I've told you I talk to them on an app, and they're completely different in the virtual realm than they are in person.
That's something you can do it one person at a time, and it's totally.
It is one person at a time, but I'm getting heat
within a
because
month, if there's 30 people, it's not one person.
It was in the
at a time.
beginning of my day. So passing judgment, first of all, is just bad.
I'm
bad,
allowed to
that's not good
share
faith.
my thoughts and opinions, whether you like it or not.
Okay,
sorry.
but you're not supposed to butt in either and let me just share my view.
Well, I was
so,
too.
how are you supposed to actually meet? Yeah. So how are you supposed to actually meet people without meeting people? Like, I get it.
It's not that hard to date one person at a time.
That's what we're saying.
So going back to your whole 30 dates
But
thing,
it's not like dating all of those people consistently. Can we all agree that modern dating is not like, when you say you're dating someone exclusively or even to get to know them, that's you're serially dating them. If you're just putting yourself out there and starting to meet people and see who you can possibly have a match or connection with, you're meeting them. It's not different than going to a church event at multiple different churches and meeting different people. How is that any different?
Okay, so
explain that phenomenon to me.
You're
meeting people.
Okay.
You're creating opportunity to meet someone and speak to them.
You're saying modern dating, though, and then you're saying you expect traditional treatment. So, like, the whole point is you're participating in the modern dating. Modern dating
We're
is
all
not traditional.
participating in modern dating because guess what? We can't not be in the modern dating scene because it's modern day today.
No, but you
can act
There's plenty of people that don't move like that, that aren't going on 30 first dates in a month. If I was encountering a girl and she's like, Brian, I have a date planned for. If I was on a date with her on Saturday, Brian, I have a date for Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, I'd be like,
well,
I just
obviously
leave the
that's
date.
not
I wouldn't deal with that kind of girl.
Okay, so then what if you go to a mixer? What if you go to a mixer at church, for example, and there's 30 women there and 30 men there, and you meet all 30 of them?
And you as a girl,
how's that different?
You as
You're
a
getting to know
girl
them.
go up to each and thirsting over 30 dudes, or the dudes.
How are you thirsting if you're getting to know them? That's not unreasonable. I'm sorry.
When you say mixer, you saying like when you say mixer?
There's nothing wrong with that.
Getting to know people and meeting people, there's nothing wrong with it. Just because I went on 30 dates doesn't mean I was romantically invested in 30 people.
It's a romantic endeavor.
But 30 dates means
like going
the
on dates with guys is like a romantic endeavor. You might not be developing romantic feelings towards the other person because you're turned off by something about them.
It's
but like,
one date. You explore it and then you close the chapter and you move on and you meet someone else.
It screams like a desperation for romantic attention. Like, I'm not saying I understand exactly where you were in life.
Exactly.
But the thing
that's the point.
Well, the thing is, it's extremely unhealthy regardless of where you were. Like, you were in that situation and you responded in an extremely unhealthy way.
Right. And then I went through therapy and then I handled all those things.
Yeah.
But it would behoove all of us to not pass judgment on people because of the way that they came out there and explored their life.
We all pass judgment on each other
we all
all
treat
the time.
judgment as this like cuss word. People judge all the time.
People use their judgment, but not judge people.
It is important to judge people.
You need to have
discernment. I judge that this person is a scumbag.
You judge their character, but you don't judge them as a person.
But I'm not judging
how is that any different, though?
The Bible says you judge yourself so that you won't be judged at once with the rest of the world, right?
I think you need to read that passage in context.
No, it says...
I've read that entire passage.
It says...
No, I know the passage.
Remove the
Can
plank
you quote
from
the
your
passage?
own eye.
I know what it is. It's Matthew chapter 7. And actually, Jesus himself commands you to judge in that passage.
Yes.
Later in the passage, he tells them you will know them by their fruits.
Yes, the fruits
a good
of the
tree
Spirit.
produces good fruit, and a bad tree produces bad fruit.
Right. And you will know them, but you will not judge them because judgment is left for our Lord and Savior on one day.
No. In the very beginning of that passage, he also tells you not to cast your pearls before swine. Do not tell people about your judgment when they're just going to trample all over it.
Right.
So there are productive conversations. He commands us to judge.
Yes.
He's not saying we are the ones who are going to judge people at the end of time.
I think that's contextual.
And I'm not judging you as a person when I'm
but judgment is
that
important.
Situation.
It's an important part of
life.
life.
Well, that's how it comes off.
But that's your personal perspective.
Can I ask her a question?
Just one sec. I will let you come in here really quick. So, okay. Yeah. Going on 30 first dates with 30 different men in a period of a month is absolutely excessive. You're within your right to do it, but I would argue most men, like, if the guys are just trying to fuck you, then maybe they don't care.
No,
But if
the guys are doing the same thing. They're trying to meet someone that they can date consistently. There's nothing wrong with
You
it.
think most men are capable of going on 30 first dates with 30
Healthy
different
men?
women in 1 month? Most men don't have that kind of optionality, but you as a
Have
woman
you
do.
ever been in a long-term, what was your longest term relationship?
I've dated a girl for 5 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that was your longest relationship.
Sure.
Mine was 14 years.
How is that relevant at all?
It's relevant
How is that
because
at
when you
all
have not
relevant?
been out on the dating scene, dating is not just about like fucking, like you keep saying
That's
about
not-
sex.
ah,
It's not
that's not
about.
what I-
It's
that's
not
not even what I
about
said.
that
at all.
Dating
That's
is
just a straw
about
man.
getting to know people, meeting people, finding out what is your type of person and a potential match.
What is your
so
argument?
you have to
You're
meet
not even
people.
making an
But the
argument.
intention is also with romantic interest.
Right.
Yes.
Versus going to church and meeting people at church, you're not
It's like a
romantically
high-hello.
interested in
Yeah,
every
it's
single
not
person
like-
that
People
you
go
come
to youth
across at
convention,
church.
Christian youth conventions all the time to hopefully meet their future wives or
okay,
husbands.
If
They
I'm
go
going
with
to
romantic
church,
interests.
like I hope I find my wife at church. That'd be awesome.
Right.
But it's not a guaranteed. I am going to this function to find a potential romantic interest.
That's why there
every
are church
single
hoppers.
date is.
I mean,
Every
it's-
single date is.
And that's
but
bad.
when you go to church, that's not the immediate intention. The
That
immediate
should not be
intention
your
when you go to
immediate
church
intention.
is I'm here to worship God.
Exactly.
And then hopefully, maybe I'll find a woman here that
Yes,
also shares
that's
those
what
same
I'm
Yeah,
values.
that's not the
Yes.
purpose of
Yeah, it's
church,
not going.
but-
That's not the
It
purpose of
shouldn't
church.
be. However, it can quickly become that.
But it's, again,
Well,
it's
I think
your
sometimes churches have like
intention.
singles, like
Okay.
clubs
Well,
and
look,
ministries and stuff.
Removing religion from this, I would argue that like going on, if imagine this is my future wife. The first day I met her, I knew it was love. I knew she was the one. She did go on that date immediately after our date with the other guy, and who knows how far along they got. But yeah, like it's a bad look. There's impropriety there for you to be going on that many dates. To
I
be going
think
on
that's your perspective and
Yeah,
your
I think it's-
perception.
I think it's
My
disrespectful.
perception is I would hope that my person has been out on the dating scene, has explored all their options. By the time they get to me, or vice versa, we know what we want and we know to stay and to invest time and attention to that.
But can I
So
ask,
I think-
are you a traditional
wouldn't-
woman, would you say?
Yes, I have 5 children.
But that
I'm a
is a
homemaker.
non-traditional dating. Like that, I'm
Yeah,
not saying...
that is non-traditional dating. You are absolutely correct because I
Right.
lived a very traditional, very conservative, ultra-religious lifestyle.
But you're saying
before
you're
I came out.
currently still traditional. And so just what I'm saying is if you
No,
participate in the
I'm
modern
a critical
dating
thinker
scene...
and independent. I have recreated
Well, I just
my
asked
normal.
you, and you said yes, you were traditional. So that's why I'm asking you, because that is
was traditional.
participating in the hookup culture, which is what that is. If a man ever told me he's got 30 dates lined up,
You're making assumptions that every date was a hookup.
I never
you-
said that.
You guys are.
I
Did you
never
sleep with
said that.
did you sleep with any of
no.
them?
I don't assume
That's
that
why they
you
were
did.
first dates. That's why it's so frustrating
But
that you
no
guys
one-
are lumping
no
this
one
into
is
like this
assuming
hookup
that.
culture.
Oh, I still, even if you didn't sleep
So-
with any of those
Yeah,
men,
it's
I
hookup
still
culture. It's still
absolutely would
hookup culture.
object.
And that's your
to this.
opinion, and you're
No,
entitled
no.
to it. And
There
my
was a
opinion is
girl-
that you should explore.
There was
and
a
you
girl
should
in
get
here
to know
before
people.
that
Cool.
did something really similar, and I don't remember you giving her such backlash.
I
about it.
always give.
Well,
I always
he
give
did.
push.
The girl that
it's-
was like, I
I
didn't
feel like
date
we're
until I was
having-
20, and then
reminding
she
me of
went
the
on a
same
date. She's like
conversation,
married her
honestly.
number 14 or something like that.
There was a
Actually,
Brian gets
and listen, like I really
Alexa-
like you as
Alexa?
a person. I'm not
Yeah.
attacking you.
And like I don't
have a
remember it being
question
this
for you.
big.
Guys,
So
one at a
like
time,
how
one at a time,
far
please.
how far in advance would you plan these dates? Say with like for the whole entire month?
No,
Just day by day or
absolutely. I mean,
like
you're
weeks in
matching, you're
advance?
getting to know somebody. You're like, okay, let's meet. Like, I'm not the person that's also gonna create like a textationship, because like I said, I started learning really quickly. Someone's gonna present a certain way electronically, and they're gonna be probably very different. And it took me a while to hack the system and figure out and filter out.
How many
this
total
person-
first dates do you think you've gone on in the past? You said this started.
I
in
don't know.
pandemic.
I don't know, but I met people
Hundreds?
out
Have you
on
gone-
the
Have you
scene.
gone over 100 first dates? In the
Does
past
it
couple years?
matter?
But-
Does it
asking.
matter?
Can
Because
I-
I found someone that actually sees me for who I am. I know exactly what I want, and when I identified him, we locked it in monogamously.
But
so
you-
Right, but
You-
okay.
Doesn't
so
even matter
how many-
what the
how
journey
many-
was.
How many first dates do you think you went on?
I don't know, and I'm honestly not going to tell you.
Why?
Because all you're doing is weaponizing it and making me look like I'm this.
No
like,
one is trying to
You
do
can
that.
do-
attention-hungry person.
Nope,
and
didn't say
that,
that.
like,
This
Didn't
is
say that.
I'm less of a
perception.
value woman just because I
say
went
that.
on multiple dates. No, but that's what's being
But you
alluded to
said
it.
yourself,
Yes,
I
it
did
would
ask
be-
you at one
okay.
point, I asked you if you thought that was a healthy pattern, and you said no, and yet you're defending it right now. And so I'm telling you.
I am defending it because everyone goes through their own healing
Yes,
journey.
and I slept
and
with
it's
a
not
lot of-
our part.
Listen, I
yeah,
slept with
everyone
a
goes
lot of
through their own healing journey.
of
Listen.
Yes.
dating hundreds of
And
like, I
until
don't know how
you've
many
been in an
hundreds of men.
actually abusive, controlling relationship and have not
Listen.
had any control over your life, you really have no
I'm going to
say-so
tell you
in
right
this
now that
situation.
you do not know my past, but I'm telling you, I have slept with a lot of people. I have a pretty significant past, and I am able to sit here and say it was unhealthy, it was wrong, I will not defend it. I wish I didn't do it. I wish I could have done things differently, and it was not traditional. And I'm just saying, if you are wanting to say you're traditional and you recognize it's not healthy, we shouldn't be perpetuating that this is somehow worthy of like a chivalrous man who's going to be expecting you to be like, it's not ladylike, it's not traditional. And I'm just saying, we're not attacking you, we're attacking the ideology.
Let me jump in really quick. Let me jump in really quick. I'm going to ask you guys a question here. Do you want a long-term relationship?
Do I want one?
Do you want one?
Yes.
Do you want a long-term relationship?
Yeah.
Do you want a long-term relationship? Okay. My question to you is, let's say you went on a date with a guy, and your goal, you're not just trying to fuck him. It's not like a casual hookup. You're like, hey, I want a long-term relationship. That's your goal. This guy tells you, by the way, I have 30, 40, 50 more dates lined up. I have a date tonight. I have dates with other women all this week. Do you think if you were desirous of a long-term relationship that this would be the type of man that you ought to pursue?
No.
No.
No, because I don't think I'm getting a fair chance at that point. Like,
It's a good point
Yeah.
because he's not going to give you a fair chance. So I mean, if you're desirous of a long-term relationship, it's just not a good look.
I don't care about the look. It really
That's
doesn't impact
totally
me at
fine.
all because I know who I am as a person and I know that my person and
Yeah,
my
you can do
match
whatever
is
you
going to
want.
identify
You can
who
do
I
whatever-
am
Question?
and vice versa.
So, like, I've never been on dating apps or anything before, but I have a lot of friends that have. And you can easily go on a virtual first date with 30 people, like, really quickly, I would assume, right? By just messaging them. Like, do you view that differently than meeting them in person? Like, what's your perspective on that? Because I feel like you
'Cause
can
it is
match with someone
dating.
and be like, hey, what's up? And be like having...
And that
you know,
actually wasn't even a function because I got on the dating scene a month before the pandemic hit. I've literally seen the evolution of the apps.
Yeah,
so they didn't have film.
I'm pretty sure they always had.
No,
like,
they did not
a
have
voice.
picture function. They did not have video camera. That was an evolution that
do you mean
happened
But,
like,
late in
Pretty
2020.
early.
But, like,
pretty
couldn't
early.
you just be, like, texting 30 people easily?
I wouldn't date a
quickly?
girl
I
like
don't know
that.
if-
Look,
I
I'll
would
just
not
give you
have
my
that mental
I'll just give you
energy.
my perspective on this. Maybe I don't move the same way as a lot of guys. Like, if I'm interested in a woman, that's who I'm pursuing, and I'm gonna bring it as far as I can. And
That's great.
if it
And
doesn't
hope
work
it
out with her,
sticks.
then
And hope it sticks.
Right.
Right.
If it doesn't work out with her, then I'll start entertaining other options. But I don't do this thing of, okay, I'm just going to talk to like 10 chicks, fuck 3 of them, keep them on the back burner for 3 months, and then the one I like the most, maybe I'll give her a relationship.
see how you're painting that picture? Like, that's not what I did, and that's what you're making
Yeah.
it sound
No,
like.
I'm just
and that's
talking
not
about
what
myself.
I did.
Talking
I'm not
about
even
what you
saying that's
do.
what you did. I'm just
Okay.
talking about myself. But perhaps you weren't to that degree, but you said you were dating or going on dates with multiple
I was
men.
going on first dates
That's
to meet
literally
But
the
that
same
is
thing.
the
Thank you for
dating.
It is
reiterating.
not the same
You're
thing.
not
Thank you
in
for
a
reiterating
relationship,
exactly
but you
what
are
I said.
it's a date.
Did
You're
did any of
dating.
these men you went on second dates with? Third dates with?
And that was in like the beginning phases, and I kid you not, all of them were like first dates. Like, nope,
Cool.
nope.
Doesn't
Like,
matter.
I
Doesn't
was
matter.
learning what I wanted. And my question to you is, like, in life, when you were younger and you were like out on the dating scene and stuff, did you have any restrictions, or were you able to like meet as many women or young ladies as you kind of wanted to and get to know them?
I mean, certainly there's been periods,
Okay.
and I've had hold on, let me finish. There's been periods when I was on the dating apps, but I mean, I was fairly intentional. Like, if I have no interest in sleeping with a girl once. If I want to get with a girl, there's going to be continuity. Look, it's certainly possible that she doesn't want to continue seeing me, although that's relatively rare. But yes, there's absolutely going to be continuity. So I don't want to just fuck a girl once and never talk to her again.
Right.
To me, that's pointless. It's a waste of time. I'm very I'm a busy person. I don't have time to be just, let me just fuck a girl once and then put in all the effort and never talk to her again. Doesn't interest me.
And that's not what I'm even like propagating or talking about. I'm talking about meeting people.
Yeah, but I don't have an interest in, if I was I would probably screen it out to begin with. If I'm meeting a girl and she's like, this actually happened to me when I was on dating apps. And look, I know this is how people move on dating apps. I was on a date with a girl and, I'm trying to remember the exact details, but I was on a date with her. She told me she'd just downloaded Hinge. It was a Hinge date, and I think she'd had it for 3 days. She told me I'd only been on the app for 3 days. It was my first date with her. I think it was a Saturday. She tells me on the date, credit to her, I guess, so I could disqualify her immediately. She told me, by the way, because we were just talking, so how's your experience been on the dating apps, blah, blah, blah. That's how we got to it. She tells me, oh yeah, I've already been on 2 dates, and then I have 3 other dates planned for this weekend, and then a couple other dates planned. I was like, I continued the conversation with her for a bit, but then I was...
Yeah, and that's also a different posture.
Interest.
Like, how disrespectful can it possibly be for you to be like, oh, I've been on a couple of dates and I also have a few dates after you. Like, I give that person my attention.
But you don't know what
just because
that's
I'm
exactly
not going.
What you're doing.
That's
exactly what you're doing.
She just asked me, are you pre-planning 30 different dates? Like, no. I'm connecting with someone. I'm talking to them.
Doesn't
now
matter.
I want to meet them in person, see if they're a good match.
But you're
no,
talking
they're
about
not. I move on to the next
2
person
in a
that I want to
day.
meet.
I mean, that sounds like pretty like you're setting up a roster. And honestly, like I'll be honest, like when I'm on a dating app, I have maybe a few conversations with people. They fizzle out, whatever. But I'm not like setting up. I'm not trying to judge you. I'm just saying like.
Well, that's the way you choose to do life, and then I choose to do life my way.
But you can't say it's a traditional way of living.
If I'm going to give a prescription here, my advice to men would be, you ought only date women who are immediately giving you their undivided romantic and sexual attention.
I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
So if that girl were to want to just pursue you after that first date and canceled all the rest of her dates, would you still consider her? Or would you still disqualify her?
Right.
It depends a little bit. It's still not, I mean, if she's like, okay, I really like Brian, I'm going to cut off everybody else, then
that's
I give her some leeway, but it's still like not the most ideal way to be moving in my view.
Yeah, no, I agree. I don't
because I think, okay, well, what about the past? Has she been sexually involved recently with anybody else? Like, I don't want to date a girl who just like, I'm going on a first date with you and you hooked up with a guy the night before. I don't want to date you.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. And I like don't agree with what you did, but I would assume that if you wanted to pursue one of the guys that you went on a date with, you would cancel the other. Yeah, you would cancel the other dates and continue to pursue that guy.
I don't know. For me personally, like I'm pretty straightforward. I don't like to play games. I'm just going to tell a girl I like you. Like, it's going to be a fucking, what do I say? Wrecking ball? No, it's just going to be like, I'm not going to play a game where we're like for 3 months, we're in a situationship and like you're fucking other dudes. I'm fucking other, I was about to say I'm fucking other dudes. I'm sleeping with other girls. Like, I'm going to be very intentional. I like you. If I sleep with you, I want to continue seeing you.
I agree with that posture, and I know that modern dating, for the most part, handles it the way you just said. Situationships, 3 months.
That's how it is.
Non-exclusive, sleeping around, whatever. And then that's what gets you into a pickle.
People
real
are
quick,
incredibly dissatisfied with this whole situationship.
Yep. But I would not use that as a blanket to like meeting people. I fully expect and
so sure
that people should meet people and get to know people.
Maybe you're not like sleeping with multiple people, but I would still disqualify a girl who's like entertaining that many men.
Because you're also like to some degree you are probably subconsciously comparing them to each other in a sense. You're like, well, this date went like this with this guy and then that date goes like this with that guy, and like you can't be satisfied because like you're just constantly moving on to the next, and maybe there would have been somebody that would have been worthy, but you just were so busy setting up all these dates that you know you kind of didn't even give anybody maybe a viable chance.
It screams like I need romantic attention, but I
Yes.
do not want to form connections with people because I'm scared of being hurt.
Well, I have a question, a scenario, right?
Okay.
If you're sitting at a dinner table and you have a guest, and this guest has had consistent meals and eaten well-fed, well-raised, whatever, how do you expect that they're going to eat their food? Are they going to use their forks? Are they going to
Properly?
properly,
I
like
don't
normally?
understand.
So then,
Yeah,
if you're at a
use their
dinner
forks.
table with someone that has been lost in the woods without any food, starved to the point of almost death, and you've invited them to dinner after 30 days of not eating, how are they going to eat?
Listen,
How would they eat in front of you?
I understand your
Like
question.
a pig with their hands,
Yeah.
with their they're
Okay,
in
sure.
survival mode.
Sure, okay,
So
whatever.
we can't just throw these judgments on people. Like I'm speaking for
I
all
But
other
it does
domestic
not.
violence.
Listen, I've
Okay.
tweeted
survivors.
this today. I said that listen, we do need to have compassion and empathy for people because not everybody is operating under the same level of their faculties due to whatever they've been through. Blah blah blah. But it does not absolve us of personal responsibility, and we have
okay, so
choices.
in your example, the person who comes starving for a very long time and gets food, there's no moral, it's not morally wrong to like start shoveling food down because you're hungry, but it is morally. It's wrong to lead these guys on.
You're not
one
leading them
after-
on if you've
Yeah,
gone on
yeah,
one
okay.
date and you've said, I'm not
No, no,
interested,
no,
thank
okay,
you.
okay, okay.
That's
Not
not
leading them
morally
on.
wrong.
If you
That
consider
is
that leading
factually
on,
and
you
morally correct.
You need to,
It's
like,
morally
you're-
wrong to have multiple men on a roster and to just keep
So
them
you're-
there hanging for
So
3 months at a
you're telling
time.
me that you just that day you just randomly swiped on a random guy, matched with him, said, "Hey, let's meet up in
Right
like a
now.
couple hours." Like,
No, but
there
a
had
couple
to
of
be
days
some amount of
prior, has
plan-
nobody ever matched on an app
but
and had some
how
There you go.
many-
So
conversation with,
you,
let's
you've
take
had
this in
many
person?
guys
Many
planning out your
conversations.
week dependent upon
No,
these
I wasn't
guys who-
planning out my week. Don't put words in my mouth because
As
I never
somebody
said
who
that.
have to.
I've been on
You
No,
dating
you
apps.
don't.
In order
do
to meet
that, you
30
have
guys
to
in a
plan
month, you
that.
have to have some
And
kind of
especially when
planning
you
it
have
out.
kids and you have a
It's-
life and
it's
a career,
logistically
like, you
impossible.
have to.
I
otherwise.
gave a. Okay.
Can I ask a question?
One thing really quick. So, as somebody who used to be on the dating apps, been off them for a while, at least from the guy's perspective, maybe it's could be different from women if you were a bit more making yourself a bit more available. From my perspective, it's very difficult to get a woman on a date same day that you match them. Even if you ask for the date, let's say you don't you match with them on Thursday, you're typically going to have to plan the date out a couple days. Most people are not available.
Dinner dates and longer dates, yes, agreed. But a quick coffee date in downtown, wherever you are, doesn't take much planning if you have a flexible schedule, which
But you
I
have to be like, hey, how are you? Are you a sane person? You have conversations with these people.
I would
multiple
argue.
at
I said that
once.
obviously.
I would argue most of the dates that I've been on from dating apps was not like spontaneous, let's meet today. It's maybe happened a couple times. The vast majority of them were, okay, it's currently Monday. What are you doing Thursday? What are you doing Friday? Are you like, we plan it days in advance.
And that's the difference between being single and not having children and being single and actually having to like
Wouldn't-
Would it
make
be even
time
harder if you have
around
children?
whenever you don't have kids.
You have even more to plan around.
Yeah,
No.
you could. I feel like if you have kids, you'd have to plan it even more.
You would probably have less dates.
Especially you got to
Anyways,
arrange
that's crazy.
childcare,
Anyways,
like you
we
said.
are going to move on. We do got to move on. Let me read a couple chats. We have to. Oh wait, did this
The
one
Shy
already come
Guys
through?
donated 200
Did this come through?
euros. The real question
Yeah,
is,
this already came through.
would you be
I'm going to have Alyssa read the one that's about to come up. While we do that, guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. Twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. And we have, we got 2 coming in right now. Hold on, guys. It's coming in just a moment. Any second now it's going to come in. I feel it's coming. There it is.
Hey.
Go ahead, Alyssa.
Oh boy.
Would you rather be in the woods with a trans man who by definition is a man, or a trans woman who by definition is a woman with a beard and her
What the fuck?
junk hanging out?
This is
Wow.
okay. Just one or two, I guess.
Oh Lord.
Which one?
Are we answering that?
Yeah, sure.
I'm confused by that question even. I don't-
Just say one or two. The first or the second?
I don't even remember what.
Trans
just-
man or trans woman? Who's by definition?
Trans man or
yeah.
trans woman?
I have no preference. I don't.
I'll say it quick, but I don't agree with the definition part, and I don't want someone's junk hanging out, so I don't know. I'd off myself.
No
I guess.
answer.
Trans woman.
Yeah, I also don't have a preference.
No comment.
Whoever's biologically a man.
Okay.
But trans woman with her junk hanging out is a penis, right?
Alyssa, can you read
Yeah.
this one?
Yeah.
I thought you had therapy for this, so why are you trying so too hard to cope with your decision you know was unhealthy? By the way, you hopefully have someone tell you to slow down and chew your food or you'll choke.
Look, can we move on?
Well put, Nickelodeon. Okay, we're gonna move on from that. I'm finally gonna get into some of my pre-show notes here. So starting with Alyssa, you said you wanted to talk about cheating. So have you been cheated on, or
I have been cheated on, yeah.
was that by you said you were in an 18-month relationship? Is it that one?
Yeah, I don't know if I would consider it cheating because I never like caught him in the act of like doing anything with her. But the big thing was that he would like constantly go to the gym with this girl, and I didn't know what was going on, so I just like decided to confront him about it. And once I confronted him about it, I like caught him picking her up from like another place, like someone else, like one of my friends had seen him do that.
That's
so
cheating.
then that like kind of confirmed the fact that he was like hanging out with her without me knowing. Especially because we were like supposed to hang out later that day.
Were you in a long distance relationship with him?
No, we were living in the same
okay.
city at the time. Sorry.
You said something about controlling your boyfriend's following. What does that mean? Like following on Instagram?
Yeah. We were talking about whether or not like that should be allowed. I personally don't think that we should have control over it, but Natalia was talking about it. like,
Thanks. I said, I personally wouldn't want my boyfriend following all these girls. I just
valid.
wouldn't, and
I agree.
I would want him only, not like he could follow like maybe a childhood friend or his mom, his sister, blah blah blah.
Like IG models, like that kind of shit.
Yeah,
I
absolutely not.
wouldn't
Like
want
if I
him
see
following
Summer
a
Rae on
model
his following
either.
list,
You don't
I'm
want what?
logging
I
into his
wouldn't want
phone.
him following like a model, but I wouldn't be against him following like his friends, like that are girls.
Like female friends?
Yeah.
Okay. So I mean, I'm trying to think here. I mean, me personally, I don't follow anyone on Instagram, even on my personal page. Well, I follow my own whatever page, and then whatever page only follows me. But I think I don't think women are wrong for feeling that way. But I think it's a massive L for a dude to be following girls, like random hot chicks. That's just it's an L. Not even from the frame of girls don't like it. It's just an L in general. Like, why are you following, like you're cooming over these like random hot chicks
Never talk to you.
that would never give you a shot. You're so beautiful. It's like
It's like embarrassing to
It's
see a
totally
guy
simp
in
shit.
the comments of like a supermodel who's never gonna notice him. It's
But
just like, why are you even doing it?
Let me
at
give you
that
the
point?
male corresponding thing on this.
Yeah.
So, if I were to agree with you that it's a bad look for men to be like following these IG models or whatever it is, liking their photos, would you guys be willing to concede that if you're dating a guy, it's not a good look for you to be posting immodest photos, like bikini photos?
Yeah.
In
Yes.
general, it's
Like
just
if your boyfriend objected to you posting.
I have a bikini photo up right now, and I would still keep it.
Well, but so here's the thing, right? If you wouldn't like your guy liking those photos and following those women that post those kind of photos, I think he's just as righteous in not wanting you to have revealing and modest photos on your Instagram.
That
That you're
other
doing
men
the
would
thing
like,
that you
yeah.
don't want him to be looking at. So,
But it's
If
me.
he objected it, I think I would take it down.
but it's
Yeah,
you. But
if
it's
you
the
made a big
men
deal
are
about it, I
looking
would
at
take it
you.
down.
So that's the problem. Is like honestly, I'm sure some of my photos are immodest, but honestly, if I was dating somebody who had a problem with it, I would totally take that into consideration because I value his input and I wouldn't want him to feel uncomfortable.
All right, and then the other thing, what is the two mans thing? I think two of you.
Oh yeah, we
were
wrote these
talking
together.
about
Like,
Oh,
Yeah,
what is
like
the
last
two
night.
mans thing?
We were basically talking about it and how it's like kind of like a fun, exciting like thing to do, but like some people think it's just weird. It's kind of like, how are we talking?
And when we're like
is
saying
that?
this, we're like going more into like the college lifestyle.
Yeah.
And
Wait,
like,
but so explain
It's
that.
like
what is two
basically
man?
a
It's
two
like
man.
a-
Okay. Go ahead.
Two
No,
two
you go
mans.
ahead.
Yeah.
What is that?
Okay. Two man is like when two guys like they're friends get two girls, and they hang out.
We're
But
friends.
the like plan is to hook up at the end of the day.
Oh.
So it's not just like let's go bowling and that's it. No, a two man is like we go bowling.
like a double date, kind of.
A double date, but then
But y'all try
With
to
a happy
smack.
ending.
yeah, that's a two man.
Yeah, double date. Okay.
Oh.
Wait, so you guys have gone? Have you guys?
No, I haven't. No.
Two men's, but they're the guys are so okay. Just
That's
to
a
be
thing, though?
just so I
That's a
understand.
big thing.
Big thing.
So the
yeah.
guys will like hit
People
you
make-
up
oh.
and be like, instead of just being like, hey, do you want to hang out? They'll be like, hey, do you have a cute girl for me and my friend? Basically.
Yeah. You know what's funny? People even make like on dating account or dating dating apps. They'll make like 2-man profiles and
Yeah,
they'll
on
like put
Tinder.
photos
Oh, I've
of
seen
two
that.
Like
people
open relationships, and they're
together.
like, we're looking for a third.
I see what you're talking. And like
Yeah.
I've seen girls do that too. They'll be like, hey, it's me, Vanessa and Becky. you
Looking
know,
for two, yeah.
And they're looking for I don't know. That's kind of weird. I think it's kind of it's like it's already hard enough. Like just making a connection, just one-on-one, but then like
To
let's say
involve
you
other people's energy.
let's say you have a connection with the guy, but then your girlfriend isn't digging the other dude. It's just awkward.
That's like,
Well, if you
that's like
agree to
thing
go
too.
to- on a
People are
team, man,
always
that-
like, oh my god, like I had to take one for the team.
Take the grenade.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I think,
Grenade.
like,
And
I
when
think
you-
the young people crave drama.
Yeah.
And it just
Yeah.
injects so much drama
too
into
the
the
plot.
Also, I feel like
Too
yeah, it's
complicated.
definitely a
It's
younger
so
thing.
complicated.
Like nobody's like going on double dates here. Like it's purely hookup culture, which
Yeah.
is why like a 2-man is like a double date, but it's like the best we could get. If that
Dang,
makes
that's
sense.
sad.
That's
Like,
depressing.
it's
Sad.
like the
As bad as it
equivalent
sounded,
now.
true.
You wanted
Feel
to what's the thing on splitting the bill on dates? What were your thoughts on that?
Oh, we were also talking about that. We think that that's like wrong. Like I wouldn't split the bill.
The man should pay.
I think
the man should
The
pay.
man should pay. Hold on. Wait, but
On the
But-
first date.
on the first date for sure.
Like, going
Eventually,
forward-
like yeah,
Yeah.
I would offer, but on the first date.
Yeah, I'd offer.
If you ask me to
hope
split it, I'm gonna be
decline.
like,
yeah.
Okay,
I could've came out to
I
you
was
with my
talking
dad
about
and he would
this with
pay.
my boyfriend's sister, and I was like, how do you feel about this? And she had a really good point. She was like, I feel like whoever initiates is the one that needs to pay. So whether that's the girl or the boy. And I was like, oh, that's
Well.
actually really fair, because you're like, hey, I want to get to know you. I want to take you out.
My treat.
But
Yeah.
how often does the
That's
woman
fair.
actually initiate the date? Because
Yep.
it's mostly the man who
Yep.
initiates asking someone out. And women expect the man to initiate 9 times out
I think
of 10.
girls initiate a lot more these days than normal, but
I would-
yeah.
Maybe by a small degree, but you would probably
Yeah.
prefer a man be the one to say, hey, I really like you. I'd like to take you out. You would prefer that. So the whole point is that, like, the splitting the bill thing, like, you're expecting a man to pay, but he's the one who's always asking you out. So it's always going to
it's
be
a fair
him.
point.
Yeah.
Even if
That's-
I were to ask a guy out on a date, if it went really well, I would expect him to end up paying for it.
Yeah.
Even if it went really well.
She said
If
even
it-
if she
if it
asked to
went-
go on a
Oh,
date.
even if yes.
Oh,
If it
if
went
you asked,
well.
you would expect him. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, if it went well,
Yeah.
I would expect.
What if a date goes badly? Do you still expect him to pay?
yeah.
Yes?
I still think
he asked me on
I
a
think the
date, yeah.
initiator. I still like that. I stand by
Okay.
that.
I think that's that's.
Let me ask you
valid.
guys a question. So the man, Okay, so the man should pay on the first date, right? Women should. I'm trying to think what would be the corresponding thing here. If men should do, it's always interesting. Like, there's never any pushback if a woman says men should do X traditional gender role, but if a man says women should do, like, for example, women should. This isn't my view, but I'm gonna give you this as an example. Women should. Oh my God, I'm gonna get clipped. I don't know if I should say this.
Say it.
Say it.
Say it.
Okay, it's gonna get.
Do
Say
it
it
and
before
you're
you
cool.
think
Say
too
it.
Do
much.
it and you're cool.
We all
Cancel
know
him,
where
chat.
it's coming
Are you
from.
saying like be properly single or?
No, like, I mean, I could. The more extreme one would be like women should be virgins.
I was gonna say disclose your body count or something like that.
But that's, I mean, let me give something a bit less extreme. Women should be in the kitchen. Is that sexist?
No, or women
I
should
like
dress
that.
up nicely with heels and whatever for a date. I
don't know
think
if
that's
any
like more of
heels
like
for a
the.
date.
Well,
Well,
like
it's not
different
like-
than
it's
age.
not-
dress
though.
up
Like,
nice
I'm not
equivalent
dressing up
because
in heels
women
right
are gonna
now.
do that
Like,
anyway. If I pulled up in heels,
not
it'd be
all, not all women.
Like
do
I've
that
been on a
effort.
date. I'm not gonna pull up in heels and a dress. I pulled up in a casual clothing, and he's.
That's, by the way, that's
whatever
not, don't
fits.
clip me. That's not
This
my,
is different.
But
I
like,
don't think that.
I
I'm
think
just trying to give an
a
example.
lot of men these days would prefer a woman just to dress like more modestly rather than like flashy and all done up and everything. Maybe it's not true for everyone, but from what I'm seeing, it seems like more men are leaning that way. But yeah,
It's also not equivalent because like women aren't losing anything to put on a dress.
Wait, I have a
and
question
Yeah,
for
that's
you.
right.
So, do you know any girls that like they're kind of doing the hookup thing where they'll like they got a roster? You know any girls like
Yeah.
that? You know any girls like that? Know any girls like that?
Yeah.
Do you think that the man should still pay? Like, let's say he's taking a girl on a first date, but she like hooked up with a guy.
It's not
hooked
like
up with
he
a guy
knows though.
Yeah,
but
Right,
that's
They're
the
not saying, "Hey,
problem.
by the way, I hooked up with this
almost
guy
but
before
more
you."
deceptive.
It is
I feel like if you're in
I
that
don't think it
situation,
is. Like he asked her on the date.
Yeah.
I feel like if it,
So just to be clear, the guy should be chivalrous, traditional, pay for the first date, still pay for the first date, even though she's fucking another guy.
And even if it
Yeah.
goes bad,
If he
even
asks
if you
for-
don't like
if he asks
it,
Even if
sleeping
he
with
asks for the
another
date?
girl.
And
Is she supposed to tell
What if
him
he's
that
not
she-
though? What if he wants? What if he's not?
and
See,
we're
that's the culture.
keep
That's
in
the
mind
thing.
when I'm like
they, there's
Yeah,
like an
and I'm-
automatic like they're sleeping with everybody, so it doesn't matter what I do. But that's
we
like
go to
the whole-
UCSB. This is
yeah,
our mindset.
also
And
I
this
was gonna
is-
say
we go to
people our
UCSB,
age
the
do
biggest
have that
hookup
as a
school.
people are doing here.
I don't know.
We're
Can
not
I-
30.
can I ask something?
There's no scenario where I'm gonna pay. I'm not even going on a date with her. I'm not going on a date. I don't want anything. If a girl's sleeping with another guy, I don't want anything to do with her. I don't even want to fuck her once.
How are
That's
you
fair.
gonna know?
I don't want to kiss her. I don't
that
want
would be
nothing.
my
But she
question.
should be
What do you do to
honest.
screen that before going on a first date?
Yeah.
I mean, hopefully, are you seeing other people right now? Hopefully,
and
they
I
tell
would-
you the truth.
If you're led by your values and you try to find somebody who seems like I know you don't know them at first, but try to find someone who
Yeah,
seems like they're more
exactly.
aligned with your values, then hopefully you can trust a little bit that they're telling you the truth and you ask them important
And it's
questions.
generally, yeah, someone who's in their dating profile is going to highlight all the things that are important, nothing
Yes.
that's like superficial. They're not going on a bunch of dates like one after another. Yeah, they're not pushing all of this stuff, all of this stuff that signals a modern dating lifestyle. Someone who
Yes.
sleeps around a lot. Yeah, those things kind of clue you in.
Wait, so going back to you, so men should pay for first dates, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Going around the table on this, actually, men should pay for first dates.
If they initiate, yeah.
Yeah, if they ask, then yeah.
Yes.
I've paid for plenty of first dates.
Should men pay though? Do you prefer them to pay?
I leave it up to them.
I would
I
assume,
will offer, and then if they insist, then I'll thank them because it's a kind gesture. But I'm not going to like lead with that expectation.
I would prefer it, but it really depends on how the date goes.
Sure.
I don't want a guy to pay if I'm not into it.
And you said
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so that kind of means that you guys buy into traditional gender roles. If you think men should pay for the first date, right?
Yes.
So why is it okay for women to say men should pay for first dates? And we can also say men should protect women. And we already talked about the bullet thing. Men should sacrifice their life for women. But it's not okay for men to say women should dress modestly.
I think it's okay for men to say that.
I never said it wasn't okay. Men can
Well,
say
I'd
that.
argue most women be like, you shouldn't control what I wear.
I think you have a pretty I wouldn't call us like conservative, but like a lot more of a level-headed group in the room than maybe you typically have.
You have a bikini photo on your Instagram, right?
I do.
Okay, so if we were dating and I was like, actually, the gangster move for you would be like, I don't even have to tell you. You just take that down. You just get it. Yeah. Like, for example, you don't want to tell a guy to have to behave in the ways you want him to behave. You want him to just do it automatically, right? You don't want to have to teach a guy. No.
You're modeling.
No, Edgar.
Yeah, as a guy, that would be the biggest turn
Bartholomew?
on in the world.
You don't.
It does not take that much effort to make a man fall for you. It's literally, doing stuff like that.
Respect.
That's like respecting me.
But if I was like, hey, I want you to take that photo down, would you do it?
If you came to me and like expressed a concern about it, I'd be like, all right, you know what?
Like begrudgingly take it down?
No, I wouldn't grudgingly take it down. I mean, a post is a post. Like,
all right. And then what about, okay, would it be okay for a man to say women should cook for men?
my dad's like that, and I always tell him off on it with my mom.
You tell him off?
Yeah, I tell him off. I said, like once he tried to make me like serve my brother, and I said no, he could get up and do it himself. I'm not going to serve him. And I'm not going to cook for a man that says woman needs to cook for him. Like, if I do it kind-heartedly and I want to do it for him because he's a good man, I'll do it. But I'm not going to do it just because he's a man.
I think that
Well, but why then should a man pay for a first date just because he's a man and you're a woman?
It's just the way I feel.
It's how you feel.
That's just the way I feel.
It's a
Okay, so you're fine with the statement men should pay for first dates, but you're not fine with the statement
For a first date, pay for it.
Hold on. Women should cook for men. You're not fine with that statement.
No.
Why?
Because I've seen the way like my mom, like she's so submissive, and it annoys me. I'm not going to do that.
Wait, it annoys you that your mom is submissive?
And that way that she will like immediately get up, serve a plate.
Does she do it happily?
Yeah, is she happy?
Yeah, she probably is. Like, I have a stepmom who it is.
I think
that is how she
Let me
loves.
answer.
Yeah,
let her
that's
answer.
her
Go ahead.
life, her background.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Can you ask it again? I got like lost my.
Is your mom happy with that arrangement?
Is she happy?
Yeah, she's happy with the arrangement.
To each their own. I don't.
Is
Is she?
She is.
You know, yeah. If there's
Does
anything-
she like? Does she nag about the things that your father
she
asks?
does.
Okay, so she's not happy.
Yeah.
She's happy with him, but that part, like, you know,
Right, yeah.
when I'm talking about like in his Hispanic perspective, that's like expected. A
Yeah.
man is like,
Wait, question. Does your mom, is she like work at all or is she stay at home?
she stay at home.
And your father, they're still married, right?
They're still married.
Your father, he's the sole breadwinner of the household.
Yeah.
Do you mind saying what he does for work?
He's a manager.
Manager. Okay. Is he successful or doing well? Like taking
He
care of the
provides
family?
I have 5
Okay.
siblings. He's provided for
Yeah.
us.
Okay. So, but she doesn't like it when he says, "Hey, can you cook for me?" But he's the sole breadwinner.
She's not complaining, but she's not complaining about that.
Oh,
It's more of me complaining about it, but
Why?
I've seen it because I've seen that like try to get reinforced onto me.
If your father decided, do you have siblings?
5.
5 siblings, and sole breadwinner, right? One income. If your father was like, "Well, I just don't feel like going to work anymore," would you question that decision?
Absolutely, because he's not the man to do
So,
that.
but if it's his role to be the provider and go to work, wouldn't it be your mom's role to manage the household?
Yeah.
How much hours a week do you think he works? 50?
Yeah.
Does he have 2 jobs?
No, just one.
Just one job? Works Monday through Friday?
Yeah. Well,
Does he work full time? He works full time.
Full time.
Okay. So just to be clear, you have no objections to him being a slave to the labor market, but you do object to your mother cooking for her family.
I never said that.
Yeah.
Or you object to the.
She's coming
hold on,
from a different life
hold on.
experience.
Yeah.
Just stop. Okay. So you object to the expectation that your father has on your mother, his wife, to cook.
To the extremity that he does it, yes.
How does he?
Well,
is he eating
it's like
multiple dinners a night?
It has to be done. If it's not done by the time he's off of work, he gets annoyed. She's worried, like, if we're out doing something, it's, I have to be home in time to cook for your dad. So I just wouldn't want that type of.
And cook for the family too, right?
Cook for the family too, yeah.
Okay.
So would you?
Well, just one last thing. One last thing. Okay. So, do you think that if your father stopped working, do you think that your mother, his wife, would find that annoying?
She would find a job. I know she would.
You don't think they would cause relationship problems if he just decided to not do his role?
He had a knee problem. She was immediately like about to start working. So.
Okay, but if he just said, I just don't really feel like
That is a
working
little
anymore.
different.
What?
That's different than like a health issue.
Yeah.
Sorry, different
Yeah.
than like
Like,
a health reason.
It's
so,
like a health reason versus like a character flaw.
Yeah.
Well, character flaw. Then yeah.
She didn't
I
never
mean-
say that her mom was like super unhappy with the arrangement.
Yeah, I never
she
said
said
my
she
mom's
doesn't want
ready
it
for
imposed on
divorce.
her.
I just said that I don't want that.
She doesn't
enforced
want that
onto me.
forced on her
But
for
she
her
wants
lifestyle.
the man to be a traditional.
It's pay
provider.
for one date. I'm not asking for a hand in marriage. Pay for a date. I'm what, 20, 19? I'm 19 about
Well,
it.
so it's like you're trying
We're
to
going
pick
on
and
a
choose.
movie
No,
date.
I
I'm
feel
not
like
asking him
You're
for a
picking
Lamborghini.
and choosing the traditional man treatment that you want.
I feel like
So like you kind of have the man who is going to be a traditional guy who is going to want to pay for a first date is also going to ask of you those traditional things that men will want.
And I feel like this goes more off of my previous answer on like the wanting a family and a marriage and everything over a career and education. So that should just like show you my viewpoint.
I'm just saying, like, if you're not looking for the traditional relationship, like, I'm not saying like you don't want a man, but you're not looking for a man who's going to be a leader, who's asking you to submit to him, his leadership. If you're not looking for that,
I never said that.
Oh, so you are looking for that?
I never said that either. I just said I don't.
Well, okay, so from all of the conversation that we've had, you have very much suggested that you're against female submission to their partner. So
That you
is
would
that
want to be a
We spoke
housewife
about
and-
cooking.
you said specifically you were turned off by the word submission. Like my mom submits to my dad and it kind of like irks me. That's you said
in
that.
the context of her, because we don't know what her life and her upbringing was like. Just like you
it
guys,
doesn't really matter.
It does matter so much
plays
because
a
in your
gigantic
family
role,
you
'cause
have
that's
respect
my
for
opinion
parents.
for me.
Okay.
So
No,
my
no,
life
okay. If someone
experiences-
says, regardless of how they were brought up, regardless of their history, it irks me that my mom submits to my dad.
That's a
But that's
personal
coming in her
opinion.
context. It's not just an off the cuff.
Yeah.
But
Well, we
it
also
doesn't
know in the
matter.
context that it
You
seems
saw
like
loving parents, and you got a great example of what
so from what we've
mutuality
talked about,
is. But
it seems like that her parents have a pretty good relationship. That her mom's not miserable.
well,
that
and she's not going to say
They're still
that
married.
public, but people stay for multiple different reasons.
But that's you making an assumption that there could be some
No, I'm
crazy
speaking from
backstory.
experience
No, but you're
because-
speaking from
Okay,
experience
well,
on
you
her.
can't apply
I'm
your
speaking from experience coming
to
from a
that
large family
relationship.
and also first generation.
you're talking about
also
her
a very
story.
submissive
Just let her
culture.
finish.
Like, you know, I know, and I see her struggling to articulate herself because she's a little bit younger. She hasn't had to argue her viewpoint, but I know how big of a turnoff it was to me to see like my dad talking to my mom in a demeaning maybe tone just because
Hold on.
he was raised
To be
that
clear,
way.
is your dad being demeaning towards your mom?
When we talk about cooking and that was the whole topic, yeah.
So there are things that
or is
people
it your
come to the table
perception?
with, and it's not.
But it could
Okay.
be a
Anyways, I do.
perception.
Anyway.
There's so many notes I have to
Yeah.
get through. I don't know if I'll
Go
even
for
be
it.
able to get through all of them. I think really quick though on the who pays thing. Again, I'm just kind of confused of if it's okay for a woman to say, I think a man should pay for the first date. Why is it also wrong for a man to say, I want a woman to make me a sandwich?
I feel like it's unfair
Make
to
me a sandwich. Only just make me a sandwich once though.
yeah.
know?
No, well, I would say I think it's unfair to equate the first date, he's paying for the first date, to a lifelong obligation of paying or making meals for like your husband. I think if you like work out an agreement eventually, or not even eventually, just by the second date, where it's like you're more open to splitting the bill, or you offer like, that's more of like a give or take relationship. Like it doesn't, one date shouldn't equate being the lifetime of meals.
I just think it's funny, like, so how women hate when men ask to go 50-50 on a date, but are perfectly comfortable with 50-50 in a divorce.
I think it's just the first date we're talking about.
Yeah,
I would be willing to split on the second date.
Let me ask you guys a question really quick. Okay. Just tell me why. Like, make an actual argument why men should pay.
On the first date?
Yeah.
Because I think it's a way of showing interest. Like,
Well, hold on.
Showing investment.
yeah.
Okay,
like,
so
you're
why
willing to put like work into this, like what?
Because a female invests in herself too. They dress
relationship.
up, they buy
Yeah.
jewelry, they do their nails, stuff like that.
But that's not an investment in the man. Sorry, that's not an
Yeah.
investment in the man. That's an investment in
But
herself.
Right.
I put in a lot of effort to be here on this date you asked me to come to. I
Didn't-
expect you to pay for it.
Well, didn't the
But
guy
he
put
would put
in
in
just
effort.
an equal amount of effort, if not more?
He asked me to go on the date though.
Mhm.
I didn't bring this upon him. He brought
Mhm.
it upon me.
Have you ever asked a guy out on a date?
No.
Okay, well,
There you go.
I
so
have,
hold
guys,
on.
and he
but,
paid.
What's that?
I have, and he paid.
And he
I
still
hate-
paid.
I hate to admit it, but
right. But more often than not, like for you, when it comes to first date, like of the times you've been asked out by a guy, more often than not, is it the guy asking or you asking?
I've asked once. The other times the guys asked, and
So you asked one time. How many times? What, 10 times if guys have hit on you? I don't know.
3 times.
3 times. What about you?
Like 2 times.
2 times? Okay. More often than not, men are the ones initiating here. So it's kind of this like very convenient position to say, well, you asked, you should pay. well, what's the alternative? Okay, fine. As a guy, I'll just sit back and wait for women to ask me out on dates so that they can pay for the date. But then that man gets faced with the brutal reality of he's never going to get asked out on a date. Most men never get asked out on dates.
Well, that's just the way like it is.
Okay, but so what's the actual argument for why a man should pay? And you answered, but what about you?
I agree with her answer.
Because they asked?
Yeah.
Yeah,
investment
they
thing.
brought
That's
it
the
upon
argument?
you. They wanted you to go, so why wouldn't they pay for it?
But you see
Okay.
how that's unfair because you never
no,
asked.
they asked me to go.
Right, but women never really ask the man, so
Right.
it's always going to be on the man. And then we're having the same conversation.
What do you think?
I think it's one date, and if they're gonna, like, I kind of said it earlier, like, after the first date, I'd totally be open to splitting it. Honestly, I'd be open to splitting the first date. I would probably be like, oh, okay, you don't like me that much then. If, like, you want to split it, just because I think it is
Wait,
the
this
investment
mic,
thing.
Go ahead.
But yeah, the investment thing.
Well,
I
let me
think.
going around the table, starting with you. If you go on a date with a guy and he wants to split, will there be a second date?
If the date went well, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Uncertain.
Sorry, guys. Yeah.
Wait, there will be a second date.
Yeah, it depends how the date went. And if I knew them before.
Yeah, if the date went, like, really well, then yeah.
I don't oppose to splitting. I just prefer the man to pay.
Same.
Yeah.
I kind of prefer splitting the first date.
I don't think there would be a second date.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
We're gonna move on. Let's see. Let's get back to some. Do the bow thing? Oh, yeah. That's decent.
Yeah.
All right. Here's my view. Fine. Men should pay for first dates. In my own view, I think women should bow. Nate, play the video. All right. This is what I think a woman should do. Boom. Look at that bow. Great technique. Great skill.
Sandal
Look at
thrown.
it. Look at the attentiveness. Putting in the dirty laundry hamper. Look at that.
Bed's
Come
not
home
made
from a
that well.
long podcast. Come home from a hard day's work. The dinner's ready. Look at this. She's attentive. She's got my drink. Oh, my noodles need stirring. Yep. Look at that. Boom. A bit too much, but okay, I'll accept it. And one more time with the bow. Look at the bow. Boom. I want a girl to bow. Would you, if you were dating a guy and he was like, hey, I want you to, every time you see me, I want you to hit a bow, would you do it?
No. I almost feel like that's his way of like establishing dominance. Like,
What if he
he's
paid
better
for every
than me.
date?
If he paid for every
He
date.
pays for everything.
He's the provider.
Yeah.
Like
the house you live in.
in this first date, in this like immediate interaction, he's providing.
He's the big man.
He's the big man. He's
Big man.
dominating in the financial aspect.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's probably gonna dominate the conversation.
Yeah.
Like he's probably gonna be the one that's asking the questions. Because generally speaking, when I've gone on dates, it's me who is gonna have to generate all the questions. Because I asked the person on the date. I feel like there's a burden upon me to like kind of carry the conversation. I think generally speaking, that's kind of the what women ask of men in first dates. So
would you do a bow?
If he paid for every date, I would.
well,
do
no.
that.
So okay, so the first date, just in this hypothetical world, if I'm gonna pay for a date, it would be kind of cool to see a bow.
Like
First date.
that date.
First
date.
like respectable. Like I respect you as a man.
Like a joke on the first.
So no. I respect
Taking
you.
you to
I respect you
Benihana.
as a woman. So I'm going to provide for you. I respect you as a man. Therefore, I'm going to bow.
So
you'd hit a
that's
bow?
crazy if you're bowing on the first date.
Yeah, I think it's crazy if
First
a man would
date,
always pay for the first date.
Maybe as like a joke.
I don't even think it would be
As a
good if she
joke.
bows on the first
If
date.
you,
I'll
if you-
accept second date.
If
though.
you were on a date with a girl and she legitimately bowed for you, you'd be like, oh my god, like no, like that's like weird. You think that's kind of weird?
Sign me up.
100% down.
I would
Sign me up.
actually be cackling.
If you didn't ask for the bow and she just bowed,
That'd be so
That
hot.
would be
I'd fucking
so
wife her.
hot.
I'm never bowing. I'm never bowing.
I would wife her on the spot.
Yeah.
That's
But would you
hilarious.
not
That
be
would be
like,
like
oh,
massive green check. Like, please sit down. I will pay for whatever you
Would
want.
you do a bow?
I'd make a joke of it, yes, but I have cooked and baked for men on dates and they did not come back. So I don't know if it's actually
Okay.
going to work, but
Would you hit a bow
No.
for a man? Never. Even you're not. Remove the first date thing from this. Let's say you're you've been dating a guy for 6 months, and all of a sudden he's like, "I'd like for you to bow to me."
It'd be hilarious.
I was going to say something highly inappropriate, but
What?
no.
What would-
I feel like
wait, what?
bowing was instilled for like people that were a lower social class and stuff,
Well, I
right?
mean,
Kingdoms, things like that.
That's what's up.
Would he
So,
bow
yeah.
to the girl if like she was like it's not money, but if she were to be cooking every day for him?
Even
like,
if it is
he's not
money,
gonna
let's
respect,
be
like,
honest.
bring it
Sometimes
back?
women make a lot of
Yeah,
money
like,
too.
If she, because sure,
If
the like
you think
traditional like
she
men
wants
bring
it?
money to the table, but like women bring something else to the table, like
Yeah.
Nurturing, loving,
yeah,
caregiving.
exactly. Like, would
all
you
those
bow
things.
to the female for if she's
But the man's
doing
man's supposed
everything
to be
that you
the-
desire
Not
for a woman to
bowing.
do? And you're,
I think bowing is a
Okay,
posture.
well,
It's like a
if you're
thank
gonna,
you.
If you're gonna expect the woman
a
to
way
bow
of
to
life.
you for just bringing like
But
being the
that's, like-
breadwinner of the family, but you're not gonna bow to her for if she's hitting
For
every
sustaining
single
your
life.
life.
Hold on.
That's
I
why
gotta
she's
pay-
gonna bow.
Hold on, but okay, we're just going like, you want the guy to pay for the first date. You won't hit a bow. You want a guy to die for you. You won't hit a bow.
Like
That's like
crazy, man.
equality.
Funny little
stance.
Well,
bow.
so,
like-
okay, the thing is like
No.
traditionally speaking, like in the historically speaking, women they had incredible respect for men because of what the role that they played, the provider, the protector. I'm going to make sure that you have a safe place to raise our children so that you can create the next generation and continue my legacy. There's like incredible respect that was given to men because of that. That's traditionally. And so when you expect men to provide on the first date by paying, I'm not saying it has to be a bow, but there's like
He doesn't
A
want the
disti-
bow. I want the bow.
I want the bow.
Oh, you want the bow?
No, I want the bow.
I influenced you.
You definitely am.
Oh.
But like that's
Ladies.
a tangible way to show that you respect the man for the role that he plays.
I would find it endearing.
I would definitely
Even if I
find
asked
it
for it,
endearing.
I was like,
Yeah.
"What's up, babe?
Only do
Let me
it
see a
if
bow
they
real
weren't
quick."
super serious about it, because that's kind of concerning. If you're like, no, like bow, like
Yeah.
If they were
If you
Well, it
doing
seems
bow
like you're
to
pretty
me,
serious
but
about them
it's a
paying for the
joke,
first
yeah,
date.
yeah.
I wouldn't press it. It's not like something.
No,
I'd
no, no.
press.
I'm not saying like I will not.
Force the bow.
You must bow
have to
for
bow.
me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If it was like hostile, like coming from an angry place, no. But
Here's the frame, right? If we ask, we ask, we want you to want to do it.
yeah.
Yeah. It's
you
not
want
like
us to
we don't want
pay
to like
for the date.
force
you don't want to
you
have to
into.
ask.
Yeah.
I would do that.
But
That's
it would be
crazy.
very beneficial.
But in Asian culture, males and females bow to each other.
That's a keeper right there.
Nice.
In
Well-
Asian culture, men and females bow to each other. It's a
That's a
sign of
different-
mutual
yeah,
respect.
I
I'm
was
such a
trying
white
to-
guy. I'm sorry. I can't
So,
do it. I'm
That's
too
what
yeah.
I was trying to get at when I was saying earlier
mutual
how
thing.
if
But
your
they-
wife is
I
doing
wouldn't
everything
bow.
that you want her to do, like in traditional form, what you would want her to do, it's
No, I
like a
wouldn't do a
mutual.
bow.
Like she brings 50% of it into the relationship. If he brings 50, yeah, you're bringing different aspects. He might be the breadwinner, but she's doing everything else that you'd want her to do. I understand you like see that as her respecting you by like.
So wait, you want the guy to do the bow?
No, I'm just saying that
confused.
if they're doing, she was saying that in Asian culture they both bow because they respect what each other
I don't
brings to the table.
That's not.
the
That's
men
not
bow
why
to
they
the
do
women.
it.
Men bow to other men in Asian culture.
I don't know the details.
I don't know
of
the
that.
details of
Yeah,
Asian
I
culture.
I think
women-
I think that's
I don't think women want the guy to bow to them though.
No,
This is
I
just like
want
a
a man
quirky
to be
thing.
a leader. That's the whole
Oh,
point,
okay,
though, is
she-
that women are
A man
in a
opening
traditional
a man
relationship.
opening a door.
If he like was
Do you want to
appreciating-
like peg a guy too?
Oh my god! What are you talking about? You just said you wanted a woman
I don't
to
know. You just
bow to you. How is it different?
I got
if
intuition.
say-
A man,
intuition.
a man opening a door for a
Yeah,
woman
but
is
you
the
would-
equivalent
No,
to
I
like a
would
bow.
not.
You want to bend
I'm
the guy
sick
over.
of this.
You want
A
to
woman,
dominate a man.
I'm sick of this.
You want to dominate him.
I think like
We didn't
she's
get around the
trying to say
circle.
like, let's say you pay for the date, so then I bow, but the next day she cooks the meal. Are you bowing?
Nope.
I
Because
feel
the
like
man
you
is
kinda
supposed
owe
to
the
be-
bow back.
No
the
bow
man is
back.
supposed to be the leader, and the
No
woman
bow
is
back.
supposed to submit to him in a traditional relationship. Therefore, like if he's bowing to you, it's not like a mutually equal. That's like more
like a high
feminist
five.
ideology. So ideally, that's the
No, I mean,
situation.
if a woman cooked for me, like I would do a ton for her. I wouldn't bow, but like I would
give his life.
I would give my life, man.
He give his life. Anyways,
You make me a sandwich, I'll jump in front of a
Go
bowl.
around the table. Did everybody answer on the bow thing?
No,
I think
I really
you
think
said no.
Yeah, I said no.
Madison, would
I
you?
bow
did,
left and right if
Wait.
he.
Did you hit a bow? I told you to hit a bow for Frankie.
I told you I did.
Oh, you did.
But okay, to be fair,
Oh,
I
he's
don't.
caught off guard.
Yeah, I don't think he got the right message because I
Did you do it
did
again?
this when I bowed, and then he bowed back because he thought we were gonna play ninja or something.
Frankie's a simp.
No.
But no,
Would you hit a bow?
I'd hit a bow, but I'd hope he'd hit a bow back eventually.
In a funny way, yeah, but not serious.
Yeah, I'd hit a curtsy.
Yeah.
No, I would. I asked my boyfriend about this though, and he was like, "No, I wouldn't want you to do that." But I think of it like, you know, if I were to say, "Hey, it would make me feel really respected and special if you did X, whatever," you know, I think in relationships that kind of conversation happens a lot.
Okay.
But I would. I kind of make a
the
joke now to
video.
him. Like I'll randomly be like, "I'd bow to you."
Alyssa, can you read this?
Video.
So if the man should pay for the first date, should the man be expected for the first time and birth control? If not, who pays the consequence?
What?
What's
Should
that
the
mean?
man be expecting for the
Yeah, I
first
can't even
time? Men can't get pregnant, bro.
I don't
Can't
know
be
what he's trying to
Like
say.
expected to get some?
For the
Is that what
first
he
time.
means?
Yeah, I don't
No, I don't.
I
That's
think he's like expected to pay
Like-
for like a plan B or something. Is that what he's trying to get at? And like birth control because he's talking
Yeah.
about
Oh.
buying it for them.
I don't really understand the question,
I don't
Ben. Maybe
understand
could
the
you
question.
clarify? I don't understand the question. I'm sorry, Ben.
Very
Could you
Confucius.
try to
Is he
clarify a
saying,
little bit?
like, if women
Okay, more
expect
notes.
to
More
pay
notes. Oh
for-
man, this could be okay.
for
I'll try to.
women
I'm gonna get through these
to
quick.
be on birth control?
Hold on. Okay, we did the 2-man thing, talking stage, splitting the bill. Do guys ever get over their first love? We're gonna skip that. No offense. Hot takes. If it were the right person, it would be the right time. What does that mean?
I think a lot of times, like, we try to, like, deflect why a relationship didn't work out. We were like, oh, like, he was the right person, but it just wasn't the right time. He wasn't in the right place. But I think if it is the right person, he's going to make an effort for it to be the right time. And
Okay.
a lot of people are, like, delusional about that, and they keep making up excuses for
And then the next thing is lasting too long as a guy during sex is a real thing.
We were talking about this because I feel like it's just like a sign of like them being addicted to porn. 'Cause
If they
why-
last too long.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I feel like they're like, oh.
A little closer to the mic. You're
I
good.
feel like it's like a sign of that because what are they doing? Like I did have an experience with a guy where he like lasted way too long, and I had asked him about it because I don't know, I was like, maybe this is like a me problem, but he said that like he had like a year where he would just like edge like all the time for
okay.
fun, like to train himself or something.
Okay.
And now it's like a problem.
Okay.
And so, how long did he last?
Like an hour.
Lord.
That's pretty long, I guess.
Yeah.
Good.
You guys have, you said you were talking about with your girlfriends though. Have you had that
Yeah.
experience?
No.
What's like, okay, so going around the table, really quick answer. Like, what's the ideal period of time for a encounter to last, you
Oh,
think?
good God.
It depends.
I would say for me, no more than half an hour because, God, my body can't take it.
Okay. Maddie?
Can I skip this question?
If you don't want to answer, that's
geez,
fine.
God, I'm not a porn
If you don't want to
star.
answer, that's fine.
Oh,
Any
sorry,
girls?
porn star.
Any other girls? No answer?
No comment.
No comment?
Yeah, I don't want to answer either.
Oh, okay. For how long
Yeah,
sex
like,
should
I
last?
don't
That's
know.
not, that's
Well, I
pretty tough,
feel like it's different for every encounter that you
Yeah.
have.
I think
Yeah.
there's
Depends
definitely
on-
too
sometimes a
long,
quickie
though.
can be good.
The older you
Yeah,
get,
that's
too,
fair.
there's more
Not for-
factors involved. So, yeah, it's a
Yeah,
little
I
different.
mean, women don't stay wet forever, too. So, I mean,
Yeah.
you're going to...
It just depends.
Yeah, and some
on
men
the
have
well,
issues.
some women-
And
Depends on the
Stay away
interaction. It depends on like what's going on. I mean,
situation,
if you guys
yeah.
are talking about just penetration, then that's like a whole different.
I think like a
ballgame.
solid like 30 seconds is pretty good, though.
yeah.
Wait, did you say yes?
No, I did. I did.
Wait, yeah, you agree? Okay. Well, speaking of double standards, what the fuck was that? That fucking fly came for me. Wait, did you lose something, Nick? You're just like...
Dude, for some reason, the last two $10 chats didn't automatically start. So I had to go
Oh,
find and
that's
stop
weird.
them.
Okay.
Now I'm checking those.
Speaking of double standards, why is it that when a man premature ejaculates, that's bad?
Wait.
But it's good for a woman, like if she comes too quick. It's so unfair.
How's that unfair? The man's relieved because
It's
he
probably 'cause
got
it's
her off,
more
and she's the
difficult to
more
make women do
she's
that.
the more complicated
Yeah.
one to get to orgasm. Women take on average like 20 minutes. Just takes longer.
Bad joke. Like, okay, hold on. For example,
Tough
like,
crowd.
would you agree though? Like, if it's too, like, if a guy comes too quick though, that's also a problem, right? Oh, she. Okay.
I don't know.
Like 3 pumps.
What if you're not? What if you don't get satisfied? Like, what if you're not satisfied, but he
There's
went
other
off?
methods,
There's other
though.
ways.
No, I know, but
Yeah.
but that wasn't the question. You said like if he's
I
done
would be
fast.
okay with that.
Well, comes fast.
If it
But-
happens every single time, like maybe there's something we can talk about.
Right. Talk about.
But talk about
Talk about.
a boot. Sorry. Oh god damn! I said.
Because
sorry.
like no guy, I
Wouldn't
don't
that
think
be,
there's any
like,
guy. There's no guy who's like,
flattering?
I wish she didn't come so fast. Said no man ever. You know.
Yeah, I
Because
don't.
it's a relief.
I don't
feel
usually
like.
say that
Oh,
about
it's-
men. In the past,
I think men have to deal with all of this stigma of like, oh my gosh, there's so many nerve endings and whatever. How could you possibly not make a woman orgasm? But it is complex. Women get in their
Rubik's
brain a
Cube.
lot more. It's not just
Rubik's.
mechanical.
Yeah.
Like it's very different.
I heard an interesting thing that you said, and I don't know if I can say it.
Go ahead.
Well, you said about like not going down on women in one of
Okay.
your things.
Yeah.
And I found that interesting because like I personally find that to be like some like a too intimate thing. So I don't know.
Okay.
I just found that interesting
Yeah.
that you feel that way.
Well, okay. So I mean, when it comes to sex, I want her to come first,
yeah.
but there's other ways to do it than
Yeah.
than that.
Yeah.
But like, no matter what, I want her to come first. Then I can
course.
go. But
That's the ideal. Yeah.
it's crazy though. I mean, some of these women got like multiple orgasms come after like 3 seconds. Shit's crazy, son.
Yep.
It's good. It's good. Double standards though. If a guy's like busting after 3 seconds, that's not. Most women are not going to be satisfied with that.
Well, then he's kind of like, actually, never mind.
Huh? Ladies can what? Go ahead.
Say it.
I was
Say
just
it.
saying that
Not
he's like,
multiple.
if it's that fast and he's like out of commission, like he can do like, you know, like
Oh,
it's,
like rebound?
like yeah,
Refractory?
exactly. Well, like girls, like if they finish first, like technically, like you can,
You can just.
I mean, you
Come.
can like continue, you can technically keep going. Like if a guy like he's done, then he's done. You know, like you can do other things, but
Oh,
he
I
can't
see.
necessarily just
Okay.
Yeah.
hop back to it. You know.
Yep. Yep. Good times. Good times.
Sorry.
No, it's all good. Okay. Lasting too long, bad. Friends with benefits never works. You've had the friends with benefits didn't work.
No.
Oh, okay. You're just from
We're
your you see it
like,
from your friends.
From my friends and
Yeah.
stuff, yeah.
You said the situationship is only a situationship to one person and nothing to the other.
Yeah. I think if you're in a situationship, it's only that to you. And then the other
Okay.
person obviously doesn't see it that way, or else he would just take you serious.
You said there's a 3-month rule. If he doesn't ask you to be his girlfriend within 3 months of you guys talking, he'll never ask.
Oh, yeah, I don't think so. Because at that point, he's just dragging you along because you're going to let him.
Well, actually, I think the woman should ask for the relationship, not the man.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Yep.
In what way, like you like
What?
ask him to be your boyfriend? Like is that what you like?
Yeah.
Just,
That should be on you.
And why?
Wait, why? Yeah, both of you tell us. why.
Well, generally speaking, I would argue. Now, this maybe might not really apply to me because I'm pretty like, I'll laser focus in, and like, I'll bring it there. But if you're desirous of commitment, of being whatever, if you want monogamy, you want commitment, you want to be his girlfriend, you want him to be your boyfriend, you should probably push for that.
Well, that's
But
why
that's
women
pre-
are
that's
scared
also
because
pressure.
they don't know if the man feels the same way.
yeah.
Well, better find out sooner than later, right?
Yeah, but I think there's also like a stigma around it, especially if you like being our age,
What's the
like
stigma?
like a way people like view it. At least how guys view it. If you're like, especially at our age, like if you're in a talking stage with someone and it's like going on forever, like to the guy you might just be like someone he's talking to. Like if you're texting him first, like he's texting someone else
Hold on,
first. If
but
that makes
I
not
wanna,
to
I do
change
actually
topic,
want to
sorry.
give this advice to women, so you can just entirely avoid a situationship or just getting strung along or just being like used as a for sex. You shouldn't do this thing of like, well, I'm gonna wait a couple months and then like check in. That's how you get into a situationship. Just be super upfront.
But
Ask him on
But
the
like
fucking.
he was-
If you really, you should only. I think women, you should only date a guy who you see yourself having those feelings for, who you will have those feelings for, but you also want him to have those feelings for you. So I think very quickly, early on, you should be like, put the fucking pressure on.
I did that and I got led on.
Yeah,
I agree.
I've done
You got
that.
led
And
on.
it's
Well,
negative.
he would like
Guys crack under pressure, and
he
like,
would
the
respond to
most
me
men.
and everything, but he just like wasn't there.
And
do you
also,
mean-
I feel
what do
like
you mean he would
in that
respond
sense,
to
it like
you?
Well,
scares him
that's
away.
it. I was like talking to him. He was just responding. That's it.
But if he's scared away, then I don't think he's really like. Don't you want to like be with someone that like really fucking likes you and you really
Yes.
fucking like them? Do you want to be in the situation where you're like you're on the fence about them, they're on the fence about you? Don't you want that like mutual like really strong desire?
Yes.
But if a man is initiating the first date or a man is asking for marriage, then wouldn't the man also say, I feel like I'm developing really strong feelings. Can we have this conversation? Like, why is it only I think it's obviously a mutual thing once again, where you're communicating, you're saying like, hey, we're really hitting it off and whatever. And you may open the topic and the conversation, but not necessarily being the one that's putting the pressure and saying, when are you going to give me the girlfriend title? Or when are you going to, like, we hear a lot about, I mean, I see a lot about it. Women putting pressure on like, when's the rock? Where's the rock? Where's the rock? And there's like a negative connotation to it. So
Well, I mean,
try to just
I
be
think
more
that,
passive.
pushing for the, that is a bigger commitment than just pushing for like, let's be monogamous, let's be exclusive. Fuck, you can ask that real quick as a woman.
Yeah,
But
the
if
thing
we're
is,
not
like,
asking, if we're not wired to ask those other things, then how could you expect for us to ask the one in the middle? Do you
But
get what I'm
women
saying?
do.
Like,
I am
women
wired
do
to ask those, but what problem is that when I do, even when I've tried to date a man who says he has these more traditional values and he's like, oh yeah, we're really hitting it off and he's so in and it's all the way, it's like it's so mutual, then I say, okay, I'm deleting the apps, I want to be with you, like let's do this. And then he's like, oh, this is a lot, I don't know if I can handle this. And even the men who say they're so traditional, and it's like, happened to me. This is why I've been single for so long, even when I've been trying to date again, because they just ghost. So it's really hard to find someone
If the guy really likes you.
Oh, well, yeah, sure.
If the guy really
Yes.
likes you and you start leaning on him
Yeah.
on the third date, and you lean on him
Yeah.
like, hey, I want commitment, I
Yeah.
want monogamy, I want boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, and he's like, I don't know.
He's just not that into
I
you.
think he kind of just wants to keep you around for sex for a couple
Yes,
months.
yeah.
And then like, I know it seems like, whoa, it's a bit too much too soon. But if he really likes you and you fucking lean on him, and it's like, okay, I might lose this chick if I like.
Well, the last time that I like hooked up with somebody, it was kind of a situation like that, and then and that was the time I decided I'm not doing this anymore. Like, I am not hooking up with some guy before we have this thing figured out, like what we both want, where this might be going, because it hurts. Like, it hurts terribly when that happens. And then you're right, he just wants to keep you on the line for sex.
Sure.
And yeah.
Look, and I think relationships can also develop on a slower timeline too. You can start out a bit more casual. Maybe there's even other people in the picture, and it could eventually get to, something more serious. It happens all the time. But I personally, I take, perhaps maybe this is a radical approach. Like, I prefer erring on the side of moving a bit too quickly than too slowly.
Yes. I
And
agree
so
with
like,
that.
if I really like a girl, like, I don't know.
You should go for it. Yeah.
I'm not going to do this like fence sitting thing,
Yeah,
but I think women should be even more motivated, because like men, like a lot of men, hey, if we can be sleeping with a bunch of random chicks at the same time, not random, but if we can like have a roster or whatever, they'll do it. But like as a woman, I feel like some women are fine with that, I guess. I feel like most of y'all don't want to really be fucking around with multiple dudes.
No.
I think most women don't want that.
I do not.
I could be wrong, I don't know. But that's why I think that's why if it's more important for you as a woman to get the commitment, I mean, I'm giving you advice for the women here. Like, lean heavy on the dude. Lean heavy.
All right. I will.
Anyways, moving on. We have Macy here. Oh wait, actually, last thing with you. You said you shouldn't be getting left undelivered for hours. He just doesn't care. It's like you text him and he's just not responding.
No, yeah. A lot of girls will be like, oh, he left me undelivered for like 15 hours. He's just busy. He's just like doing this.
Well, do you ever leave guys undelivered, or do you respond right away?
I'll leave them undelivered if I don't care. about
Oh, well, so then they don't care about you then.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah,
That's just
that's
like
what
the
she's
saying.
Well, actually, that's
but
not
I
true.
know a
That's
lot
not
of
true,
like
actually.
my friends even who will be like making excuses for guys who will leave them undelivered for hours at a time, and I'm just like, he really just doesn't care about you.
Yeah, they'll
Actually-
prioritize if they
Yeah,
want
if
to.
you actually care.
It's just like any business
Even-
deal.
Unless they
Yeah,
have like legitimate reasons, obviously.
I actually, my perspective on this, as somebody who's like incredibly busy, yeah, I'm leaving you on. I'm not responding
Yeah,
for like
but these
hours
college
on
guys aren't.
Yeah, and like
Yeah.
in terms
That's
of the people
true.
that
It's
we're
just
talking to,
psychology.
like they're on their phones, like
It's
they're just
psychology.
deciding not
I
to
don't
respond.
like.
They're, like,
Some of
playing
them will be
video
like, "Oh, I'm
games.
just not on my phone like that." Like that's not true. You just don't care.
Yeah, and if they really
True.
did care, then they would take the time,
Classic.
the 2 seconds out of the day that it would take to respond.
Yeah, but I definitely like. I could genuinely really like a girl, and like take forever to
Well, I think
fucking
it's different.
That's a
respond.
little
Yeah.
different.
18-year-olds
Yeah.
are very different.
Sure.
Yeah.
Macy, you said if you met him on the dating app, he's not your man. You're just on the roster. But wouldn't this apply the other way around too?
Yeah, I think it would.
that's fair.
Well, yeah. Well,
No, like so many of my couples met on dating apps.
I agree, and I think
We're
like,
talking
They're
from a
probably
college
the
perspective.
from the college, like a lot of this is from the
But it
college.
started somewhere.
perspective. It did start somewhere, but especially with dating apps like like Tinder, like the people on that are on there at our age, they're not looking for like long-term
Yeah.
relationships, and they are like not necessarily going on like first dates with people, but they're swiping and talking to like every single match. Like it's not like
And they're being direct. They're asking
No,
you
they're-
right away, hey, you're pretty. And you say, hey, thanks. DTF?
Yeah.
like that's-
Really?
I get
There
that.
are literally men that will sit at a table and super swipe.
No, literally, and
I've
also,
seen someone do that. I'm like, what?
Yeah, and I think
There's
it,
like,
there has been like I feel like I've definitely been hearing about it more often. Like not a whole lot of people, but some of my friends that are a little bit older, like they'll say that they've been like they met a guy on a dating app and they were hooking up for a really long time, and then it turned into a relationship. But that like really doesn't often happen. Like that's
I feel
definitely
like that's rare, yeah.
Yeah, it's rare, and I feel like people who go on to dating apps like that and are like religiously hooking up with this like one guy, like he's probably also hooking up with other people, and they'll
Yeah.
think that it's eventually going to get there, but like 9 times out of 10 it's not ever going to get there.
The other thing you said if you hook up on the first day or night, you're never going to be more than that.
So you're just kind of stern. My message. Yeah, I mean, we were discussing this last night, and I just feel like if they're gonna hook up with you on the first date, then they don't like really respect. Like they'll well, you put it well. Sorry.
Oh, God. I just said that personally, like if I like hypothetically were to hook up with a guy, I just think he doesn't like respect me, and it's vice versa. You know, I'm not gonna throw double standard and say, oh, like he should respect me or I respected him because I slept with him first. Like no, I that's my personal opinion. If you disagree and you think he respects you, then by
I
all
agree.
means.
Honestly, like if you're on the first date and he's like trying to make a move like that, that's kind of like, okay, like you don't respect me.
And it's on the girl
Disagree.
too. No,
I
it,
actually disagree on
you
this, but
okay.
You have
was
more
just-
experience. Let us know.
Yeah. I was just gonna say, like, from the girl's perspective too, like if you end up doing it, like you just have to understand that, like, it's not gonna.
Don't expect anything
Don't
more.
expect it. You
And
can't
how do
expect
I know
them
that
to
you're
be.
not doing that with like every first date?
sure.
Exactly.
Well, but here's the thing, right? It's not clear to me if you were to make that guy wait for this till the second date, third date, fourth date, fifth date, however long you make him wait. Obviously, you know, some men just are not going to wait, for example, like 3 months or something. But it's not clear to me that he would then take you into consideration for a long-term relationship, even if you made him wait.
I think, and I've talked to a few
And then,
guys.
and
sorry.
just to add one thing, even the guy, let's say the guy would want a long-term relationship with you, but you sleep with him on the first date, it's not clear to me if that would be that would then all of a sudden he would totally shift and not want to be in a long-term relationship with you.
Yeah, because I understand where you're coming from, and I know we also talked about like the box theory. Like if he met you, like you know,
What's that?
They like people say like guys like they'll put you in a box when they first meet you, like the girlfriend box or like the hookup box, and it's hard to like switch boxes. But just like even talking from guys that we like know that are our age, they'll even say like if they're hooking up with a girl like on the first date and she'll like agree to hook up with them, then she's not like girlfriend material. Like she's probably sleeping with all these guys.
Yeah, some people do have, certainly some
I think
men
that
will
comes
have.
with age. I think that comes
Yeah.
with age, honestly, because I also disagree. I think I have plenty of girlfriends that are in their 30s that have told me like first date sex and they've had like long-term committed relationships, even got married. You know, it's just, you have to use your discernment, your discretion, and see like, is the connection there?
But I would not advise most women to do that, because I think most of the time it's not going to pan out into something serious.
Like, it goes both ways. I think people are like, especially women. I was told to read a book by some of my girlfriends early in the dating journey, and I felt like everything I was hearing was like this power play of women abstaining or withholding sex, but only to kind of like egg on and get more and more investment from the man into the relationship, which I don't necessarily agree with either. Like, that's like a bargaining chip.
I agree with you on this. I mean, I've had actually all of my long-term relationships. I've had a 5-year, 2-year, 1 year, like, you know, some that were shorter, 6 months, 9 months. I don't know if I consider those fully long-term relationships. All these women that I had good sometimes relationships don't always, continue on forever, but they can still have been good relationships. It wasn't like, oh, let's wait 3 months. It was like typically like first, second, or third date, we had sex.
Well, yeah,
for all my long-term relationships. And then I've had, shorter term things where, wait 5 dates and then doesn't go anywhere too. So I think there would be better indicators than like how quickly. I think a bigger thing would be like, where are you meeting them? So like, if like you're at a party in Isla Vista, you're at a frat party, and the guy wants to hook up with you that night.
Yeah, that's
obviously red flag.
But if the guy, like, if the context in which you're meeting is perhaps like, I don't know, you've been talking for a while, maybe you met in class or something. I think the context there is a bit different.
Because you've built essentially a friendship or relationship.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly wouldn't make somebody wait forever to sleep with me, but I would just want to know it's going beyond maybe one date. I mean, unless there's like insane chemistry, but in my experience, like, I've had those moments and it did not pan out, and I had hurt feelings after, because I can't sleep with somebody without having some degree of feelings involved. It's just who I am. Yeah,
like for example, if I met a girl and I'm like, I like this girl, I see potential long-term, I mean, it's possible after we hook up, then the crazy comes out or something, but like,
right.
I mean, I don't think if I had her in the like relationship, I mean, I don't even have like a hookup category though for me. Like, if I have sex with a girl, I'm going to see her again, absent her doing some crazy shit, like post-sex, like she'd have to try to stab me or some shit. I don't know.
I guess I would say
then I wouldn't see her again if she tried to stab me.
Has not frequently been my experience if I've done it quickly. I'll say that. But it's not impossible. It just has not been my personal experience.
For me, it wouldn't be.
But I mean, like, if there's an undeniable connection, like, of course, like, I'm human, and I would like to, it's hard to not want to explore that with someone if you feel like it's there. So. But
then I also wouldn't like refuse to continue seeing a girl if she was like, well, I want to wait a little bit.
Yeah.
Although I don't think I would be down to wait like some crazy extended period of time.
Yeah.
Especially if she's had sex with guys quickly previous to me, then I'm like, okay, hold on, what's going, like, I mean, you're entitled. You could have had sex with 100 men on the first date, and then you roll the dice and you land on me, and then you want to wait until marriage. You're allowed to do that as a woman, to say, well, all the other guys I dated, I fucked them right away. But now that I want a relationship with you, I want to wait 6 months. I want to wait 3 months.
There's not a high likelihood that would happen, I feel like.
Well, actually, there's a lot of, especially women involved in the church who used to be promiscuous, but then now they were, born again. Okay, now you want to wait until marriage.
Well, the one thing I would say to that is that
that's a loaded combo, but I agree.
But the one thing I would say to that is that, like, in that context, I think it would really depend how recently in the past those like a million guys she slept with right away kind of thing is, how much time there's been in between that, because I think if somebody's having some like massive religious conviction, like, you have to, like, you can't always hold somebody to their past, or else they'll never grow and learn. But I do understand you being like, well, why the hell should I wait if no one else ever had to, you know? So I can understand both sides.
I do think you absolutely can hold people to their past. Your past has consequences.
Yes.
Now, can you be redeemed? Like if we're talking from like a Christian worldview, you can absolutely be redeemed and turn your life around.
Yes.
But men are not obliged to accept that and
yes.
essentially be forced to
No,
date you.
and they shouldn't be obliged, and they shouldn't be forced. But I do think it's just, you know.
Well, I mean, there's forgiveness
Goes
in
both
Christianity, but there's also the fact that like those things are still going to cause, like, those sins in your life are going to cause you hardship.
Yes.
Sin is negative in your life. It's going to be negative effects are going to come with that.
Yeah.
So you have to
Naturally.
understand both those things.
Moving to Natalie. That's how you say your name, right?
Natalia.
Natalia. You wanted to talk about aftercare? What did you mean by
Okay, we did these all together. A lot of them are like the same. Basically, like just like the concept of aftercare, like with hookups.
Yeah.
Do you guys know what aftercare is?
Like cuddling?
Well, hold on.
he just tells you
Are
to
you
leave.
talking?
No, like after.
You're talking like BDSM?
Like,
I don't know.
Whoa.
Well,
Like
I thought
pregnancy?
aftercare was in the context of like BDSM.
No, there's like a concept, at least for like I feel like in hookup culture, it's like there's this like
Well, it probably originates from BDSM, but okay. So
it's nothing crazy. It's just
so basically, explain it. Yeah. Explain it.
Okay. So aftercare basically is like you hook up with someone, or you could even be in a relationship, and it's like you have like a sex and everything, and it's not just an immediate like, all right, like get up, let's go, like throw a towel on you. No, it's like a cuddling, like just like reassurance, I guess.
Bonding.
It's a love
afterwards.
sometimes it's love bombing.
Bonding
It
afterwards.
is love bombing. Huh?
Wait, why are you looking at me, Mads?
Because you were looking at me.
No, you started looking.
So you're talking about like the expectations, even if it's just a hookup, like there needs to be a little bit something.
No,
in
I
there?
feel like we actually, it's a hot take that like you don't want like
Oh.
Like if you're gonna hook up with someone,
don't
you
expect it.
yeah,
Oh.
because there's I feel like it's a really big thing here for
Even
girls.
when you're in a
Wait,
relationship.
love?
In a relationship,
Love
that's
bombing?
different. I
It's
feel
different.
like
We're
if
just
you're in a
explaining it.
relationship, yeah, you should
Wait,
be
so you
getting
guys are
aftercare.
saying if you guys are hooking up with a guy, you don't want the guy to like do all those affectionate like post-sex cuddle, like that kind of
because
shit?
it
if
gives
the
you the wrong
guy
idea.
knows that he's not going to be like actually like interested in you after and like trying to pursue you in a relationship form, and you hook up with this guy and he like crazily love bombs you, like is telling you like you're all this and that, and then like the next day is just like bye, like dude is like not chatting you ever again, like it's just I feel like a
I
lot of
wouldn't
girls
consider that
what's the point?
aftercare. I'd
Yeah,
consider that
exactly.
like just
It's like-
no follow through.
I feel like it builds this delusion for a lot of girls that they'll like start hyping up this guy and then they're like hooked on this person when really he was just doing that to like do it in the moment. It's not like a terrible thing, but
So what would be some examples of like aftercare?
it would be after you like sleep with a guy, like you're there and he's just like love bombing you, like telling you you're all like you're amazing and you're all this and that, and like almost acting like he's your boyfriend for the night or whatever time span you're in, and then just like pretending like he doesn't even know you the next day, like he's gonna give you all this attention and all this like admiring you.
Is it? But so what's the context of the hookup? Are you guys just meeting at the party?
Yeah, like they're meeting you at a party and then you're like going home, like in that
guys
sense,
drunk?
you know.
I'm assuming there's like
I mean,
alcohol.
there's probably been alcohol,
involved.
but
Okay.
yeah.
Well, I mean, a lot of people like will do these hookups. Maybe both men and women. Maybe it's pure. I don't know. Guys like cuddling too, I guess. But same with you. Like if they're like, what's the example of aftercare that these guys are doing?
Like what we just said, like cuddling and like just being overly affectionate.
I don't think
We
Hold
would
on,
say.
wait.
oh,
Let
sorry.
me just. And what about you?
No, yeah, it's the same thing. I just don't want them to be doing that if like
They don't
Wow.
actually
I
care
don't
about
actually.
you.
yeah.
Like
This is
just
actually
get someone
like-
on their way
That's
home.
what
Why
you
do
want.
you
So you
want
would
to be?
prefer that they
It
just
makes
get up and
sense.
walk
No,
away?
It's
like
a
I would
hot
feel
take.
discarded.
It's yeah.
No,
It's
I was
like
about
it
to
makes
say-
you feel
They're gonna
used. It makes
discard
you
you
feel like-
anyway.
Wait,
Yeah.
it makes you feel. But so just to be clear, you'd prefer the guy to just like literally come and then just immediately just stop and be like, you can
Deuces.
leave.
No.
Your Uber's
well,
outside.
yes.
That's what it
I
goes
would-
off
You
at.
would?
The best form
Really?
after would be like pay for my Uber home. Like that would be like,
Oh, no.
But like,
I would be like so
I feel like
offended
if it's a hookup,
someone did that to me.
we're talking in college context here.
Yeah, this is
if
college
it's a
context.
hookup, you're at a party, you're drunk, you hook up with this guy. It's a mutual agreement that all right, let's get on our way. Pretend this never happened.
But the thing is, I think a lot of
It's like a sad
It's bad,
attempt at
but guys,
trying to
I
make it
use
not
reality.
emotional.
You gotta keep
The thing
is-
one of our friends like fully expects it, and she gets upset if he doesn't like provide aftercare. But at the end of the day, you met him at a party. He didn't owe you aftercare. You guys aren't.
Well,
in a
I don't think you're owed aftercare, but like the opposite side
That's
of
like
this.
inhumane to not
if
do
he
it, though.
wants
It's
to
like,
do
why
it,
are
he
you
can
even
do it, but I don't think
connecting
she should, like, hold it
sexually if
against
there's
him.
no
We're
like
also
intimacy?
talking about in a sense of you're going to a party, you're just hooking up.
Yeah.
Like,
It's almost
obviously it's not going to go anywhere.
Yeah,
But I
and you
think,
said
like-
it's inhumane for them not to do it, which like I do understand your viewpoint on that, but I feel like it's almost like it hurts more for them to do it because they give you all this hype that like they think you're
It's,
like the
false
shit and they're into you, and then like for them to just like
don't hook up
totally-
with
they're
I think,
gonna-
yeah.
No,
Don't
I know.
hook up with
Right,
us.
yeah,
I think that's pretty much
it's-
done with it.
I
It was
don't
just-
think alcohol should be involved at all. Like
Me neither. I don't
like,
support it.
Maybe
under
once you're
experiences.
dating, like
Yeah.
I
then,
agree.
Yeah.
You have a night
But
out
don't do
whenever
it,
you
guys.
both go home together, kind of thing.
Yeah,
But
I think
just
putting
like,
alcohol in the. I mean, I think it's, but I don't know.
I think it's just a
think it would be-
philosophical
It's definitely
difference
a hot
of, like,
take.
I would
I
come
think
up
Yeah,
with
we were
it.
just adding for the
That's why
hot
it's
take.
like a hot take.
Well, but so you would prefer you just hooked up with a guy for the guy to be like.
You don't exist
We're
by.
done. No,
Not like,
no, like,
I don't
it
want
doesn't
it,
need to
I
be
don't
there.
want it to
That's
be.
over by.
not-
Like,
I don't want it
I
to be.
can't.
I don't want it to be too dickish, but he's just like he literally like he comes, gets up, and he's like, yeah, you can go.
No,
That's
it's
like not the
No.
context we were talking about, though. It's like if it did happen where he did do that, I'm not gonna be like upset and like hold it against him because
You'd be more upset if he treated you.
No,
well.
it's not that he treated you well. It's that he like he's love bombing you. Like it's totally.
You just
fake.
want him to be
Is it
upfront
love
and
Yeah,
clear.
it's
But
like
it's
not
it's
love
but if
bombing,
it's
it is love bombing.
if it's
like-
just sex,
not
what
love-
difference does it really
cuddling
make?
isn't love
Because I think the
bombing.
thing is we can delude ourselves into thinking during these hookups, because I've done them, we delude ourselves into thinking like we can separate our feelings if this happens or that happens or whatever. Most of the time, as a woman, subconsciously, even if you're not aware of it, you have those feelings innately, regardless of whether he cuddles you or whether he doesn't. It's,
think so-
it's
look, I
very
think-
hard to
I
separate
think-
sex from feelings.
I think some women might be okay with this, but I think it would actually be a terrible advice to give men.
Yes.
Because like, if you're gonna just like,
They're not saying like disrespect
yeah,
the
we're
girl.
not-
we're not
then-
tell her
saying
to
like,
leave,
But if
but
you
like
would get
respectfully just like help her
Yeah, like, it was
make
nice
her
to meet
way.
you.
or like she could like yeah.
I
I
it
think
wouldn't be
respectfully it would be like, don't take her to bed if you don't
Yeah,
have
if you
intentions.
don't
Like
have-
that's the
Right,
ultimate
right,
respect.
right. Yeah.
I completely agree with that, but like in the context of like
You're
I
gonna
love
hook
this
up, I
pop
guess,
culture.
People, yeah, just
You're
how
talking
it
about
is.
pop
Like, this is what's
culture,
happening.
not
we're
like
not
preference.
saying like
Yeah, I
it's
don't-
bad one way or like whatever. This is just like a hot take we have, and in like the context of how like Isla Vista works and how like people in this community
Yeah,
act.
just
As
go
a
out to
hookup
party-
culture,
you go out to
as
parties,
bad
it's
as it
fun.
may
same
be,
everywhere.
it's
but-
just like we're kind of just saying like we like if you're gonna do that, you have to be realistic. Like as a girl, like you can't have false hope that this hookup is gonna.
Yeah,
like,
and
end
we
this
are
love
talking
bomb.
about like the delusion after.
But
I
it's
think this is
very
literally the
hard.
trust
It's very
situation,
hard
like
for a woman
why
to separate
women have so
those
much
that
mistrust.
false hope. It's very hard to separate your feelings from a sexual encounter,
Just
no
like,
matter what
if
you
you're
tell
gonna
yourself.
discard her, just be upfront with it. Like
Yeah.
don't like
From the
try to
from
be
the
But
like-
if a
jump,
man-
exactly, and let the woman decide. Okay, like I'm cool with it.
Yeah,
or
and then
no.
go.
we
Exactly.
agree
Yeah.
with you.
There
We're
you
just
go,
saying like that doesn't happen here.
Either
Like,
way, it should be
so
a
if you're
conversation
going to do it,
beforehand. I would think
I don't know. I
like
think you
this
should
is
do
just
like
sex
at least
and that's it.
some
be respectful.
pleasantries.
No, well, like
No, we
respect
think
is
you
and like
should, but like we're saying that as a girl, you can't get mad if they don't.
yeah, like obviously if it does have like this is like totally
Okay,
contradictory.
sure.
Yeah, I'll just stop.
Let me read this from Ben George. He said, trying to clarify, or Alyssa, could you read it?
Oh, yeah. Trying to clarify if the man is to pay for the first date because he asked for it, is the man responsible if you get pregnant? When do you bear some responsibility? Who pays the consequence? A kid?
Jeez, we're talking about this.
I don't know if I still really understand it. So,
I mean,
if the man is to pay for the first date because he asked for it,
I think he's talking about like
Is the man
having to pay
responsible
child
if you get
support and
pregnant?
stuff like
Yeah.
that if the female decides to keep the kid.
well, if you have
Situation.
consensual sex, then you're both
It's a risk
responsible.
both
You're
people
both
took,
responsible
yeah.
for it. Yeah.
I don't know where it comes into like paying for the first date situation,
Yeah.
but because a kid is not the same as a first date.
but like I guess where I'm confused is he's saying, like, if the man pays for the first date, like these are two separate things.
Yeah.
That's where I'm confused.
Yeah.
So like one doesn't necessarily follow the other. Like
Yeah.
Doesn't even compare.
I guess I could just generally ask you guys, is the man responsible if you get pregnant? Is that the question? I'm still confused.
I feel like that is the question, but I think it's
We're
mutual.
both responsible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When does the man bear some responsibility?
I would say to an extent, you know, of course. And it's like as much takes two people to have sex. When you're going into it, you know that might be a consequence.
I guess to his point, it takes two people to go on a date.
Yeah. So, you're saying because
I'm not making his argument. I'm just like
but it's because
trying to be
the
as
man-
charitable as possible.
Well, legally, in the event of a child, both people would be responsible for
Yes.
the child.
Yeah.
So,
I don't know.
Yeah.
sorry, Ben
Yeah,
George, if that's not satisfactory, but oh boy, we got shit. Hold on, let's see here. Aftercare. Well, what about if you're even dating the guy and he's your boyfriend, but he's like,
Oh,
That's different. We just mean like. Sorry, I
Hookup
didn't mean to
culture.
interrupt
no, you're
you.
fine, go ahead.
Just like in the context of hookup culture, because that is so big here, it's like a falsehood and thinking that you're going to get more than you're going to get in a relationship. Then yeah, aftercare is obviously important and making it's like reassurance for
All
you.
right. Let's see. Moving on to Alex here. You said that. Let's see. Looking at my notes here, you wanted to talk about submission. You're all for it?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I just think that it's one of those things that everyone thinks is such a terrible word. And I'm just on the side of like, I would submit to someone who's worthy of submission. And that doesn't mean that, like the bowing video. Like,
Right, because you said Brian's idea of submission and bowing. You wanted.
What did I say?
Were you against it? Or you're. Excuse me.
I think,
for it?
yeah, I'm for it.
Oh, okay,
I think that people just assume like submission means that like you're a slave, that you're in a dictatorship in a relationship, but that's not my viewpoint. Like I think I do agree with gender roles. I do believe that men and women are created differently, not, one's more valuable than the other, but we are made with specific roles to be fulfilled. And that doesn't mean that like a boy has to like blue and a girl has to like pink, like not like that. But I think we're supposed to be a partnership. Although the man should have the leadership role, but that doesn't mean that the woman is like, a zero in the equation, right? So, yeah, I just wanted to touch on that, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at your other notes here. You said marriage is not just a contract. Actually, first, height difference. What was your thing on that?
I think I was listening to one episode once. You just asked like about height difference and people caring a lot about that. So I'm 5'10". Like I'm a tall girl, so that's always been something I've thought about. I've always wanted to be with a guy that's taller than me. But I will say that like as I've gotten older, I've cared a lot less about that. My boyfriend is taller than me. He's like 6'2" or 3". I don't know.
Okay, we'll go around the table really quickly on this. How tall are you, and what's the bare minimum height?
5'6", 5'9".
I'm 5'3", like 5'6".
5'2", 5'6".
5'5", 5'10".
You say the minimum height that we would accept?
Yeah, what's your height, bare minimum height for
My
the guy?
height's 5'4", and 5'4", and I would say like, I don't know, 5'5", 5'6". I'll take it.
5'3" and 5'6".
Nice.
Okay. We have, I'm not going to be able to get to everybody's notes, unfortunately, so if any of you, we could always have some of you back to hit on everything, but I will try to hit on a few for you two, a few of your things, and then we will try to wrap up here soon. So let's see, we have Diana. You mentioned something about fail fast girl. What's that?
Well, you were kind of like talking about it even. Like you get to know someone, you kind of explore like, are we potentially a good match or not? If not, then done. Move on to like the next person to get to know them, see if they're a good match, da-da-da-da. Whereas other people kind of just like prolong, the dating process. So
what is what does that mean to be a fail fast girl?
Well, I mean, my girlfriends called me that in the beginning because they were like, you need to give guys a lot more time and whatnot. And my position was, I've gotten to know them in a conversation. Like, I'm not interested. There's no reason for me to give more time or dedicate more time to this, dating situation.
Okay. Let's see here. Then, field. Looking at some of my notes. I might come back to some of your stuff here in just a sec. Missy, you said that you made a lot of bad decisions. Mm-hmm. You're promiscuous. Yeah. You do agree with a lot of what the podcast is saying, but I also think you also think that we fail to point out that everyone has character flaws, even if they have low body counts, and more importantly, that there are ways that women and men, but especially women, can redeem themselves. If you ever want to, you'd be thrilled to, okay. You said you were former far left, now politically moderate conservative, former feminist, now someone who falls between center and traditional. I think we already talked about the redemption thing. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, I don't know what really the argument is, but so, for example, even if a woman has changed her life and stopped being promiscuous, I think a man can absolutely consider a woman's past promiscuity, even if she stopped being promiscuous, and disqualify her as a potential partner.
Yes,
do you disagree with that?
I don't disagree with that, but I do think that like context in that situation matters in terms of like, is she screwing around people like a week ago? Like, is her promiscuous past like a week or a month ago or whatever, like how long ago it is? Sure. I would also say like what she has done to sort of change her life. But I do also think like a man's past is, if he's been like promiscuous, is as relevant in my opinion. I would consider, like, if a man's been with like 200 women, I would also want to maybe disqualify him. But I think it's like worthy of having a conversation. I think like some people do grow and change. I think a lot of people don't, and they carry a lot of that baggage with them. I think that's... Yeah.
And you said in the pre-show notes, although I do have a high body count, you said around 60.
Yep.
I haven't actually had a lot of sex, because the vast majority of those were maybe once or twice per person. 95% of the sex you've had outside of a relationship was under the influence of alcohol.
Yeah. I think that like in that sense, like you guys have talked about pair bonds, maybe not so much tonight, but in the past, I feel like alcohol like sort of inhibits that a little bit. Like, I personally don't really think of the people I've been with, I don't feel like I have these horrible ties to them that I just can't shake or anything like that. I don't know if I would carry all that into my relationship. I think I've done, in 8 years of being single, even if some of that I was still in addiction, I've done a lot of work on myself and self-reflection to figure out what I've been doing wrong. I think a lot of people don't take that time. They just jump from relationship to relationship or person to person. And yeah, so I take accountability for my past. I totally do. I wish I could change it. I wish I did something different, but I didn't. Okay. And I hope a man doesn't hold that against me someday. Got it.
And I have so many notes from you. Unfortunately,
I know.
It's so
okay.
late. We can't.
That's all right.
If you're down, we'd love to have you back sometime.
Yeah,
and
I would love that.
Garrett, I can make you a commitment that we'd be able to get through much more of it.
Yeah.
I mean, same with you potentially. But just for you two, since I wasn't able to get through all your notes, just so I can give you each one last thing, I guess. Is there one specific topic or anything that you did provide in your notes that you would like to talk about? And then I'll have you go after if there's one last thing that each of you would like to hit on.
I guess that I would just want to say, like, in terms of where we're at as a culture and a society with this hookup culture and modern dating, I think that men need to have as much responsibility as women, even if women are the gatekeepers of sex. I think the way men conduct themselves in terms of trying to acquire that sex is as important as the women who are not gatekeeping. So I think we're all responsible for the mess we're in, and it's going to take all of us to live a little differently and to do things a little differently to change the mess we're in.
Okay. All right. And anything from you?
I think my biggest and final thought, and honestly like what I stand for the most, is I'm hoping that, men as well, but women specifically, because I am a woman and I speak for myself, that they really do, get educated, learn about covert abuse, learn about narcissistic abuse, learn about healthy relationship communication strategies, things like that. That way you can actually approach dating in a safe and in a more productive way. That way, you have less traumas that you bring into your later adult life. So that's one thing that I would say that I've really learned from my like fast and furious dating experience.
That's fair. That's
Okay.
good.
We're going to do a 10-minute segment here. Actually, wait, before I do that, here, we'll do it really quick. We're going to do a chaos called the Whatever Chaos segment. TTS is now $20 for the last 10 minutes of the show. So if any of you psychos out there want to send anything in, the trigger is now $20. We'll do that for 10 minutes, then we're going to wrap. If you can switch it up on Twitch for any of the mods, let me just make sure I change everything on here. So you said body count 60 plus?
Yeah, no, around 60, just right around 60.
Question for the ladies, would you object to a man caring about body count? And I guess starting with you, and then we'll go around the table.
Caring a what?
Caring about a woman's body count, your body count.
Do I think they should care?
Would you object to it? Would you feel like that shouldn't matter? It's insecure?
No, I wouldn't.
You don't object?
I would not object to it.
I don't care, therefore I think they should not care.
Oh, you don't care about a man's
Their
body
body
count,
count,
therefore.
yeah.
So you would object then to, if I understand
Would object
correctly,
to their
you would
objection.
object to a man caring about body count.
Yeah.
Okay. You would object to it. So you think men shouldn't care about a woman's body count?
I think mutually, yeah.
Okay, Madison?
No.
What about you?
I think
Nickelodeon donated
Oh, was it
$99. Lesson of the night, hit that bow and don't come up till there's mayo in that McChicken.
What the? Hit that now.
The crazy glasses.
I wouldn't object unless like if they had a really high one and then they were like upset about with their girlfriend because she had a high one. I think that's like unfair and I would object.
Yes.
But otherwise I wouldn't.
Yeah,
No.
totally.
You don't object? Okay.
So, sorry, ask the question again. There's like, so is it a problem if he cares?
Do you object to men caring about women's body count? Oh, a women's body
I don't
count.
object.
Loose Pussy Energy donated $20. You let him hit it raw.
Oh, this is
you
a
didn't
song.
have
It's
second
a song.
thoughts. Now you're a single mom. Now you're a single mom. You said I'ma have his kids. Don't care if he's here or not. Now you're a single mom.
Yep.
What was
Baby
the thing
rage.
at the end of it? At the end of his CTS, it was like a face.
I'm not sure. I
I
didn't see.
don't know.
Hold on one sec. I'm getting a couple things changed up here. We're doing this. While that's, not yet. Hold on. Okay, so going around the table once more. What's your body count? Starting with you.
Well, I said around 60. I don't know
Okay.
the exact number. I'm guessing.
Sure.
That's it.
I don't want to disclose that.
Do you want to give if you don't want to give an exact number, are you cool with like a range? Like,
There's no range. It's not like above double digits. I just don't want to talk. I don't want to say it.
Nope.
wait, but hold on. I thought it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter, and this is why I'm not going to talk about it. Obviously, if I talk about it with
Okay,
anyone, it would be
yeah.
my person.
Okay.
Can I make a little amendment and just say, but I've slept with 2 people in 6 years. I just want to be clear. It's not like a very
Okay.
recent thing.
Going around the table with the question. Is this a pass, Maddie?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What about you?
It's only two.
2? Okay.
No comment. Pass.
Range?
0 comments.
Pass. Range? I give you opportunity for range.
Nope. So I'm the only one who bared her soul.
Are you going to give us a range, Brian?
Oh, I don't share my body count.
Yes, see, that's the one thing.
I had already
I have been
pre-decided.
clear. I fully object to that because
She
I feel like
fully
if it's
objects.
relevant and to ask people, you should be
Nate
open.
donated $20. To the future cop that won't take a bullet.
I'm sorry.
Would you help girl in orange get out of her terrible 14-year abusive relationship that she had 5 kids with?
How does that have anything to do
confused.
with anything?
Ben George donated $20. Sorry for being so confusing. Wish you all the best.
You too.
Oh, thank
you. The
Very
best, too.
Thank you, Ben
George.
George. Appreciate it. You're a legend.
Ben George.
Appreciate it. You are a legend, sir, and a scholar. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me check a couple things here. Any final thoughts from anybody else on the panel? Anything? Going once? Going twice?
We're all
Hold on. I know, we went late.
Jayekin donated $20. Let the air pay for the first date and take the bullet. Long. Mason, congrats on your enrollment.
Thanks, Jay. I appreciate it.
Yes, congrats.
Congrats, man. Congrats. Yo, Jay, wait, dude, Jay, we showed your photo. Nick, pull up the bear photo.
Oh.
The photo of the guy. That was Jay. That's Jay.
Oh, that's
Jay.
Guy?
Yeah, he was like, Brian, please, I need to.
Let's go, Jay.
696 sextillion 969 quintillion 696 quadrillion 969 trillion 696 billion 969 million 696,969 donated $20. 60 bodies. Jeebus fucking Christ. She
Yeah.
belongs to the streets.
Yeah,
The only reason she wear panties is to keep her ankles warm.
That's so funny.
Real Trump donated $20.
Real Trump, okay.
Did you guys watch the roast of Tom Brady?
I did.
The jokes about Kim Kardashian having tons of black guys doing touchdown dances in her end zone comedy. He Joyce.
Yeah, I heard that.
That was it was a funny.
It was a good roast.
The roast is hilarious. Tony Hinchcliffe fucking destroyed it.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that was brutal. It was great. Let's see here. What else? I think we fit on everything. I need to get up for just a sec. We'll just let a few more come through. Guys, the TTS is now 20. Chaos section. $20 TTS.
Look for the bare necessities. The simple bare necessities. Forget about your worries and your strife. I mean the bare necessities. That's why a bear can rest at ease with just the bare necessities of Lee.
Okay, here we go.
Vaslaz Normandy donated $20. We need to bring back old-fashioned values on both sides of the field, but ultimately feminism has deteriorated men and also Brian. Next time I got you for backup, bring me on and we'll fight feminism low.
Nice.
Master Baker donated $20. Fake traditional blonde orange shirt is a cautionary tale on dealing with women that are know-it-all, insufferable, argumentative woman. God help any guy she is with.
Scathing review.
Wes Watson donated $20.
This is just
Brian, I
one
wish you
after
from the
another.
bottom of my heart you became a victim of the worst possible crime for a man. SA, in the South Chicago, and next file a police report. Then you will start to care. BRO.
Oh, jeez. Another.
Nate donated $20. To the girl that wants a guy to be deceased over a girl getting railed out by everyone. Should Gustavo do the same?
Yes.
I mean, he is a soldier.
Nemesis donated $20. Excuse the interruption, boss. 07 for Nick. Poor lad had to deal with a rager.
Dude,
W
yeah, he
for an
did.
OOF panel.
Yeah.
07.
Yeah. No F, no F.
Yeah, that's kind of wild.
Jayakin donated $20. Brian, I didn't beg you. I thought it'd be funny, because in No I look like a convicted murderer, but thank you all the
Honestly,
same.
Jay, you kind of look like a teddy bear.
Yeah,
I
he
know
looks
too many
cool.
guys like you. Yeah.
That's also
Press
what I do.
charges against Blassie donated $20. Domestic terrorism is defined by law as involving criminal acts dangerous to human life on U.S. soil that appear intended to coerce a civilian population or influence or affect the government.
Yeah, I thought the definition given here was a little strange.
Real Trump donated $20. Gustavo looks like Hitler's dream incarnated. Blonde hair, blue eyes, and extra white. Hey Gustavo, I dare you to hold out a high five for 10 seconds. Wes Watson
not do
donated
that.
$20. The Latina didn't hit or tried to hit Nick, she just wanted to grab the phone. Because she didn't want to be recorded. I saw IT all clearly on the reflection. Shame on all the panel, you liars.
I mean, I was here watching it.
He donated $20.
Yeah, we
I would like to
Yeah.
see Carolina girl on the panel, please.
Who's that?
I don't know who that
don't know
is.
who that is.
Carolina girl, if you want to be on the panel, DM whatever.
There you go. That's how.
Wait, why are you laughing for that one, Gustavo?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh.
Yeah, dude.
Well,
The co-host.
just to answer the previous one. Okay, never mind.
Kaiju donated $20. You need an average-looking guy on here. The middle class. You always have high-maintenance people on here. Hearing from guys like me could be valuable. Don't forget about the little man.
Yes.
Truth Speaker donated $20. I'd quote you insecure guys are smoking. The woman in orange is what we need more of today. She's hot AF, knows what she wants and actually holds men to a high standard. Keep doing your thing, please.
Okay.
Cecilia donated $20.
Hey, thank you guys.
Orange,
Thank
you
you
are
guys for all the
sexy.
messages.
Canada,
Appreciate it.
I'd marry
Thank you
you.
guys.
Maddie, you are great. The young ones read some books. Bridal, where's Andrew?
I'll get them on my
DEI
dating
underscore
program.
for
It's all
underscore
good.
huge
I'll fix them.
underscore
It's
labia
all good.
donated $20. Girl in the black on the right. What if a guy checks every box, but is 33 and looks 28? Could you see yourself being a mom and wife by age 22?
Wait,
Quick.
enter.
Felix Shinobi donated $20. Orange dress was with an abusive guy for 14 years and gave him 5 kids.
Yikes.
She deserved IT. I know she was abusive back.
By the way, this is the whatever roast, okay? It's the whatever roast. Don't take it personally, guys. Don't take it personally. Crazy Chicago Latino Nick and Brian, come on.
Oh my gosh.
I want the fade. Okay, yeah.
Oh wait, this is her.
I don't know if it's actually.
That's hilarious.
A lot of scuffed definitions donated $20. Equity means everyone is provided specific resources they need to be successful. Equality
$20
means
TTS,
everyone
please.
is treated the same exact way, regardless of differences and specific needs.
Word, yeah.
Ben George donated $20.
Hey, thank you, Ben George. Thank you.
A bear
Thank you all
asked
so
a
much, guys.
rabbit
Appreciate
if
it.
crap sticks to his fur. The rabbit said, no. The bear picked up the rabbit and wiped his ass with him. No man asked that question of a woman in the woods. Did they? Wes Watson donated $20. Brian, I wish you from the bottom of my heart you became a victim of the worst possible crime for a man. SA, in the South Chicago and next file a
this guy's a
police
troll.
report.
Yeah.
Then you
Yeah,
will
I
start
think
to
he's-
care.
Yeah.
BRO.
She
Bellic
did technically
donated
assault me, by the way.
Yeah,
she did.
Brian, you need to start doing pranks again. This is not what I subscribed for 12 years ago.
This is here to stay, man. This is here to stay. I appreciate the long time support.
Nickelodeon
though.
donated
Thank you, man.
$20.
Yo, thank you, Nickelodeon. Appreciate
Peter
it.
said the only thing these girls learn in college is to tell boys not to snuggle with them after college.
Yeah, that's
I
crazy.
hope
We
your
learn a
father's
lot.
not
Kinda wild.
wasting his hard-earned money on your lack of education.
Yeah,
Hot
it's
take,
definitely a
guys.
hot
Terrence
take. Y'all
donated
crazy.
$20. Every year I get older, the more I understand passport, brothers.
Indeed.
41 now, and the West just looks worse and worse every year. Enjoyed the decline. I have.
Passport
Real
bros,
Trump donated $20. Glad to see that the chair where Gorlock sits can still hold the weight of an average American woman. I was worried that the hydraulics might have blown out after the second visit.
Yo, Ontarius. Which country did you go to?
Peterson
Japan?
donated
Are you in South
$20.
America or
Maddie,
Asia? Where do you
if
go?
any guy, including your boyfriend, boss,
Maddie's not here.
co-workers, do not enthusiastically vow to protect you, they are not men. Period. They can cope like a coward, but the best way to die is heroically. Not old.
Sorry, and Peterson.
Anonymous
she
donated
heard you behind the
$20.
scenes, but she's
Mark Rudolph
off
coined the
camera.
phrase dating is legal prostitution way back in the late 90s. He's a legend. I'd love to see him as a guest on the podcast.
Mark Rudolph.
Thanks, Brian, and all whatever staff for all
I
you.
haven't
Heart.
heard of him. I can check it out, but I mean, an OG would be like Tom Likas, or like maybe Adam Carolla. Although he wasn't like, they just kind of gave more like general dating advice. But Tom Likas would be. I think Tom Likas lives in San. Oh, by the way, guys, it has to be through Streamlabs. We'll show these, but it does have to be through Matt. I appreciate it. Thank you, man. This guy thinks, who's Maple Leaf? Marry you? Thinks, okay, all right. Shoot your shot, bro.
That's the second one who said marry me.
Just a reminder, do it through Streamlabs, guys, for the TTS to trigger. It won't trigger through YouTube. Yeah, Tom Likas would be a come up though. He lives in Santa Barbara, I think.
Warzone donated $20.
Near it, anyways.
I don't tend to get into discussions like this, but I am, as far as the body count argument is concerned, I believe the only time it should matter is if it is objectively excessive, age equals count or higher.
Word?
Yeah.
is concerned, I believe the only time it should matter is if it's objectively excessive.
Antarius donated $20.
Okay.
Central America is the way to go. Latina greater than Asian. To clarify, I still live in the US, but I'll be retired in 10 years. No way would I ever want to date an average 40-year-old US woman.
What do you guys think about the passport bros thing? Like
I
dudes
totally
who are like
understand it.
leaving the United States west to like.
I didn't know that was a thing.
Brian's Lint Roller donated $20. Chicken Orange left her 5 kids to get dicked down by 30 randos on Tinder. Whoever her mentors are, they're corrupting society.
You want to respond to that?
I didn't leave them to get dicked down.
Nickelodeon donated $20. Chicken Orange, I feel kinda bad we went so hard on you. But in the future, if you find yourself dating again, give the man on the date as much consideration as you give your dinner entree. $20 time donated $20.
Oh, they like you. They
Woman
like
in
you.
orange
They
is
like you.
sexy.
Yes,
I hope you find
like
a
a
great
love-hate-
man to
it's a
grow
love-hate
old
thing,
with.
you know?
You clearly have worked really hard and deserve the best. P.S. Passport brothers are cringe AF. Nate donated $20. Can someone on the
Yeah,
panel
you heard
tell
about
me
the
exactly what
passport bros that
Gorlock's chair smells
get
like?
killed by the
Flaming
women?
Heron
It's
wants to know.
Be a passport
Yeah.
bro.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Probably.
Tell me exactly what Gorlock chair smells like. Maddie actually
Which
smelled
one
it like
is
after the show, so
chair? Which chair is
I
that
actually
one?
took it
Mine?
home and
Ah.
smelled it.
we actually put
It smells
it's up for sale on
Vegas Vinny
eBay.
donated $20.
Starting at-
Orange has typical DV worker indoctrination. Ask her how equal was her 10-year marriage. Was it 50-50?
Was it 50-50?
No, it was not. I was the sole breadwinner for the last decade.
You were the sole breadwinner.
Real Trump donated $20. The only time I've seen a
What the
Latina
fuck?
dubo is to pick up a dropped tortilla. Asians are better than Latinas by far.
Oh wow,
Not
there's
even
there's
close.
there's a dispute in
Intercomment battle.
between the
Fight.
Sydney donated $20. Hey Brian, huge fan. So proud of how far this podcast
Thank
has
you,
come.
Sydney. Thank you.
Maddie,
Appreciate it.
you are so pretty. Glad to see Mason back.
Thank you,
Opinion
thank
of age gap relationship.
Depends on their.
By the way,
Bob
because of the
Saget donated
TTS trigger, we
$20.
won't be able to linger
What
too
do you
long on
guys
anything.
bench?
Bob Saget
the
asking the
dead.
real
Dang
questions.
it. Wow.
From the grave.
Yeah.
Maddie, opinion
Oh, yeah,
of age
he's
gap
small,
relationship.
bro.
Maddie, what opinion of age gap relationship?
I don't really mind.
Don't care. Okay.
696 sextillion 969
By the way, guys, like, 'cause it's gonna be so frequent, we
696
do, like, quick
quadrillion
question, but we can't
do, like,
969
I've never
trillion
heard of this
696 billion
Pull up the one down here, Nick, I'll read it.
696,969
Yo, Saint, thank you, man. F that
donated
idiot Watson.
$20.
I don't
man
think
through
it's not the
Canadian
actual
used
Wes
to work
Watson.
at the sperm bank,
Yeah.
but got fired for drinking on the job.
I think it's actually a low-key supporter who's just roasting.
That's hilarious.
I think that it's just a low-key supporter.
Super Silver donated $20. This was a great example of why guys shouldn't be paying on the first date. The lack of compassion and perspective proves why you should stick to going Dutch. Bo.
If you screen the girl and she's like,
DEI underscore
You-
for
you can pay,
underscore
but, like,
huge
a lot of these
underscore
girls don't
labia
deserve
donated
it, to be honest.
They
$20.
listen to like
Brian, how
four
many
negatives
Bitcoin
and
or
not
WoW
two
items would
positives.
need to be donated to never have to me on again? Compounding extreme stupidity with a Mickey Mouse voice is so insufferable.
I'll do it. You got a
Ben
Bitcoin?
George
You want to
donated
throw me a
$20.
Bitcoin? I'll do it for a Bitcoin.
It may seem
One
silly,
Bitcoin.
but hopefully in the end all of this silliness makes everyone think. Love all of you. Yeah, I've had a few too many, but am I wrong to want people to think?
No, it's legit.
Bucky Larson donated
What are you drinking, though? You drinking beer?
$25. Question for the
Vodka?
ladies.
Guinness?
Would you still wear makeup if the zombie apocalypse happened tomorrow and all the men on planet Earth turned into zombies?
No.
Yes. No.
No, for
Heretic
everybody.
donated $20. Brian,
Thank-
you're doing great
thank
work
you, Heretic.
here.
Appreciate it.
Madison, you're a perfect 10. Your facial expressions are the backbone of this podcast.
Wait.
Larson
Yo,
donated
thank you, Larson.
$20.
Thank you, Heretic. Appreciate it.
Huge fan of the show,
Thank you.
Brian, and
Thank you,
love what
Larson.
you're doing, Mason. But legit question: can an average guy be on the show, or just woman can message you?
Uh-oh.
You said that like most of them choke, right?
Yeah.
Bob Saget
I'll answer
donated
that.
$20.
I'm really selective
No,
with the
but really,
with the guys.
what do you bench?
430.
I'm pretty selective when it comes to like the guys we have on the show. Typically, they have to have like some background like content creation, public
Meow is back.
speaking.
Meow donated $20. Don't
They
you
have to be
just hate it
validated.
when your cat wakes you up like
Sexism.
this? Meow. Meow.
Pay $20
Meow.
to do stuff like
Meow.
this.
Oh, yeah.
Meow.
It's
Easy,
the internet.
easy money, baby.
Over and
Meow.
over and
Meow.
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 Okay.
Meow.
Pretty funny, though,
Meow.
these ones.
Meow. 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 Meow.
I didn't think there was this
Meow.
many meows.
Yeah, I didn't read that many.
Yeah, that was kind of.
I mean, but I guess to kind of answer Larson's question, yeah, I mean, I've given a lot of guys chances on the show. Some normal guys, even some guys who claim to, you know, a lot of people choke on the show, and yeah, I've given a lot of chances. And then actually, we had this one guy. I haven't talked about this yet. We had this one guy who came on the show, had 1,000, 2,000 Instagram followers. I don't really like, honestly, you could have 0 Instagram followers, but if you can like debate and hold your position and actually like have conversations about this, because most men are not really going to be prepared to be honest about this
Aquatic
sort
donated
of shit.
$22. Boneless
'Cause it's, like,
wings
not
or
the
traditional
mainstream, like,
wings?
Traditional.
Love the podcast,
Traditional.
Brian.
Traditional. Boneless.
I'm a
Boneless
boneless
all
man.
day.
Just
Boneless.
chicken nuggets
I
with
love
sauce.
boneless.
Traditional.
Boneless.
Well, I don't,
Yes.
I don't want
like
to
actual
have
chicken.
Yes.
Right,
Wonder if this guy follows Tim the Tab Man, because
But
that's a
I-
Tim question.
Going back to the guy thing, I've invited guys on. Either typically a lot of times they just choke and they say nothing the entire time. Like, it's hard, granted, but you have to be willing to like try to insert yourself in. Like, I'm not gonna like handhold you to like, I'm not gonna like give you a layup for you to get your point in. Like, you got to be aggressive a little bit on this podcast if you want to get your word in. And as a guy, like, I'm not gonna like handhold you. Oh, what do you think? No, like, you got to come in if you want it. Maybe you might say that makes me a bad host, but like, I'm not going to give you layups. Like, you got to just go for it. And like, all the best guys who've been on the show, I never have to give them layups. Andrew Wilson, don't have to give him a layup. Chase, don't have to give him a layup. Mason, don't got to give him a layup. Don't have to be like, well, what do you think about this? And let me help you along in the conversation here. If I want a guy to come on, if a guy wants to come on the show, he has to be at that level. He can't expect me to give him layups. And I've had 2 guys complain about this
Brian's
after the show. They
Lint
blame
Roller
me.
donated $20.
And I'll get into that in a sec.
Question for Mason and Brian. Would you rather be in the forest with a bear or a 4'11" woman who knows jujitsu? Hashtag free
I'll
Jigakadnik,
take-
hashtag free mad dog,
4'11",
hashtag free Gustavo.
I like short women, so
Yeah, I mean, that's Brian's dream. date right
Cream
there.
donated $20.
Yeah, perfect.
I paid $20 just to say that black shirt on the right seems real AF. All answers had some kind of
That's you, Alyssa.
compromise or realistic answers.
Stay real, queen.
Stay real,
Slay
queen. You fine.
Thank you. Hello. Do you want to say anything?
Not a fan.
Can you slide into the DMs? Okay. All right. Okay. But yeah, last thing on the whole guy thing. I mean, I've invited 2 guys on the show who've gone on afterwards because I didn't handhold them and I didn't give them layups. Went on to go ahead and talk shit about me after the show, even after I was perfectly polite to them, perfectly nice to them after the show, during the show, etc. Oh, Brian didn't do enough to give me a layup. Yeah.
Now, do you see what we're dealing with on the modern dating scene?
What do you mean?
Like, men, the general, like, they just won't communicate even. They won't,
Well, I mean, these
some
this is no,
assertive
but
masculine men, too.
A_Warzone donated $20. To give some clarification on my previous message, the age equals count is, I believe, 1 per year of your life would be a teetering on the edge of excessive while hopefully having healthy relationships.
I agree with that.
Okay, yeah. I mean, for me, it's not like a general statement about men. I do think some men can get in over their heads, because it's one thing to be like sitting behind your computer watching the show, be like from the comfort of your own house, your own room. Oh, I would say that when
Yeah.
they say this, I would say this, I would say this. It's like,
yeah.
it's. Have you ever had like a shower argument where you're like,
God,
you
yeah.
fucking smoke them in your mind, but then like,
But then you freeze.
smoke them, but like during the actual argument, you're not like as, and you're like, How many people here have been in an argument and then after the fact you're like, fuck, I should have said this, this, and this.
I think
Well,
everybody
I'll probably
does
feel that way after tonight.
Yeah.
I'll probably feel that way after tonight. Like, I had a lot on my mind, but then you get here and you're nervous and you're like, can't formulate.
It's harder. It's harder in person. There's the
Lily
lights,
donated
cameras,
$20.
bunch of people around the
Brian,
table.
I could keep
I'm being a
crush all
dickhead.
opposition
It's all- yeah,
on you
it's hard.
put me on.
It's hard. I'm an
I
asshole.
can debate anything and have strong positions. BTW. You have to fly me in from Sweden.
Yeah, that's not happening. Sorry.
Fly Reverse yourself passport, in. Bro.
Yeah. So I mean, it is what it is, you know. I've given guys shots, and then obviously now there's another layer here where we have like security concerns.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like we've had crazy shit, you know. Like tonight, that chick fucking.
Perfect example.
It would have been
even
a
the
guy.
chicks, even the girls, fucking trying to murder Nick.
Yeah.
Hashtag free Nick. Hashtag free Nick. Nick's will. Goddamn.
Antarius donated $20. Drop the names, Brixan. You can't be like the women on your podcast. If you're gonna say this happens to you, you have to drop the details. Which men have said this?
I'll do it in a sec.
PR Aquatic donated $22. What kind of place should a woman be taken to for the first date?
Benihana, son. No, I'm just kidding.
Coffee.
Don't do that shit.
I would say
Don't
for
do that.
coffee, honestly,
Coffee.
because
Or lunch.
you're just getting to know each other.
Or just like straight to
Kaiju
your house.
donated
That works, too.
$20. You do have a
That
point,
works.
Like,
Brian.
just come
It just
over.
sucks not having our voices heard. But respect, man. I understand your reasoning.
Well, the other thing is I get hundreds of requests per week from men wanting to come on. So, what's it called? I'm not a troll, Brian. You should have kicked. Oh, bro, you 10? You goblin.
Sterling Burnett donated $20.
There's a 20,
Brian, your
brother.
show is the reason I've been getting better at debating and
Yo,
strengthening
Sterling,
my
thank you, man.
moderate views.
Thank you, man.
Hope to cameo one day.
Thank you, man. Yeah, the other thing is we get 100 requests per week for men wanting to be on the show. And I mean, you know, we can't accommodate everybody. I don't have time. Like, I would want somebody to submit videos, for example. Okay, talk about, without a script, talk about dating for 2 minutes or something. Did I do that for you?
Yeah, you did that with me.
I was like, yo, send me a video
I had
of you
to
actually
send
talking.
I had to send videos of me discussing dating topics just off the cuff.
Yeah, and I'll for example, some guys I'll like look at their profile, I'll be like, maybe, and I'll be like, okay, send me a video of you talking about a thing. They even want me to handhold them, and I just say, send me a video of you talking about a dating topic. They're like, well, what? And I'm just like, I'm already starting to like have hesitation there. Don't
Stochastic
make me
Decay
handhold
donated
you.
$20.
You gotta like send
30 dates times $50 a date. $1,500. Life on easy mode. Also, did that chick break something when she left? P.S. Good thing you have Alpha Nick there to pop your bottles and protect the panel.
She was like, there's a bowl of
Real
chips.
Trump
that
donated
fell all over the-
$20.
She made a mess. Didn't
Brian,
break
I'm a
anything.
38-year-old divorced HVAC technician, and
I
let's
remember
be
you, man.
honest,
What's up?
no one wants to hear from some average dude like me. I'd much rather watch Andrew Wilson make these women look like artards.
Can we not group all the women together?
Brian's _feeder_69 donated $20. The dits in the orange is
Brian
just like
Feeder?
blah 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 blah, while the Canadian is like Sarai, don't chano.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Don't you
I'm so
know?
sorry.
Don't you know?
That's
Don't you
more
know?
Minnesota,
Yeah.
I think, right?
Yeah.
Like,
But yeah, I mean, to real Trump there, you could have no, like, it's not a clout thing, by the way. I'll bring on a guy who has 0 followers, has an average job. It's not your job. It's not your clout. Don't care. It's your ability to actually be able to effectively participate in the debate in the face of people who strongly disagree with you, to actually be able to articulate good arguments. I'm not even that good of a debater. That's why I like to try to have like a little backup, you know. That's why I have Andrew on. He's he's one of the best. I don't know if I've seen anybody who's debates nearly as well as Andrew. Yeah. He's a
he
fucking
scares me.
powerhouse.
He scares me.
And I actually I think I'm one of the first ones who really I think when I first messaged Andrew, he had maybe 10,000 subscribers on YouTube. He's now at like 60, 70,000. That's probably most of mostly from whatever.
Johnny Law donated $20. Second girl from the right, would you date a 40 years old Army infantry veteran that makes $60K a year to be a stay-at-home dad?
Wait, so
Second
he's
girl from
working,
the
but then
right.
he's also a stay-at-home dad? I don't get that. He's in
40-year-old
the infantry.
Army infantry veteran makes 60K
he's
a
out.
year.
So he's a
Oh,
bit-
he's out.
Retired.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
you would.
100%.
Yeah. But I mean,
If
just
he's a good man
yeah.
who loves
Just to
me.
give context, though, like when it came to Andrew, right? I saw videos of him, and I was like, this guy's a fantastic debater.
Yeah.
Grimsith donated
Didn't care
$20.
about his following. It was
Ryan,
irrelevant.
you're a pioneer and
Did
a
not
decent
care.
man. I agree with 99% of everything you say.
Thank you, man.
Long-time viewer, and
Appreciate
I
that.
have to say.
Thank you,
You're
brother.
doing the Lord's
Oh,
work.
thank you. Thank you.
He's a
Keep it up.
brave and a decent man. He's a pioneer.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. But yeah, I mean, Andrew, like clout, don't give a fuck. Don't give Chase. No following.
The good
I have
guys
no following.
donated $20.
Don't care.
How are you guys still awake?
Yeah.
Shut out
We're
night
gonna end
owls.
soon. We're gonna end soon.
Just
Yeah, I have
woke
a
up.
flight in
Trust.
4 hours.
Meow, 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 meow. Goose, you look like my son. Meow, 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 meow. Shot out fellow good guys who GTFO cities.
Yeah, good times. The two, I will say who the two were. I don't even honestly remember their names. One of them was, there's a panel where like 3 girls got kicked out. I'm trying to remember. I think was Nick there for this one? It was like this guy who sat here said nothing. Then he went on to like talk shit because these people have a poor performance on the podcast, and instead of like reflecting and be like, got in over my head, I actually don't know to like how to debate at all. They want to just blame me for not giving them the layup, not giving them the handhold. I forgot what that guy's name was. There was a guy who recently, actually very recently, talked shit. It was the private security guy with the beard, he did like, I'm trying to remember, no. He was a security consultant or something. Beard, and talked massive shit, like some
Bouncer dude?
I don't know if he was like big guy, beard, Steve?
Cherry
Steven
donated
Ross or something?
$20. So the
Yeah.
male guests need to be master debaters? Sorry, had to.
I mean, they don't have to be, you don't have to be like Andrew Wilson level, but like,
Not just male guests, though. I feel like female guests also. Like, you
well,
need
also,
to be able
yeah.
to...
I also do want women who can come on and actually share.
For a
and
minute, I
contribute.
felt like you were being a real asshole tonight, but then
No, I
But then
was.
I
I
kind
was
of
being a dick.
Yes, you were, and I kind of took in what you were doing, and it was hard not to internalize it. But I tried to be better. I tried.
I will say,
Oh no, God, I don't like that face.
you do have a tendency to be like, and I don't think it was wrong.
I don't try.
You do tend to be like, I need to say something in response to everything.
Well, because I feel like it's like an
Minnesota
interesting
Wise Man
conversation.
49
I don't
think
donated
you're wrong
$20.
for it. I don't think you're wrong for it.
Badu badop
But I'll try
badu
not to
bop
jump in so
badu
much.
badop
I tried at
badu
the
bop
end.
badu badop badu. Oh yeah, bop badu badop
Okay.
badu bop.
We're gonna get the
badu
Twitch rate
dop,
going, then we're gonna
badu
wrap
bop,
up here.
Badu dop badu. Yeah. Don't trust anything that bleeds without dying.
What the fuck?
Oh my
What the
God.
fuck?
Old man Hall donated
Misogynist, bro.
$20.
Disavow.
Did anyone ever correct the blonde in orange on domestic terrorism? She gave a definition to domestic violence earlier.
who he is.
Timothy McVeigh is a domestic terrorist.
Oh, yeah, he was
Oklahoma
Oklahoma
City
City.
bombing.
I
Right.
forgot.
Yeah, yeah.
And Terrius donated $20. Shout out to the woman a few weeks back who in her pre-show notes said I'm a feminist, and then the very first question, I'm not a feminist, and said nothing else the entire show.
That's great.
Up PR Aquatic donated $20.
Another real
Does
question.
pineapple belong on pizza?
No.
Very deep.
No, does
No,
not.
it does not.
Does not. That's heresy.
Ugh.
That's heresy. Nick, we're gonna raid Stay Safe TV on Twitch. If
Kaiju
you can get that
donated
pulled up.
$22.
Yeah, thank you, Kaiju.
It would be cool if you could do a 2-minute video type thing. But I do understand how much of a pain that is. Maybe one day something can happen. Good night all.
Yeah. At this point, it's just there's way too many people who like request to be on. Like, if they don't, if they don't have like any history of like content creation, public speaking, I tend to just overlook it. I'll occasionally make exceptions, but like you'd basically have to message me if you were interested. You'd have to message me, here Brian, here's a 2-minute video of me speaking unscripted, don't script it. Maybe I'd be open to that, but yeah.
Bob
McGregor
Saget
or
donated
Chandler?
$20.
Are they fighting?
McGregor or Chandler?
McGregor. I'll do McGregor. Okay, so we're gonna do a Twitch raid. After that, I'll do my outro then, or I'll do my outro then. We'll wait. Before that, guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. If you can pull that up, Nick. Twitch.tv/whatever. Yep, twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub before we head on out here, guys. I'm gonna get this wrapped up here pretty soon. We are gonna do a raid, so stick around on Twitch. Gonna send you to a fucking legend, a Giga Chad. Twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow, drop us a Prime sub. If you're watching on YouTube, drop us a follow over there if you can. And then let's see. Before I do the Twitch raid, GG, well played to the panel. Thank you guys. Thank you guys so much for coming. I thought it was a good convo. Definitely an interesting show.
Antarius donated $20. Needs more WoW streamers. I'd donate a champagne pop if I see Simon Eyes on this podcast.
We've had Stay Safe on, and I'm trying to get Payo and Asmongold. If anybody knows Asmon, we'll get S-Fond. We'll get all those guys. If you know them, we'll get them on. Last call. Hit the like button, please, on your way out. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You can have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that, and I will do the raid before I do a final outro. But thank you to everyone who super chats, donates, supports the show. We will be live again. Is today Tuesday?
Yep.
We'll be live again Sunday at 5 p.m. Pacific. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM at whatever on Instagram. If you can make it to Santa Barbara, 07's in the chat. We're going to do the Twitch raid first, and then we'll have a final message on YouTube really quick. Nick, could you pull up Stacy?
No, we love the whatever
what
podcast.
The frick?
Oh, fuck, what was I going to say?
Okay. Thank you, those of you who are watching on Twitch.
Like
I'm going to send you over there in just a moment. So the raid is going. What is he watching? What is this crazy guy doing?
Curtis_Leon_ donated $20. Girl in the orange doesn't have baggage. She has a U-Haul truck. Canada? Why haven't we invaded them yet?
Yeah, we should.
That's what I'm saying. And beady eyes. They never did apologize for Justin Bieber.
We need to annex.
I'm so sorry
We're
for
gonna
him.
annex
I will
Canada.
apologize.
Okay. See you guys on Twitch. Thank you for watching over on Twitch. I'm gonna raid now.
Thank God we beat them to the punch.
Boom.
Because if they had gotten that
And
technology,
then, what the frick is this guy? What is he? What the frick is this guy watching, bro? What is he? There it is. Oh, move. Hide us, Nick. Hide us, Nick.
It is Brian and the Whatever Podcast. Hey, welcome. Welcome, guys.
You can put us back. Put us back. Put us back.
Whatever likes to choose you, dude. It's because Brian and I are good friends. Brian is a secret World of Warcraft player.
Is the audio all the way up?
I don't know about secret.
Wow. So
Okay.
I've also been on the Whatever Podcast 2 times.
He's been on 2 times. We'll get him on soon. Anyways.
He's been such a busy boy. No, thank you. Welcome, everyone. Guys, we are...
Anyways, that's it. Okay. He's watching the history chat. You can X out of that, Nick. You can X out of that. Let me just make sure we aren't missing anybody here. That's all X'd out.
Puffy's English teacher donated $20. Puffy has been working on his grammar. Any chance that he'll be on?
He got mad. He blocked me on Instagram because I took too long to read one of his super chats. Like it took us too long or something, so he blocked me.
He won't reply to my DM.
And I tried to get Madison to bug him a little bit, but yeah, he was deeply offended. So
I _spend_2_much_on_ here donated $20.
They're not getting married.
The thick redhead got the mommy milkers. Wow, milkers, mommy, 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 wow, milkers, mommy.
This will be the last question. This will be the last question.
Skeet.
So would the girls really quick? Would you date? Would you date me? Would you date Mason? And would you date Gustavo?
Did you hear that?
No.
To all of us?
No.
Or no to me?
It's an age thing. I wouldn't date any of you.
Even if Mason, let's see the double bicep. Show her the double bis. Look at that little chuckle there.
old.
He's too old. What are you talking? Look at this.
He's 10 years older than her.
I'm feeling his trapezius right now.
Oh gosh, yeah, too old.
That's
Huge.
crazy.
Sorry, okay.
10 years
Like,
difference. Yeah.
It's not a huge gap.
I mean, it's not. Yeah, it's not
Even-
that
Not
big.
when I'm
But when
older,
you're
but
18
right now-
and 28,
well,
it's
here's the
pretty
value
big.
add. What if I was like, second date Hawaii? Still a no go.
No.
Okay.
That's crazy. Yeah. I would say.
And Gustavo, what would you?
Oh,
What
yeah.
was your
Yes.
value?
What's your rating?
How old, Gustavo? How old are you, bro? You're like
23.
He's 23. Is that too old?
It's anything over
She said
20
20.
is too old. Yeah.
Damn. Okay.
That's crazy.
It's just because once you're 21, you could go to like bars and clubs, and
I'm not trying to drink with a girl. What the fuck?
Nickelodeon donated
don't do that
$20. Blonde in the middle, almost bit a hole in her lip, staring at Mason.
Let a girl live.
I like
I
to
was
rate
just
it.
standing
Wait,
there.
what
Oh
was
my
that
god.
two
Oh
thing?
my
What was that two thing you were
gosh.
talking about?
That toots.
Is this like a two-man here? Just kidding.
Sorry, I'm an active listener.
I'm like a dinosaur, so it ain't happening. It ain't happening. Even if I offer Hawaii, bro, it's not.
That's hilarious.
You ever been to Hawaii?
That's funny.
No.
I'm messing around.
That was hilarious.
Would you? Man,
Do I have to answer this question?
actually, no, you don't, because it was not a TTS and whatever.
Oh, okay. You don't want to hear the answer. No, I didn't mean it like that. No, I just we're moving on.
Would you date Mason?
No.
Would you take a slice of that? Wait, what the fuck am I trying to
Bicep. Slice
Would
of
you
that
cut
bicep.
yourself a slice of that?
Oh God.
I would say maybe to you too, but I don't know that guy. That's
Okay,
my
all right.
opinion. Yeah.
Damn it, I wanted to end it before the 7 hour. Oh, wait, we can still end it before the Oh my god, we're going to end it.
Cherry donated $20.
We're going to end it before the 7 hour.
Thank you, Mason, for being the only one to get my master debater comment.
I got it. Master debater. Master debater. Okay, guys. Thank you guys so much for tuning in again. We'll be live Sunday, 5 p.m. Pacific. Got some good shows. Very good shows. Good guests coming on the way. 07's in the chat. 07's in the chat. Good night, guys.